I just mentioned that the
happy to
Good morning, everyone. So I'm going to start us here just a little bit early. My name's Andrew Marsh. I'm the workshop coordinator and assistant director of Con Center for Renewable Energy Research. We're streaming today's and tomorrow's talks. And so what I thought I'd do is first just take us through kind of some important things to remember as you're presenting for those of you who are talking. You need to speak clearly into this mic for everybody in the room to hear you. And then also, this guy is gonna put you out on the web. Our very capable cameraman, Mike Peak, who's back here in the red shirt, is the person to look for if there are any kind of, if he's flapping his arms and stuff, then you need to stop. Don't press on and think you're gonna gut it out. That's not really what we want here. So if Mike says that there's a problem with the feed, let's just hang on. And then he'll fix it, and then we can go on with the talk. So you guys get to be like a live television audience in a way, which is kind of cool. All right. So same thing is true when we take questions after the talks. We've got a wireless mic. I'll bring it out to the audience. If you have a question, raise your hand, I'll come to you. If you just shout the question out, everybody in this room will hear it, but nobody on the feed will hear it. Does that make sense? So if there's no mic, it didn't happen. All right. For those of you looking, our program is through the QR code on the table in front of you. Scan that with your camera, and that'll take you to re3workshop.org/agenda. And you can follow along all of the wonderful speakers and their bios and handsome photos and everything. Password and network for the hotel is H-Honors. That's the network you need. Premium Guest is the password. All one word. Let me know if you have any problems with that. They assured me that all of us would be able to use it simultaneously with no slowdowns or delays. So we're not trying to stream any videos through that, as long as no one's watching a movie, or all of you are not watching a movie. That'd be a bad testament for the quality of the talks, I think, wouldn't it? All right. So with that, you can see from our schedule, we're gonna work till about noon, then we're gonna have a lunch. They're gonna set that up out in the hallway, and we'll just go out, eat right where you're sitting right now. So this is kind of your spot. Coffee, water, juice, all of that will be set up all day long. Make yourself at home. Let me know if there's anything you need. We're glad you joined us, and look forward to a really good workshop. Yeah. So it's my pleasure to introduce Will Metcalf from the Office of Commercialization and Vice President for Research and Innovation at U of L to welcome us all. Big hand for Will.
So thank you, Andrew, and good morning, everyone. Really happy to welcome you all here on behalf of the President of the University and the I'm the Associate Vice President for Research and Innovation, Will Metcalf. So I'm really happy to be here with you today. This is a great example of what we can do as a university, so bringing everybody together around energy efficiency and decarbonization. If you think about Kentucky, right, so Kentucky has over 3,000 manufacturers. So 3,000 manufacturers working in Kentucky today, over 500,000 manufacturing employees in the state of Kentucky. So we're at a place where we can have a lot of impact just here in the state, and if you expand that out to the region more broadly, even larger impact. So it's a real great honor to welcome you here today, and on behalf of the President of the University and I'm the Associate Vice President for Research and Innovation, and the Executive Vice President for Research and Innovation also welcomes you, Kevin Gardner. So I'll just turn it over to you, Mahendra. Dr. Sunkara is going to give us some opening remarks here, and again, have a great time, and we're so happy to have you here with us today.
Thank you so much, Will. My name is Mahendra Sunkara, the Director for Kahn Center for Renewable Energy Research. For those of you who are not probably familiar with Kahn Center, let me give a small brief introduction. Kahn Center was announced by Governor Steve Beshear and President UFL President then James Ramsey in 2009 in response to House Bill 2 for establishing a center for renewable energy research within the state of Kentucky. At that time, Hank Kahn, who is one of our alumni of our Speed School of Engineering, and his wife pledged a state gift toward establishing the center. And the idea was to actually create one center for excellence working on a variety of renewable energy resources or technologies. And that's how the center came into existence, and it bears his name, Kahn Center. The center since then, we actually grown. We actually recruited about 10 full-time research staff members, which actually includes more than 7 eminent scholars that we recruited from outside to lead the research teams. And then also we helped recruit several faculty members across the university in sciences and engineering to focus on energy research. Along the way, in the last 10 years, we actually established more than 30,000 square foot of lab spaces dedicated for energy research, all the way from fundamental research to pilot scale units. In fact, our vision and mission next 5 years includes setting up a pilot scale units centered around clean hydrogen, a variety of decarbonization technologies, and as well as next generation grid. So why do we all do this? And a few years ago, before COVID, I mean, we tend to lose memory. Pre-COVID, we all forget everything happened. There was a big announcement by Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, also known as Paris Climate Panel. They made they revised their own recommendation going from about the global warming, and they said if you have to limit your global warming by 1.5 degree. They reduced it from 2.5 degree to 1.5 degree, and it has a serious consequences. The major consequence from that is that basically as a planet will hit 1.5 degree by 2035. That's just about 12 years from now, we're going to see that type of warming. And what it means to all of us is that it sets us in the irreversible course of action as a planet. And so with that in mind, a lot of governments actually announced severe reduction in the carbon or greenhouse gas emissions from all their sectors. And many of them pledged actually support for a deeper decarbonization by 2050. And in fact, the US government, the present administration actually followed up with two very important bills, Infrastructure Bill and Inflation Reduction Act. And both of them have huge amount of resources dedicated towards energy transition in the nation. And I think that's an unprecedented type of activity within the US, and it's once in a lifetime opportunity for people like many of us working in this area to see this energy transition. I mean, I've watched Men Who Built America Netflix series. I thought it was fantastic to see history in synopsis, where you can see the US going from wood burning to kerosene to transportation, pipelines, and electricity. And I think we're going to see similar kind of transition in the next 10 years. And so with that in mind, and also with support from our energy cabinet and our Secretary Goodman and Kenya Stump, and encouragement from them, Kahn Center and University of Louisville decided that we should host our workshop on clean hydrogen and decarbonization. This is to bring together all the stakeholders and start a conversation, and also enable an effort to accelerate our energy economy strategy within the state. Because it's not only transitioning energy transition and the marketplace, but also it's a very important outcome for state of Kentucky in terms of recruiting companies and actually doing the changeover in the economy. So Energy Cabinet Secretary Rebecca Goodman could not make it to our workshop, and if she was here, she would have actually put us on the thing, but instead she actually made a video to welcome everyone and actually to set the agenda for the workshop. So without any delay, I'd like to play the video.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, man.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Goodman. I'm Secretary of the Kentucky Energy and Environment Cabinet. And I want to thank you for inviting me to speak at the Clean Hydrogen and Decarbonization Workshop. And although my schedule did not permit me to be with you in person in Louisville, I'm happy to share some thoughts through this video. With hydrogen, there's always a lot to talk about. Kentucky's journey toward a hydrogen economy has been developing over the past couple of years. Our regional hydrogen hub work group was formed in 2021 to help develop projects around the use of hydrogen and to take advantage of the U.S. Department of Energy's $8 billion initiative to build a nationwide network of regional hydrogen hubs. The federal program is part of the Biden administration's push to achieve net zero carbon emissions by 2050, and our Office of Energy Policy hopes its efforts will help make Kentucky competitive in the future hydrogen economy. We firmly believe that hydrogen is the future of economic development. Hydrogen will grow in importance to our transportation and manufacturing sectors, and we're doing everything possible to make Kentucky as prepared as possible for this new hydrogen economy. Hydrogen is the simplest and most abundant element known in the universe. It's both an energy carrier and can also deliver or store energy. It can be produced from a variety of resources such as coal, natural gas, nuclear power, biomass, or renewable power like solar. These qualities make it an attractive fuel option for transportation and electricity generation. It can be used in passenger and freight vehicles, in aircraft and in ships, and in homes. It can be used to power utility generators and many more applications. Kentucky has already worked with the federal government to declare I-64, I-65, and I-75 as hydrogen corridors, which means we can start installing hydrogen fueling stations soon. Louisville Gas and Electric, and KU, Kentucky's largest electric utility, is part of the hydrogen work group and has been pursuing hydrogen research and development in partnership with the Energy and Environment Cabinet and the University of Kentucky Center for Applied Energy Research for 2 decades. Like Toyota, the utility is interested in incorporating hydrogen as a way to reduce its carbon emissions. LG&E and KU are not only interested in using hydrogen to produce electricity, but also in producing hydrogen using both natural gas and green energy. For the utility to reduce its carbon emissions, it would need to capture the CO2 released while producing hydrogen from natural gas. As you know, hydrogen is an important component of Kentucky's energy strategy, otherwise known as Kentucky E3. This strategy incorporates energy, environment, and economic development, 3 areas that we feel can't be separated as we plan for our future. Kentucky E3 is designed to move the state forward by connecting job creators, communities, energy providers, and environmental stewards to create a new and sustainable energy infrastructure. Kentucky E3 is designed to address the needs of Kentucky citizens, local officials, and our businesses and industry to create a diverse and resilient energy infrastructure and encourage sustainable economic development. Companies looking to locate here are increasingly asking us to provide sustainability solutions like water reuse, zero waste to landfill, and lower carbon energy solutions, all while ensuring they remain competitive on price and have a workforce that can do the job. We have the vision and the know-how to offer tailored energy solutions, and this is a strategy that doesn't favor one energy source over another, but encourages businesses, communities, and organizations to come up with an energy strategy that fits their unique situation. Through this strategy, we hope to help match energy providers with energy users. The Hydrogen Hub Work Group's efforts took a step forward last September when Governor Beshear announced that he was working to bring hydrogen investments and jobs to Kentucky by collaborating with fellow governors in 6 states to advance a hydrogen market, supply chain, and workforce development across the Midwest region. Kentucky now is working with 3 regional hubs. In November, a newly formed coalition including major utility companies Dominion Energy, Duke Energy, LG&E KU, Southern Company, and TVA, along with Battelle and others, announced plans to pursue federal financing support for a Southeast hydrogen hub. And in December, Governor Beshear announced that he had joined with the governors in Ohio, West Virginia, and Pennsylvania in the bipartisan Appalachian Regional Clean Hydrogen Hub, also known as ARCH2. ARCH2 is bringing together producers, end users, technology experts, and infrastructure to advance the production, use, and delivery of hydrogen in Appalachia. Most recently, a concept paper was developed by the ARCH2 team and was given the green light to apply for funding from the Department of Energy. We all know that the Appalachian region provides significant resources for ARCH2. It provides the infrastructure required for low-cost natural gas production and storage, existing pipelines and transportation networks, and proximity to markets in the Midwest and Northeast. Earlier this year, the U.S. Department of Energy's Office of Clean Energy Demonstrations issued a notice of encouragement to 33 of 79 applicants to the Regional Clean Hydrogen Hub program. Each of the hubs that Kentucky is working with was encouraged to move forward with applications, and those are due to the Department of Energy by April the 7th. We are very excited about the possibilities these hubs present for Kentucky. We're located at the center of a 34-state distribution area for shipping products by truck or rail across the eastern United States, and we're within a day's drive of 2/3 of the U.S. population. With our freight and pipeline network and underground storage areas, we have the energy infrastructure to support, enhance, or expand hydrogen production, hydrogen distribution, and hydrogen vehicle infrastructure. One of our corporate partners is developing a use for hydrogen right in our own backyard. In 2021, Toyota Manufacturing Kentucky announced a $461 million upgrade to its Georgetown manufacturing plant, which, starting this year, will begin assembling integrated dual fuel cell modules destined for use in hydrogen-powered heavy-duty commercial trucks. The Infrastructure and Investment and Jobs Act and the Inflation Reduction Act recognized the importance of lowering our carbon footprint. Together, those two bills provide for about $450 billion of clean energy-related investments. Specifically, the federal government has prioritized the goal of cost-effective hydrogen production by 2030 and has awarded $9.5 billion through the bipartisan infrastructure law to support clean hydrogen deployment. $8 billion of that funding will go toward developing areas across the nation where hydrogen producers and consumers are closely located and connected. To bring clean hydrogen production to scale, the Inflation Reduction Act includes a clean hydrogen production tax credit to defray the upfront and operating costs associated with the production. The credit is technology neutral and awarded based on carbon intensity, such that the lower the carbon intensity of the hydrogen produced, the greater the credit value. The development of the hydrogen industry is seen as key to a green transition, as it has the potential to be used in heating as well as to be used in place of diesel and other fuels. Some companies are looking to green or blue or pink hydrogen, not only to support the transition away from fossil fuels, but to decarbonize oil and gas operations to help cut emissions. Hydrogen is a hot topic in energy today, but it can be quite complicated to produce, to use, and to store. The federal funding will allow us the necessary time to create a hydrogen ecosystem and understand the safety issues and deployment strategies that work best. We have to decarbonize use where it makes sense, and hydrogen, while presenting exciting possibilities, is just one tool in our energy toolbox. Now is the time to scale up technologies and bring down costs to allow hydrogen to become widely used. Governments and industry can work as partners to make it possible to take full advantage of this increasing momentum. Kentucky is uniquely situated to take advantage of this momentum. We have existing infrastructure, more than 7,000 miles of natural gas pipelines. We are expanding the use of hydrogen in transport by using it to power cars, trucks, and buses that run on key routes. And the oil and gas industry has government, industry, and university partners providing research and resources. The University of Kentucky in June announced that it had received $2.4 million in funding from the U.S. Department of Energy's National Energy Technology Laboratory to develop a cost-effective system that will capture carbon dioxide and produce hydrogen at natural gas combined cycle power plants. UK Centre for Applied Energy Research is partnering on the project with UK's College of Engineering, the Electric Power Research Institute, and LG&E and KU. UK researchers will design, retrofit, and research a dual solvent CO2 capture system on their existing bench scale facility using natural gas derived flue gas. So with all this activity, you can see how important and how valuable our participation in these hydrogen hub work groups will be as we continue to provide technical expertise and resources. As our hydrogen hub work group continues its work, its long-term goals are to position Kentucky as a regional leader for hydrogen project investment and development, to build relationships that enable hydrogen economic development opportunities, and to identify hydrogen projects for funding under the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. Our Office of Energy Policy is staying on top of this rapidly advancing field to better understand and communicate the rapid changes and to advise on how to best use all of Kentucky's energy resources while protecting and improving our environment. There are a lot of questions we still have to answer. For instance, what is the transportation of hydrogen going to look like? The University of Pittsburgh and Peoples Gas Company are teaming up to study the potential of safely and securely transporting hydrogen through its natural gas systems. Initially, the engineers at Peoples and Pitt's Swanson School of Engineering will focus on the technical issues involved with using natural gas pipelines to transport hydrogen or a blend of hydrogen and natural gas. Following this initial research phase, the organizations expect to work together on a pilot project to test the impacts of hydrogen on people's natural gas distribution infrastructure. Kentucky will do what makes sense, what is beneficial and sustainable for the environment, for our industries, and for our ratepayers. And Team Kentucky will be a partner and a guide as challenges present themselves. I want to thank you so much for inviting me to speak today, and I look forward to meeting all of you at the next Hydrogen and Decarbonization Workshop.
Well, that's very appropriate, and we have actually Kenya joining from the Energy Cabinet, so she will be speaking in the second session of our workshop, and so I'm sure there'll be a lot of questions following up the message. So we're going to start the first session of the day that is focused on decarbonization. And then we have about 3 speakers, and after 3 30-minute talks, we'll take a break and then reassemble with a small panel to discuss things related to industrial decarbonization. The first speaker that we have is John Smegal, and I can't thank him enough. When we wanted to start this workshop, and I approached John, and John immediately accepted our invitation, and I thank you so much for doing that, because that gave us the momentum to hold the workshop together in a short period of time. John is a program officer, Industrial Assessment Center's Office of Manufacturing and Energy Supply Chains, U.S. Department at U.S. Department of Energy, and he serves as the Industrial Assessment Center Supply Chain Deployment Manager for the Office of Manufacturing and Energy Supply Chains. It's a new name that they acquired, MESC, and has been responsible for overseeing IAC program for more than 12 years. And the IAC program, for those of you who may not be familiar with, is Industrial Assessment Center program, works with small and medium-sized manufacturers to help them identify and implement opportunities to save energy, improve productivity, and reduce water use and wastewater. At the same time, the IAC serve as a workforce development program intended to train the next generation of energy engineers and professionals. So prior to joining DOE, he provided strategic and technical support to DOE, EPA, NRC, DOD, and other public and private sector clients. And John has a BA, Bachelor's in Arts in Economics from Carleton College, and where he was actually awarded Alfred P. Sloan Fellowship, and pursued MA in Public Policy from the Harris School at the University of Chicago. John?
Thank you, Mahendra. I want to confess, I'm not particularly used to working with microphones because I'm generally acknowledged as the loudest person in any room I am in. So forgive me if I blow anyone's ears out here. I am going to ask, I hope I can do the slides correctly. Anyways, I'm going to talk a lot about the second part of that title. Truthfully, I'm glad I'm here because I get to learn a lot more about hydrogen because I have lots of colleagues in the fuel cells and the hydrogen office at DOE, but I know more about the industrial decarbonization. So I'm going to talk about that, particularly in the context of small and medium-sized manufacturers, because as Mahendra indicated, I oversee the Industrial Assessment Center program, which has been in existence longer than the Department of Energy has existed. It's 45 years now. We have been helping small and medium-sized manufacturers save money, become more competitive, reduce their energy footprint for a long time. Even before decarbonization became a thing, we've been helping small and medium-sized manufacturers do that in the name of competitiveness and in the name of energy efficiency. And now we're doing it, not a problem, in the name of decarbonization. So that's what I'm going to talk about today. All right, so let's go page it down. Do I need to?
Try those directional arrows.
Directional arrows. Okay, there we go. All right. So first we're going to talk high levels. Department of Energy in 2022 issued this large document, Decarbonization Roadmap. It's what they do. And they recognize essentially that the industrial sector is a critical component of our economy. It's basically a third of our energy-related emissions, but yet it's about 12-13% of actual GDP. So it has a very large footprint with respect to CO2. That's not surprising. I mean, realistically, think of what industry does. Okay, so there's a focus that's inherent in policymakers when we're looking at the ability of our economy as a whole to decarbonize. We have to look at the industrial sector because it's a big bang for the buck, realistically speaking. It's a relatively small number of actors, relatively large footprint. So that's why they said, okay, we need to develop a strategy document, this decarbonization roadmap. Specifically, they're looking at, they're focusing on 5 industries. Okay, iron and steel, cement, food, beverage, chemical manufacturing, petroleum. These are not particularly surprising areas. In my role as a leader or manager, overseer, whatever you want to call it, of the industrial assessment centers, we look at all manufacturers. So while the roadmap is looking at 5 industries, me and my role, we're looking at all manufacturers, whether they're in here or not. Within those, and this is where we get down to, and I must confess a bias. Roadmaps are great, strategic plans are great, vision documents are great. I'm more in the weeds guy. I tend to work with how things actually get done, as opposed to where we're headed. I acknowledge their importance and criticality, but in the 12 or 13, 14 years now that I've been working with Department of Energy, I'm working with small and medium-sized folks who are just making everything from these cups, these pens, to the chips that are in your phones. Okay, that's my world, and so we're trying to operationalize the roadmap in terms of everyday kind of things. So that's my world. These are the pillars that are identified in this document. If anybody wants it, I can get you a link to the decarbonization roadmap. It's a very thick document covering a lot of things, and I can get you a link to it if you want to read it all. Energy efficiency, it's the easy thing to do, and it's what we have been doing in the industrial assessment centers for 45 years. It's sort of the cheapest, easiest way to reduce our carbon footprint, just simply by using less energy, and we have been doing that for a great deal of time. Electrification is switching from processes that may have been at one time using some sort of fossil fuels, maybe natural gas, coal, fuel oil, and looking at ways to make changes in processes that move towards electrification. We're setting aside the whole issue right now as to whether or not the electricity that's generated is using fossil fuels. We'll talk about that later. Then there's also the approach to essentially switching from relatively high carbon fuels to lower carbon fuels, which, say, for example, in my world, we also do a lot of work with wastewater treatment facilities. So there's the opportunities that exist within wastewater treatment facilities to use the biogas that can be generated, and then essentially look at generating energy on site through the generation of biogas, and power the fans, pumps, and motors at wastewater treatment facilities. And you can do this in many different contexts in the small, medium-sized manufacturers. Anytime you generate thermal energy, you can harness that thermal energy to effectively look at electricity generation. And so converting something that used to be done through a relatively high carbon fuel to something that's low carbon fuel. It's not decarbonization, but it's a transition. And that's an important element of what I look at as not so much the lofty goal of decarbonization roadmap, but how is it done in a practical context? Okay? For these manufacturers, many of them don't have the ability to just say, okay, we're going to electrify everything. They have to take interim steps, move from what they were using to something that's less carbon intensive, and then ultimately to something that's zero carbon. But for now, we're moving in that direction, and that's what the IECs are trying to do. All right, this last one, realistically speaking, for small, medium-sized manufacturers, that's kind of pie in the sky. I don't know too many off-the-shelf applications of carbon capture that exist for small, medium-sized manufacturers. So while it's part of that grand document, for my world, yeah, we'll see about that. Anyways, okay, I'm going to digress here from the slides a little bit. The IECs exist at 37 universities across the country. They're recompeted every 5 years. Right now, actually, Louisville's got one. You replaced Kentucky 5 years ago. I don't want to dip my toe into the whole Cardinal Wildcat deal, but it's a competitive thing. It's fine. I enjoyed working with Kentucky. Now we're working with Louisville. We're operating at 37 centers across the country. And our goal essentially is to help small, medium-sized manufacturers. And while we're doing that, we're training energy engineers for the future, okay? And it's about applied learning. And our energy engineers, mechanical, electrical, whatever, go out and do assessments. One-day assessments at small, medium-sized manufacturers. They help them identify opportunities for improving their processes and their efficiency, whether it's switching up their something as simple as variable speed motors, or looking at new control systems, lighting systems, process heating, looking at recapture, improving efficiency, improving maintenance schedules, anything. There's a realm of possibilities that we're looking at, from hydraulic systems to compressed air systems to motors. Anything that we're doing, we look at improving what small, medium-sized manufacturers do. We're doing it at 37 universities across the country. University of Louisville is one of them. All right, so when we recompeted the most recent round in 2021, we specifically incorporated decarbonization into their traditional energy assessments, okay? This is not gonna happen overnight. So to the extent the centers are already looking at energy efficiency opportunities, we're looking at decarbonization. But there are things that are decarbonization related that are not energy efficient. Okay? And this is why, as someone who's been running a program for, well, I've been running it for 13 years, and it's been in existence for 45 years, it's a little bit running contrary, potentially, to what we've been doing. So we're essentially improving energy efficiency, but when we're being asked to do decarbonization, yeah, we can do that, but we're also being asked to do some things that, because of the priorities that exist, might use more energy. But they are smaller decarbonization. They have a decarbonization footprint that's reduced. So this is a challenge for us, okay? We're essentially trying to harmonize our approach for energy efficiency, water waste reduction, water use reduction, with this notion that we have to reduce our footprint, which might involve, in some cases, using more energy in the short term. But it's a less carbon intensive form of energy. So we have to establish a means of providing assistance to our clients, small, medium-sized manufacturers, who are just trying to stay in business. And they've been given direction. While you're trying to stay in business, reduce your carbon footprint. This is challenging, okay? We can help them in the immediate way. Okay, we can reduce your energy, we can reduce your costs. That's good for your bottom line. But then there's the possibility that they're being asked to do things with respect to decarbonization that are more costly. So we have to find a way to balance our approach. And that's what we're doing right now, okay? And we're working with folks in practical terms to develop guidance to help our small, medium-sized folks. Working with LBNL, which is Lawrence Berkeley, UC Davis, Rutgers, and a number of the ICs across those 37 ICs that I referred to earlier, to develop a way in which small businesses can benefit from the assistance we provide to continue to do the energy efficiency stuff they're doing, but also to look at these decarbonization efforts. So, I already talked about this. Objective is to harmonize our traditional approach with this decarbonization approach, and to find a balance. Find a balance that makes sense. Okay, it's not going to be perfect, but we're going to move forward on that. We're doing essentially a toolkit that can help these small folks identify opportunities. In some cases, they're just straightforward energy efficiency. In other cases, they're decarbonization. These are the elements that we're looking at. What we're looking at in this toolkit is some of it is just identification of opportunities, identification of where the CO2 footprint is large. I'll get to these later. We're looking at essentially providing information on those opportunities as you sort of go from left to right. And you'll see this later when I show you some graphs that move from the easy, quick, we can just save energy, to power production essentially agreements, through there's on-site energy generation, to things that are a little bit more exotic, and kind of exploring that curve and where the sweet spot is in that curve for a small, medium-sized manufacturer to locate themselves on. That's really what we're looking at doing. Okay, in a nutshell, the easy things to do are basically, first off, you have to identify exactly what your footprint is. So that's part of this. The tool is to identify exactly what your CO2 footprint is. So from that, you take those easy steps, which are things whether essentially you're improving your intakes of compressed air and reducing the energy required to do that. You're taking leak things. Your leak detection, or maintenance issues, or whether you're looking at optimizing your motors, or when you're charging your batteries, taking account of that sort of stuff. The easy things that you can do essentially to improve your energy efficiency and your load flexibility. And then there's opportunities for a little bit more exotic. You're talking about process integration. You're looking for opportunities for electrification, and then you're exploring the possibility of within the renewable energy space. Can we look at installing solar? Can we look at industrial heat pumps? Can we look at geothermal. I mean, there's all these things that we're talking about that are really, they're not brand new technologies, but they're technologies that are being explored in new ways right now. So as we're moving down the step, and then this last one, carbon capture, clean fuels, yeah, we'll look at the possibility, but all of these things are where we're heading towards, and consistent with the broader plan, what we're looking at within the tool of doing to essentially move ourselves down to 2035, 2050, whenever we can be operating in such a situation where we're really reducing our carbon footprint. Okay. One of the things that we're going to be doing is folks aren't even necessarily aware of where it is that they're generating their footprint. So we're looking at dividing up the opportunities, what's going on within a facility, what are the specific activities that are going on. Oops, okay. Specific activities, and what are the specific parts of the operation. So in terms of this first Sankey diagram is taking a look at, what systems within a particular manufacturer. And we would develop a different Sankey diagram for different manufacturers. So what are the components of their operations that are generating CO2? And then essentially as we go down to the second Sankey, we're actually taking a look at the specific pieces of equipment. And knowing what it is within your operations that generates the footprint is the first part of knowing what it is you can possibly make changes to reduce the carbon footprint. I think there's a general awareness of, okay, we know what we're using, but being able to break it down into specific components or specific activities is something that's not currently known for most small, medium-sized guys. They're just running their business. They're making their cups. They're making their pens. They're making whatever it is they're making. They're not really thinking about it from a individual component part. That's part of essentially what we're doing. Essentially, is being able to identify what parts of the operation are generating the largest part of your footprint. And then this is sort of basic. This is also aimed at some of the really, really small folks that may not be able to receive the assistance directly. Just identifying particular technologies that could be used in a variety of applications to, essentially reduce the carbon footprint. Whether you're talking about load shifting, whether you're talking about energy storage, batteries, whether you're talking about using heat pumps, electrification of boilers is interesting. Waste fuel utilization, that's what we're talking about, for example, is particularly relevant to the wastewater treatment, but it's also when you're talking about food processing and manufacturing of yogurt or something like that. Essentially, there's a lot of waste that's generated as a part of that could be harnessed to generate essentially fuel that could be used for heating and other sources to reduce the footprint for basically the feedstock that's not being used already could be used to reduce the overall footprint, because rather than generating or relying on energy that's generated on the grid and then having it transported to you, you can essentially generate it locally by doing some sort of capture of organic material. All right, so this is another part of our process. I referred to this earlier. This is the concept we're looking at essentially is providing the notion that decarbonization is a process and it's not immediate, and there are parts where the decarbonization can occur instantaneously through energy efficiency means or through installation of photovoltaics or some sort of renewables, but there's also parts where essentially it's going to be a transition from something that is relatively high carbon to something that is intermediate to down the line. Essentially, you're looking at something that you could ultimately move it to the point where it's zero. But right now, we have to recognize, especially for the small guys that don't have access to lots of capital, that they can't make investments to turn carbon-free right away. They have to make investments that are going to incrementally improve their carbon footprint while ultimately working towards a decarbonization future. That's okay. All right. So anyways, I ran through a lot of stuff. Did I take too much time? I have no idea. Am I okay, Mahendra?
Great.
Sorry. Do we do questions now or do questions later? Or?
Do questions now?
Yeah.
I got a question.
for John? Blanca.
Mhm.
I'll take the microphone and try to give it to me. Hello, John. My
Hi.
name is Blanca Ramirez. I am with a company called Lecture Dryer.
Mhm.
We are out of Richmond, Kentucky. And I have a question for you. What do you know about the money allocated for manufacturing
Sure.
companies, 48C?
Sure.
E? Thank you.
Well, I don't know if it's, okay, I'm not sure about the citation, but if you're talking about
Well-
the implementation grants, is that what you're talking about?
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
This was announced 3 weeks ago. To expand it, the DOE expands some of that money. I believe it's $10 billion, and 4 of those need to go to special communities for their advancement on this energy transition, but 10 is specifically for manufacturing companies that are in the ecosystem. And Lecture is one of those, so I just wanted to ask if you have more
Okay.
information on it.
Yeah, if we're talking about the same thing, I mean, there's the one thing that DOE's got right now is a ton of money. So, and there's lots of, and if the program I think you're talking about is, I refer to it as 40209, which essentially is grants for advanced manufacturing for displaced coal kind of contract. Right, okay. I can tell you that my colleagues are actually in charge of that, not me, so I can only tell you a little bit through, but I mean, I know that, I think the FOA has been, the funding opportunity announcement has been announced right now, and they're looking for applications. I can only tell you a little bit about it, essentially, and that is, it has nothing to do with with what the industrial assessment centers are doing, but the goal essentially is to look at replacing existing manufacturing with, sort of advanced manufacturing energy efficiency type products, whether it's batteries or other circumstances. I know that in terms of size, it's dramatically larger than anything. I mean, right now we're offering or will be offering implementation grants to do energy efficiency improvements, decarbonization work to the tune of $400 million. We're like a third, if not even less than that, in terms of the total impact of this. So this is a $750, $850, whatever $million. Another thing I would say, that program specifically is very regionalized. It's looking at communities that have to qualify based on certain conditions, the existence of coal mining or coal manufacturing or processing circumstances. So it's a limited access kind of FOA. So in that case, and I'm sure that huge swaths of Kentucky, coal country here, are eligible for that. So yeah, I wish I could offer more. I mean, I have absolutely, if we want to talk later, I can give you the people that you need to talk to. But I mean, it's on its way out the door, and it's going to be competitive right now. But I would say that it's not as though everybody has access to that, because you have to qualify first. And once you qualify, then you're in a much smaller group of folks that can apply to that. So, yeah. But if you want to talk later, I can put you in touch with the folks actually running that program. The ICs, we were given, this sounds so silly to say, a modest $550 million to expand. Of that, $400 million is going for implementation grants. The implementation grant program is slated internally to be launched in sort of the April-May kind of time frame, but it depends. There's a lot of things the process has to go through, but that's aimed at small, medium-sized manufacturers. And
Thanks, John.
any other questions?
Other questions? Great question.
Okay.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Sumedha with the Mayor's Office of Sustainability, and I came in a little bit late, so I apologize if this was already covered, but I was wondering if it would be helpful to look at most purchased commodities or waste stream analysis to figure out maybe what commodities need to decarbonize the most. Is that something that's part of what you do?
Directly, no, but indirectly, yes. Absolutely. The fact is that the assistance we're going to be providing to our clients is across the board manufacturing. So some folks don't have that big of a footprint in general, okay? They're making wine. Okay, we deal with manufacturers that are winemakers in California. They don't have that big of a carbon footprint. So there is no question that the application of our assistance, the tool that we're providing, is going to be targeted in practical terms and strategically towards industries that have products that have a much bigger footprint. So the answer is yes, but not because we've said only these industries are eligible. It's more like we work, that's part of the reason we exist, is we help the little guy. That's all we do. But amongst the little guys, there's going to be folks who are much more able to take advantage of the assistance we're providing because they have a larger carbon footprint. So I think it's logical, going back down to the weeds where I said I like to live, we're probably going to do 3/4 of our decarbonization assistance is going to be aimed at those folks that have larger carbon footprints. We're still going to do the regular stuff we always do, which is help reduce energy. But for those folks that have an imperative, whether it's done by state or whether it's done by their corporate headquarters that are coming down and saying, we want to reduce our carbon footprint by, they're given carbon goals, we're going to be much more aggressive in terms of marketing our decarbonization assistance to those entities, as opposed to the winemakers. So we'll do both. But yeah.
John, thank you so much
No problem.
For being here today. Great presentation. Again, I'm Will Metcalf. I'm an Associate Vice President for Research and Innovation here at the University of Louisville. And we recently, this is a new award for us, right? But also we have a manufacturing extension partnership that's new. So could you talk a little bit about the connection between what NIST is doing to support small and medium manufacturers and what you guys are about?
Yeah. Frankly, we look at, and I look at the NIST MEPs, the Manufacturing Extension Partnership, as their friends and family. We routinely work directly. Many of our centers are actually co-located because some of the MEPs, not all of them, some of the MEPs are located at universities. Now, my program is entirely engineering departments at universities. That's where it is. So I think 7 or 8, give or take, of the MEPs are actually located at universities. You might more than that. But we receive somewhere between 10 and 15% of our referrals to do assessments from our MEP colleagues. We routinely make referrals to the MEP folks, particularly, for example, we have a cybersecurity screening that we instituted about 5 years ago, where we help folks that weren't even thinking about it to identify, wow, I've got some, with the advances in industrial analytics and wireless monitoring and all kinds of smart manufacturing technologies, there's greater exposure to cybersecurity risks. And so we started doing screenings for folks to say, you probably have an issue here, particularly if they have DoD clients or something like that. You should really avail yourselves of additional resources. And then at that point, because we're the mechanical and electrical engineers of the world, we defer to our MEP colleagues who know a lot more about cybersecurity than we do. And they come in and provide assistance. The MEPs work with the same people that we do, small, medium-sized manufacturers. They provide insight on lean manufacturing. They help small folks develop business plans. They help them do staffing plans. They're much more on the entire part of the business. Whereas we're just looking at, once you're inside the factory, how do your process lines work? How are you dealing with your water that's on the floor? How are you dealing with that sort of stuff? So we are entirely complementary with the MEP folks. We routinely work with them. I actually have a bi-weekly call with my MEP colleagues, and we engage in a lot of, so we're good friends, and so we work and play together all the time. They have their area, which is a little bit broader than ours, and we focus just on the machines in the building and the building envelope, whether it's heated or cooled or lighted or whatever, whereas they're working on a lot more stuff. So the relationship is complementary and entirely symbiotic. They refer to us, we refer to them, and we're happy to continue to do so. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you, John.
Yeah.
If there are further questions for John, I encourage you to sit with him at lunch.
Yeah.
Yeah, great job.
Thanks.
So John will be on the panel also, so we can have a chance to talk to him. Okay, while we are setting up the presentation, so we have two more presentations, one from University of Louisiana, the first one. University of Louisiana is a host to Energy Institute of Louisiana. The actual director for Energy Institute, Mark Zappi, couldn't make it last minute. So he sent his colleague, Emmanuel Revellame. He's here. He's associate professor in engineering technology and also is part of the Energy Institute of Louisiana. And he's been working in the field of bioprocessing, bioseparation, phase equilibrium studies, wastewater treatment technologies, and waste to energy conversion technologies for over 10 years. And his research in these fields include optimization, modeling, and techno-economic studies. And he's also a research scholar in the Energy Institute of Louisiana and has contributed substantially more than 40 peer-reviewed publications and presentations in these fields. Before he starts, I wanted to mention that the Energy Institute of Louisiana, one of the reasons why I invited them is that they've actually established large-scale, pilot-scale facilities in all, starting from solar to large microgrids involving solar thermal, electricity, biomass processing. And so I thought that would be a good way to learn from them on how these pilots work with the industry. So, Manu.
Thank you, Dr. Sunkara. Again, Mark Zappi sends his apologies. When he handed me these slides, these are his slides, he said, if there are errors, we can blame him. No, he didn't say that. So, again, in behalf of the other people here listed in this slide and the Energy Institute of Louisiana, I would like to thank the organizers for having us and present our work on different concepts that we are developing for decarbonization of wastewater treatment facilities. John mentioned that this is one area that Department of Energy is looking into. And actually earlier this year, there was an FOA, I think it was coming from Bioenergy Technology Office, that came out specifically for decarbonizing water resource facilities. Our goal as well is, at the same time, while we are decarbonizing wastewater treatment facilities, is we want to convert them into some kind of urban biorefineries. The concept of urban biorefineries was pioneered by Mark Zappi, early 2000s, so it's not a new technology as well, or not a new concept. And just like what Dr. Sunkara mentioned, he is the, how do I do that?
Use the directional arrow. Yeah, there you go.
Mark Zappi is the executive director of the Energy Institute of Louisiana. In the last 5 years, we were able to obtain over $30 million in funding. There are about 50 UL faculty involved in the institute and an army of graduate and undergraduate students. And then the institute basically houses different centers from traditional conventional petroleum systems to renewable energy and chemicals up to environmental protection. We are big in industry collaboration partnerships. So we have the CLECO Alternative Energy Center there, which is a partnership between the university and the CLECO Power, which is one of the power industry in Louisiana. There we are, we have pilot scale biomass conversion facilities. We have microgrid facilities and a battery charging facility. We also have probably one of the largest, if not the largest, solar energy facility in the Southeast. And then most recently we have established the Louisiana C1 extension just in 2002. All right, so decarbonization of wastewater treatment facilities. Basically, this slide here shows us kind of like the motivation of why we are doing this. The urban areas, as we know, are the main consumers of food, energy, and water. And at the same time, the urban areas are the main producers of garbage, sludges, and greenhouse gas emissions. And so our vision is to convert or to reduce those waste, right? And at the same time, create renewable energy, obviously reuse water, and then capture the carbon. So here we are going to talk about very, very specific industry. Just like John mentioned again in the first presentation, kind of like we have to know where the carbon are coming from so that we can kind of strategize what to do with those. All right, so this one right here is a snapshot of what's happening in the US with respect to waste generation, where are they coming from and all that. So 250 million tons of municipal solid waste generated annually in the US. Together with that, we have 23,000 billion gallons of wastewater that needs to be treated. And the treatment of that generates biosolid, all right? About 7 to 8 million dry tons of biosolids. Then we have 60 million dry tons of manures. And with all that, most of the biosolids goes into landfill or land application. Most of the municipal solid waste the same way. And with all that, it generates about, or more than 6 billion tons of CO2. Now, if we put them in the landfill or we treat the wastewater, together with that CO2, methane is also produced. The ratio, if we're talking about conventional or normal ratio, for every 3 tons of CO2, there are 2 tons of methane. And so, since methane, as we know, is more potent than CO2, about 20 to 30 times, they said. So 2 times, 20, we're looking at about 46 billion tons of CO2 generated coming from this waste. That's annually, all right? And then, together with that, treatment of the wastewater is an expensive process as well. It requires a lot of energy. And that energy is coming from somewhere that generates CO2, all right? So, all in all, the approximation right now is about 23 million tons of CO2 is coming from the energy that are used to treat the wastewater. Right? So, but then, we have methane, we have biosolids, they have energy content. So while we are reducing the CO2 or decarbonize these wastewater treatment facilities, there is a possibility as well that we could generate energy and so we can eliminate those energy requirements. Okay? And so there is a potential here that the wastewater treatment facilities could be energy sufficient and while we are decarbonizing them. It is good to mention here as well that these wastewater treatment facilities where we are treating the wastewater, they are typically in the urban areas as well. Right now, where we are sitting right now, correct me if I'm mistaken, there are in 20-mile radius from where we are right now, there are 2 wastewater treatment facilities. There are about 16,000 of these operating in the US, so they are in existence. All right, so what our goal is to use them and convert them into biorefineries. All right, so this slide right here presents a process that we developed. We recently patented this, and this deals with the biosolids in the municipal solid waste. Okay, so the thing to do with them is, pass them through several processes, thermal and biochemical and biological as well, and then in that process, create different product streams. This is what the idea of biorefinery, right? So this is not the focus of the talk for today. Actually, this one is. Okay, so this is what a typical municipal wastewater process looks like. Kind of like a simplified version of it. Right? So we have wastewater coming in from the left. It could be municipal, it could be industrial. And then it undergoes physical process, that's the first one. Biological, that's the second one. Aeration reactor right there. And then the third one is actually chemical. It's not shown in this slide right here, but the chemical is typically ozonation or chlorination and all that. All right, so to deal with the sludge generated on the aeration reactor there, another biological process is added, which is the anaerobic digestion there, right? In that anaerobic digestion, that's where the methane is produced, and some CO2, okay? So we can see in this process here that the greenhouse gases are coming out from the aeration reactor and from the aerobic or anaerobic digestion, right? So if we want to decarbonize this process, that's where we need to focus, those two. And so most of the concepts that I am going to present today are focused on those two, all right? It is also important to mention, I think, here in this slide that there are tax credits if we do this. Okay, on the first one, on the aeration reactor there, the CO2 coming out of that reactor is actually close to the level of the CO2 in the atmosphere. If we do that, if we capture that, there is a tax credit. I think it's about $185 or $180 per ton of CO2 captured. It's a DAC or a direct air capture. And then if we capture the gases coming out of the anaerobic digester, I think the tax credit there is about $85 per ton. Right, so there is an opportunity there. All right, so the challenge. It should be noted here, and I forgot to mention here that the main goal of these wastewater treatment facilities right now is to treat our water. And if we are going to play with this facility so that we can decarbonize them, we have to keep that. We don't need to jeopardize that in order for us to convert them into biorefineries. And so the challenge is, how do we do that? Again, how do we convert the CO2, the methane, and the organic carbons coming out of these facilities without jeopardizing that functionality? All right, so again, our concepts are based on that wastewater treatment facility flow. All right, so the first area here, the first concept, is to completely remove the anaerobic digestion. All right, the sludge that we are generating from the aeration reactor there, we're going to take that and we are going to make adhesives out of that. The microorganisms coming from the aeration reactor is made up of proteins, sugars, and lipids. All right? Proteins and carbohydrates or sugars can be made into adhesives. Right? There are commercial products out there right now that are based on soybean proteins. They are called green glues. Right? And they are selling at more than $1.30 per pound. All right, so again, the idea is to utilize those protein and carbohydrates to produce green glues. And these are some of the preliminary testing that we did at UL Lafayette. See here, we have the glue, we have the wood glued into surfaces, and you can see the wood broke, but the glue stayed there. So the quality of the glue is there, and if we compare that with the soybean oil, the soybean protein, the glue produced from soybean protein. Looking at this plot right here, the topmost is 100% soybean protein. The bottommost is 100% sludge. Okay? So you can see the line there, commercial viability threshold, that's the acceptable limit. 100% biosolid is just right below it, which means that it is a good, already kind of good quality. That's not really pass it, but it's right there. So if we mix them, you have soybean protein and then biosolid protein, you can see at 90% it is already above. At 90% blend, 90% biosolid, 10% soybean protein, the quality is already above, way above the threshold. All right, so there is again a huge potential here of creating glue. In fact, we are capturing the carbon. We are capturing the carbon and putting that into these useful materials. Some estimation of economics here, and this is based on a 10 million gallons per day sewage plant. We have a capex and opex of about 0.6 per pound, and a selling price of about 90 cents a pound. It evaluates sewage sludge to about $600 per dry ton. Right now, those sludges goes into landfill or land disposal. If they go into landfill, we are paying, on the average across the US, about $50 per dry ton. Probably a little higher in those places where there are limited space in landfill. But on the average in the US, it's about $50 per dry ton. Instead of paying, we could earn about $600 per ton. And one cool thing about this I forgot to mention here is that whenever we make glue, for example, you take a protein from soybean, you basically add water to it, about 85%. About 85% of that is water. Now, the biosolid that is coming out of wastewater treatment facility is about 85% water. And so most of the expenses of wastewater treatment facility dealing with biosolid is actually dealing with that water. So dewatering it so that they can reduce the volume so that they don't have to pay too much for disposal. All right, so, again, there is an opportunity there. And the amount of money or operating expenses of wastewater treatment facilities right now, about 50% of that goes into disposal of this biosolid. All right, so again, R&D area number 2, conversion of microbial lipids from activated sludge and use them as commercial oleochemical feedstocks. Remember I mentioned that for the glues, the portion of the sludge that we are using are the proteins and the carbohydrates. We're not using the lipids yet. So here there is an opportunity to use that for oleochemical feedstock production. So what can we do with the lipids? We can make biodiesel, we can make renewable diesel, we can make soap, we can make cosmetic, just like a regular vegetable oil feedstock. All right, so here again, we take the waste sludge. Basically, we're taking away, or we are removing the anaerobic digestion unit, and then we're taking the sludge and extracting the lipids out of that. And then the residual solid from there, which consists of protein and carbohydrate, will go into glue production. All right? These are what it looks like after extraction and biodiesel conversion. Again, this is just one route. You can convert them into biodiesel or some other product. Some numbers there, some economics, but this is on the optimistic 30% lipid content in the sludge. Again, optimistic. Realistically, it's probably in the 7% range, which will bring up the cost to probably about $7.50. All right, so again, if we look at these numbers right here, all right, we have to reach about 30% lipids in that sludge, 30% by weight. In order for us to do that, there is an stimulus that we can apply to activated sludge so that they can accumulate more fat or oil. All right, just like us, if we eat a lot of sugar, we tend to accumulate fat. Same thing with that. All right, so what can we do? Feed them more carbon. Where can we get that carbon? From the anaerobic digestion. All right, so the anaerobic digestion, just like what I mentioned earlier, is for production of methane to stabilize that sludge. In doing so, you produce methane, you produce carbon dioxide. But we can stop that process somewhere in the middle, such that instead of producing methane, it will produce what we call organic acids, volatile organic acids, like vinegar or acetic acid. And then that vinegar is like candy to the microorganisms in the aerobic chamber or the aeration reactor. And so they're going to eat them, they're going to grow fatter than usual, and then we can extract the lipid out of them. All right, so again, playing with those two biological processes so that we can utilize the carbon within those two instead of releasing that into the atmosphere. So we're going to produce microbial lipids, and in doing so as well, we are reducing the biogas flow, and then the biogas is produced or composed mainly of hydrogen, biohydrogen. So sometimes this process right here of kind of stopping the anaerobic digestion somewhere in the middle is called arrested anaerobic digestion. That's the terminology that they are using out there. But typically you just stop somewhere in the middle so that the process doesn't go full into the methane production. All right, I think I'm running out of time. So this is kind of like what happens, all right? So we can take a lot of waste, different waste streams. We can put that into anaerobic digestion, and then in doing so, create those organic acids, vinegar, lactic acid, and so on. And then we can feed those to the microorganisms in the activated sludge, and in doing so, they're going to grow fat, and then we can extract the oil, okay? And so you can see here that the oil that are produced are actually cleaner than from the raw activated sludge. This is kind of like what is happening whenever I said you stop the anaerobic digestion in the middle. So you can see at the bottom here, this is organic acid. It is realistically produced in the natural process. All right, and you can see one of the organic acid goes really high, somewhere in the middle, and it goes away towards the end, because those go into methane production. And so if we stop somewhere in the middle and collect that liquid that is rich in organic acid that we can feed into the microorganisms for them to grow fat. This is just tracking what happens on the activated sludge while they are eating the organic acid. We can see the blue trace there. The biomass is growing, that means they like it. And then the green trace there is the lipids. So the lipids are going up, they are getting fat. And then the bottom is the BOA. So they are eating the BOA, or the organic acids. This number 4 right here is essentially taking the biogas produced from the anaerobic digestion. So we're gonna let it go into the full digestion mode. We're going to collect the methane in there, and then we're going to feed that to a specific group of microorganisms that is in the aerobic reactor. Right? That specific group is called methanotropes. And what they do is they eat methane for growth. All right? So again, taking a specific kind of like modification of these two processes so that we can eliminate the greenhouse gas emission from the facility. And these are some of the initial results that we have. You can see the black one right there is the system that we fed with methane. And you can see the difference between the control, which is just the sludge feeding into acetic acid, and then the black one is feeding into methane. And you can see the significant increase there. And then the last one is actually on algae. So once we capture the methane, we still have CO2. Sorry, let me go back to. Once we capture the methane from the biogas produced on the anaerobic digestion, we still have CO2 coming out of that aeration chamber. And so to eliminate that, we're gonna feed that into algae. All right, and so again, this is a DAC strategy, direct air capture strategy, which could have a significant tax credit. One of the concerns is because the airstream coming out of the aeration or aerobic reactor contains heterotrophic bacteria, and so the main concern is that going to affect your algae? And based on our initial results, it does not. There is actually a symbiotic relationship between them. All right, again, this is the C1 extension because of all that expertise that we developed. We were given about $200,000 of initial funding in 2022, and there is some more comment from the state of Louisiana. And that's it. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Emmanuel. Good questions? Good job, man. You got them stunned.
Thank you.
Thank you, Emmanuel. Okay, for those of you who just came in, is everyone finding the Wi-Fi and all of that? It's H Honors is the name of the network you need. The password is Premium Guest, all one word. And then you can find the program through the QR codes that are on your table. You want to follow along?
Okay. Okay, we have the next speaker coming from University of Kentucky, Center for Applied Energy Research. Is Associate Director on a cementitious materials group at Center for Applied Energy Research, Bob Jewell. He's been at University of Kentucky CAER for many years, and his research encompasses high performance concrete technologies, fabrication of new low energy, low CO2 emitting construction materials, including cements and concretes from industrial byproducts, process development for ash benefaction, beneficiation, and he is also focused on smart energy harvesting cementitious materials for civil engineering structures. He authored many technical reports, publications, and patents, has more than 18 years of energy research related to cementitious materials and industrial byproduct utilization. And he's being supported by US Department of Energy and US Department of Defense. So, Bob.
Thank you, everyone. Bear with me. Yesterday I didn't have a voice, so I'm working with what I got today. So I'm Louisville. I grew up in Louisville. I went to UK and stayed put. So I have an older brother that went to U of L, so we have some great family competition when it comes to some of the ball games. But so today I wanted to talk to you a bit about the work we're doing in industrial decarbonization. Our background is in industrial byproduct utilization. So many times I have an industry showing up with a 5-gallon bucket of solids saying, hey, we're throwing this away, we're paying a lot of money, what can we do with it? So we develop process systems to divide that out into useful streams and find some commercial avenue in which that product will provide some benefit in production or performance. A lot of those industries are large volume wastes. So naturally we turn to our large volume producer in concrete. Over the years, people put a lot of stuff into concrete. I'm quite surprised. I see NASA's working on using astronaut blood and urine and developing hydration products for space travel. That's interesting. So we develop performance construction materials, and we also like to push the envelope a little bit on developing alternatives to Portland cements. So we'll get into a bit why on looking at decarbonization. The obligatory chart. This is be great if this is your retirement account, right? But indeed it's not. Of course, we are well aware of our CO2 increase over the years. I'm curious if anyone knows what that little period of decarbonization is right at the top there. COVID, yes, good job. Yeah, so, despite the many bad things COVID provided, including video conferencing, it did provide a period of decarbonization, okay? It's very interesting. So a reduction in transportation, so a change in habits alone sparks a decarbonization, right? That's interesting. But why bother? There's a lot of industrial emissions going on, and that's sort of the focus of, I think, a lot of people in this room is what we're trying to do. Process heating, of course, fossil fuels, electricity generation, other fuels, so burning rubber tires, and non-energy related processes, the things like calcination of in a cement kiln. And another chart we've seen many of in a lot of different talks. But staying on route as we are, so the business as usual case will take us up to 57 gigatons of CO2 by 2050. Of course, we see that chart's broken out to many different areas, and we know that there's not one golden nugget out there, and that's why we're here. That's why we all represent many different backgrounds to come up with that combined solution to that target. But regardless, we can't sit and expect things to change. So John pointed out the roadmap, and yes, there's a lot of roadmaps. I've sat through many talks of different roadmaps. In fact, the guy had a great slide, had roadmap copies just dropping on a slide through like the next 3 minutes of his talk. It's pretty wild what's out there. But I'm a researcher. I spent a lot of time watching what DOE is putting out, so I grabbed their 4 key pillars off a recent funding opportunity announcement. And John already covered those, so I won't spend time looking at that. And then in that particular funding opportunity announcement, it broke out into these different sectors. John also highlighted some of this. Chemicals were one of the most intensive as far as industrial CO2 production. And on down the list, you can see that there on what else is available and the related greenhouse gas emissions. My background is in cement and concrete, so you can naturally guess where I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking to you. Of course, this shows a little more detailed breakout of industrial sectors. So about 30% of CO2 emissions we blame on industrial processes. Commercial 17%, residential 19%, and transportation is around 35%. So you can break out that industry, the industrial part, and we'll look at the cement and concrete development, which is a small fraction, about 2%, but it's pretty intensive, small percent. So let's look at decarbonizing the cement industry. Cement and concrete is vital. I mean, you'd be pressed to run your day without having some interaction with cement and concrete. Roads, runways, bridges, waterways, it's out there, it's prevalent, and it requires a lot of material. The Portland Cement Association has a roadmap. Of course, every industry is going to have a roadmap focused on what they need to know. So for cement production, clinker, raw materials going into that, the actual manufacture of the cement, how it's being produced, the temperatures in which it's being produced, the emissions coming off of that cement manufacturing, the actual concrete, what's going into the concrete, what are we blending it with? Is there a way to reduce the clinker content by diluting it with something else? Construction practices. What are our expectations from our construction industry? Is 20-year design life, is that enough? Why spend the CO2 to install that structure to 20 years later emit that much more CO2 to demolish it and then put it back in again? What are the expectations, or what are the materials, abilities that we currently have or could have to extend that design life? And then carbonation. Concrete, cement, when it hydrates, it loves to carbonate, some more than others. And there's a lot of good companies out there that are capitalizing on that, Carbon Cure for one, and some other industries that are looking to store carbon in our cement and concrete. I thought this was interesting, and I realize the charts might be a little small for everybody, but this is on global CO2 emissions. Cement manufacturing generates the most CO2 emissions per revenue dollar. So the big blue line is the cement industry, so that's 6.9 kilograms of CO2 per dollar. Chemicals below it is 0.3 kilograms CO2 emissions per dollar, even though chemicals, we saw that had the highest percentage of CO2 emissions in the industry sector. It's interesting. I mean, we appreciate that. You can go to Lowe's or Home Depot and you can grab you a bag of ready-mix concrete it's pretty cheap. I mean, honestly, it's really cheap. But for the amount of CO2 that's produced through calcining raw materials, the energy put into heating those materials, on and on. It's pretty remarkable what we actually get to pay for it. So looking at decarbonizing the cement industry. So I've somewhat briefly touched each of these already, but there's a lot of sections we can look at, and at least what my group spends a lot of time on is the combustion fuel, or not the fuels, but the raw materials going into the kiln. Those are often limestone rich, You calcite at a certain temperature to drive off the CO2, so you have a reactive line product, along with some other things to get the ideal phases you want for you allow your cement to harden. Of course, emissions related to heating this kiln and what's coming off of it, the fuels, and then grinding. You get the rocks that come out of the kiln are hard, you have to grind it. That takes a lot of energy. They're large. I don't know if anyone's been out to a cement kiln. I encourage you to go just because it's fascinating and I like to see industry in operation. But they're big, they put off a lot of heat, and they do a lot of good effort on utilizing the waste heat coming off these kilns, but still, I mean, there's a lot of heat coming off that something needs to be done with, and of course, clinker grinding. Now, I'm quoting a colleague, was once my boss, Tom Roble. I like this quote, and it's true. So replacing and displacing Portland cement is one of the greatest materials engineering challenges of our time. Portland cement works. It works well, it's predictable, and it will do what we want it to do in the short term. Okay, long term, you know, we obviously know there's issues because we're always replacing and re-engineering our construction industry. Why settle for something that just works good enough? Because we're comfortable with it. We need to push that, especially when we're looking at decarbonizing. What other materials can we be using for our predominant engineering material to build our societies? And so I'll dig a little bit into the weeds now on some detail. So hopefully you have a full cup of coffee. We had a recent award that we just completed last fall. And they asked from the Department of Energy's Advanced Research Projects Agency for Energy, ARPA-E. They wanted an extreme durable concrete. Okay, so they were well aware of that design life needs to change. Hey, can you make a cement that has extreme durability? And they wanted us to focus on baelite. This is one of the hydration phases in the cement that provides strength. But this is a baelite versus, say, something like alite, which hydrates quickly, gains strength quickly. Baelite is slow. It takes a lot of effort to push it down the road, but it'll get there eventually. Okay, but slow construction is not what anybody wants, so it's a challenge. And so this is what you end up getting into. So we have, in our lab, we have batch scale kilns, so we can run these little small pellets to compare our predictive models to what is actually happening in the furnace. And then we can take that, we have a pile scale rotary kiln, so we can then phase up and see if our models will exist at more of a production level, and then we get enough quantity to test out performance, okay? So Portland cement is typically heated at around 1450 degrees Celsius. That's its manufacturing temperature. And I have baelite CSA, so that's calcium sulfate aluminate cement. Portland cement, if you think of it, when it hydrates, the glue, the binder is a gel, calcium silicate hydrate gel. CSA is a phase in it called yalummite, which hydrates to form a hexagonal crystal called Atre. So you can think of a Velcro structure. That's where it gets its strength, and it kicks off fast. And it's so it's a fast reacting cement, and it's strong. So that's why we coupled that slow horse, the baelite, which DOE wanted, had some belief that provided the durability with the high strength CSA part. And so CSAs are commercially manufactured. They are manufactured around 1250 degrees C. So obviously at a lower operating temperature than Portland cement. So there's energy savings there, fuel savings as well. And the clinker that comes from a CSA, that rock that's rolling out of the kiln, is actually much softer than a Portland clinker. So it takes less energy to grind. So overall it has a less energy intensive cement. It's not used as standalone cement in the materials world. It is often added to Portland cement as sort of a set accelerator or modifier. But we can take that, so in this table here that I don't expect you to be able to see, so 1250 is our standard CSA operating temperature. So we are producing some of our cements around 1050 degrees Celsius. So it doesn't seem like much, but it's actually quite a big deal if you're looking at the amount of production a cement industry goes through. So, and then the novelty that comes out of that is looking at some combinations of a flux to create a melt at a lower temperature, and then mineralizer to stabilize those phases at that low temperature. And we were able to do that. It was fascinating. And Baylite, if you didn't know, has 3 different polymorphs, an alpha, beta, and a gamma. The alpha form is the most reactive form. So we made sure to engineer our Baylite with that alpha polymorph. So looking at what that breakout is. So C2S, this is cement notation, so I apologize to the chemists in the room, try not to make sense of it. So the beta, alpha, and the gamma. But the point is, so the far 2 columns represent the cements we created in the lab for the RPE project. So I had roughly 53 and 59% Baylite present, up from a typical CSA plant, that's a commercial plant, that's around 22% Baylite. So not much, but it's present. And the 41%, there is some cement plants that are out there doing industrial test runs of some of these Baylite CSA materials, whereas your Portland cement has a roughly 25% Baylite present, just to give you some difference. And so there's our cement. Doesn't look much different than Portland cement. It's gray. Actually performs much the same, feels the same, smells different, I'll point out. But at any rate, so it has a high Baylite content along with the CSA, okay? Now here's a strength, compressive strength of concrete cylinders, 3-inch by 6-inch cylinders. The light blue column on the far left, dark blue on the screen, is a Portland cement strength. So at 28 days is often a metric compressive strength for concrete. And I apologize, this is in megapascals. So that light blue one was designed for 6,000 PSI at 28 days. So the next column over is a commercial CSA, calcium sulfoaluminate cement. So you see at day 1, it gained a lot more strength than Portland. That's what it's supposed to do. But then they level out and they sort of run the same amount of strength gain. So take the next column over is our RPE cement, so the Baylite, the high volume Baylite CSA cement. So I mentioned that Baylite is a sort of a very non-reactive phase, but we were able to push along. So right out of the gate, we had similar performance as a commercial CSA, even though it was greatly diluted compared to a 100% Eternite CSA cement. But then you can go in and look at the chemical admixture industry is massive, and there's a lot of options. So one step into that, looking at a water-reducing admixture, is what we did with the column on the far right. And you can see our strength jumped up exponentially, well not exponentially, but quite a bit. So the point to that is you're using a Baylite CSA cement in particular, and there's other options out there. We're currently investigating a different, we call hybrid cements, so different combinations, picking out the best components of what industry knows is the best phases for looking at performance and durability. But what you get with this is a very dense system. Where you have concrete failure is either, and I should say strength is not a marker of great durability over time, but what helps is the density of that material and the ability to prevent the external world from getting into it, from getting into that rebar, the steel that's embedded in it. When steel sees any form of hydration or chlorides, it's going to rust, expand, crack, and so on and so forth. So anyway, this provides a very dense system that is very resistant to anything externally penetrating it to break it apart. And just as I mentioned it, but here's some numbers for you to consider. This is from the International Energy Agency, DOE, and this through some verbal communication with cement plants. We're looking at the various contributions of the processes for developing the cement. The net, or the total Portland, was around 1,650 to 1,740 pounds per ton of CO2 emissions. The slight dilution factor when you add gypsum is blended into the final cement to prevent flash set. So you're looking at around 1,570 to 1,650 for Portland. CSA is a sulfated cement, so you're able to add around 20% gypsum, so that brings you down around 360 to 620 pounds of CO2. So just by the nature of shifting to a different cement type has a great influence on the amount of CO2 produced. And as I mentioned, why does that matter? Durable materials that last a long time. Put it in, expect it to last its life, at least our lifetime. So we're not dealing with the extra CO2 emissions of placement, demolishing, and getting the material yet again. Same idea, it'd be nice to have our iPhones more than, I don't know how many generations I'm on at this point, but durable iPhone, there you go. So now I'm showing you can push down that firing temperature. So, okay, great, now I have a performance product I'm creating with less CO2 emissions, lower energy costs to produce it. Do I still need to be using typical manufacturing technology, a big rotary kiln? I don't know, maybe not. Maybe we can look into electrification. I have a picture of a conveyor belt. That may not be the answer, but the point is, there's probably other options out there that we can meet production needs and systems that are enclosed to have better efficiency in capturing CO2 emissions. And touch briefly on a new area for my group in particular, and thanks to the PPL Corporation, is in looking at CO2 mineralization from cement manufacturing. So, but not so much as in the capturing the gas and storing it. I'm wanting to use it. So our approach is to produce a value-added byproduct. So we are capturing the CO2 and creating a carbonated product that is as performance strength development in both Portland and CSA systems. And this is just stepped into this. Literally last December we started this, doing this work. And we've had some great successes so far, and highly anxious to keep that moving along. And some very high-level summary points. Research, development, and innovation. I mean, this is where it's at. This is what we're talking about. This is what's needed to make that change. Let's not wait on the next COVID for decarbonization. We have the ability and know-how now. Let's keep this moving. Lifestyle change. You live your life out of habit. Probably a lot of what you do during the day is just by nature of what you're used to doing. Don't have the same expectations of your products that you're using. Seek those low energy, low CO2 products. Drive that change. Don't just be part of the habit. Of course, I'm preaching to the choir. I learned this myself here. Construction expectations. We are literally paving the world. Literally. You can't go anywhere without concrete roadways, highway expansions, parking lots. Fine, I get we need to do that, but is there another more valuable material, less carbon intensive material we could be using? Nature knows best. Nature's been absorbing CO2 for a few years now. And the benefit of Google is you can start checking out random thoughts. So one mature tree absorbs 48 pounds of CO2 per year. Somebody can argue me this, but all I can tell you is I looked up at the Arbor Day Foundation. So about 42 trees are needed per ton of CO2 absorption per year. So a typical North American forest has 50 trees per acre. Of course, so naturally we can't rely on nature to get us there. But also, fun fact, so the United States is 2.43 billion acres surface area. So even if we covered the US with trees instead of concrete, we still wouldn't get to that 57 gigaton goal. Thank you.
Okay, questions for Bob? Yeah, Mahendra.
Recently, there is a study by the Roman way of doing the concrete. Can you comment on what would that be in terms of CO2 intensity for that type of?
Yes, Dan, thank you. So Roman cement concrete, right? Yeah, that is a common conversation right now. It's a big topic up for debate, and there is 50% of these people think this, 50% think that about Roman cement and concrete. And that's where Baylite, that DOE topic came from. Baylite is one of those phases that came up with Roman cements. We also think a bit, back in Roman times, the location in which those materials were put, what are the external interactions with that? You didn't have trucks running down the roadways with de-ice results. There wasn't embedded rebar. We weren't building vertical structures. They also had incredible engineers, and they were literally hand-packed a lot of those materials in, which created a very dense structure. Okay, so the natural external forces were at a tough time getting through that. And yeah, so a lot of it is still standing. I will also point out a lot of it is not still standing. But it is a very durable material, and just to prove that point that there are other options, it maybe does go into manufacturing different options as well.
Anyone else?
Jacek Jasinski from the Center. I have a question regarding the fillers in the cement. I mean, you were talking about the durability and also preventing hydration during the time. So how important would be to apply, I mean, and probably this is already used, how important is the use of filler in the cement?
Great question, thank you. So filler products or supplementary cementitious materials. Fly ash, you live in Kentucky, or if you live in Kentucky, you have a lot of coal ash in your backyard. You'll be hard pressed to find what is termed a performance cementitious concrete that does not have fly ash in it. Why? Because it has strength over time, but it densifies the structure. And it's not just fly ash, there are many other fillers that go into it that are, there's fillers, but then there's reactive materials that are going into it as well. Some of our cement plants are switching to Portland type 1L. So type 1 is your typical Portland cement, but L is a limestone filler that are going into it. What that allows it to do is dilute the clinker, so reduce your clinker concentration. So the clinker is what is the biggest energy intensity factor going into it. But you can reduce that with limestone and still see the same performance expectations out of the final concrete. So yeah, there are ways of looking at decarbonization with fillers, and there's a lot of different type of fillers out there. We specialize in industrial byproduct fillers that go into it, but there's a lot of synthetic ones out there as well. And those do play into the story for decarbonizing. Yeah.
Got time for one last question for Bob? Anybody? All right, big hand for Bob.
Thank you.
We are going to take a break until 11 o'clock. So you got 15 minutes to stretch your legs, grab coffee. Restrooms are back down the hall toward the front door to the left. And could I please see the members of the upcoming panel? Chuck Beach, Mark McGinley, Sumedha, and John Schmeek. Thanks. See you 11.
tightened up here. Don't worry about it. You're welcome. Harshid.
Man, you are so difficult to catch hold of. I wasn't here. So what did I do? I was about 1,000 miles away, actually, because I had to drive. So back and forth to Boston. On sabbatical was in Boston.
I just saw you in the parking lot yesterday.
No, I'm not talking about yesterday.
Oh. I was like, you drove 1,000 miles back from Boston yesterday.
I got back about 2 months.
Okay. You put it in that same folder, the
It should be there on the front folder itself, LMG.
this one. Okay. Oh, I'm just gonna open that and save as. Save. Close it. Eject it. Yeah. All right, brother. We got her. We got her. Okay, if I can get everybody to come back in, find your spot.
We're going to get going with this cool panel on decarbonization next.
Mahendra, you want to call your panelists up? Or,
So we're going to have one more chat here where I'm going to have Sundar talk about MBDA, which is a minority thing.
Cool. Okay.
Similar to what John
You want to do that
mentioned.
first? Or?
Yeah, we'll start with it.
Okay, go ahead.
Happy.
Are you figuring it to tip over?
Totally do. Okay. Waiting for one more.
Sumedha will be right back.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to get started with this while we are waiting for Sumedha. But before I start this panel, I would like to introduce my colleague from University of Louisville, who actually they run sort of like a minority business development center on advanced manufacturing. But I think based on the last comment that John made about the implementation grants, there is another program coming from MBDA, Agency for Minority Businesses, about $750 million to do the implementation of energy efficiency and decarbonization type of technologies. So Sumedha, please. So I'm going to give a chance for my colleague from University of Louisville, Dr. Sundar Atre, to explain about this MBDA center, and then hopefully we'll take questions on that later.
Thank you, Mahendra. I'm Sundar Atre. I'm Endowed Chair of Manufacturing Materials and currently the Director of the Kentucky MBDA Advanced Manufacturing Center. We launched about slightly over a year and a half ago. It is a new agency through the Department of Commerce that is directly involved in connecting minority-owned businesses to new opportunities in advanced manufacturing in this particular case. And of course, that's through the new range infrastructure bill and so on. There's a lot of opportunity, especially in manufacturing related to the energy sector, the clean energy sector. You heard a few of those ideas at the opening session, and there are more of those available. And so the opportunity really is for us to partner with the COM Center for Renewable Energy Research, as well as others over here that are participating online as well as in-house, to try to see how some of those new programs can be built to have a larger impact to underserved minorities, especially bringing more people into the fold and more ideas into the fold into the clean energy sector. With that, thank you for being here and we can proceed into the panel's discussion.
Okay, so in the panel, we're going to have 3 small presentations. You already heard from John, so we put him on the panel again so that you can ask more questions. We'll have more time to discuss. I'm going to introduce Sumedha Rao. She actually represents Mayor's Office on Sustainability. She's actually the Executive Director in the Mayor's Office of Sustainability, Louisville Metro Government. And she is committed to catalyzing robust, inclusive, and collaborative solutions for greener Louisville. Sumedha has a background in urban sustainability, environmental policy, and green buildings in the United States and India. In 2022, she was named a future leader by the Aspen Institute among 100 climate leaders in North America under the age of 30. Sumedha holds a master's degree in sustainability science from the University of Massachusetts Amherst, a bachelor's degree in environmental science from St. Joseph's College in India, and a leadership in energy and environmental design, and lead AP accreditation. So, Sumedha.
Advance with the buttons.
Well, thank you all so much for having me. I really appreciate this opportunity. I've learned a lot already this morning and looking forward to learning more. And also thankful to be able to share a little bit about what we've been doing at Louisville Metro Government. So this is just a quick overview of our office, some of the programs we have going on, and some of the plans for the future. And also we have the Mayor's Office of Sustainability is actually about a month old, so this is a great chance to introduce everyone to the new office and give you a little bit of background. So introducing the Mayor's Office of Sustainability, some of you who have been around for a long time in the area, unlike me, might already be familiar with this history, but Louisville first got its Government Office of Sustainability back in 2012 through Mayor Fisher, and then there were budget cuts and it kind of got merged into planning, and we were buried within 4 layers of departments. Mayor Greenberg just re-elevated us to the Mayor's Office, which is a great way to continue the work that we've been doing over the past 10 years, but also with better visibility and better ability to collaborate. We are technically an office of one. It's me, I'm the office, but I also work in close collaboration with lots of partners across Louisville Metro Government as well as beyond. Specifically, I work very closely with our energy manager, Zachary Tyler, who I'll tell you a little bit more about the stellar work that he's been doing. And we also have an intern from U of L, Alyssa Burton, who's been spectacular and is with us through the summer. So just a quick history and overview of our sustainability efforts. Of course, this is the customary slide. Temperatures have been rising, not just globally, but in Louisville over the past several years. And in fact, a study by Georgia Tech University found that Louisville is the fastest warming urban heat island in the US. So not a list we want to top, but it is what it is. And you know, of course, we just had the storms that caused the massive power cuts this past weekend. I'm sure some of you were affected by that. And in addition, we also had the floods last year and the tornadoes. Kentucky spent about $1 billion last year on climate-related disasters, and we're seeing that spending rapidly rise in the U.S. And that's going to be about $145 trillion up to 2050 if we don't try to do some mitigation. And the other thing about expensive climate change is that it's not also impacting everyone equally. The urban heat island study, for example, showed that the areas that are heating the fastest in Louisville pretty much coincide with the historically redlined communities in Louisville. So you'll see that the parts of the city that are in West Louisville with higher concentrations of communities of color and lower income communities do experience environmental crises at a higher rate. So learning about the impacts of climate change on Louisville helped us undertake a lot of different studies and plans to inform what our actions would be. So we've got a lot of plans, as you can see. It started with Sustain Louisville, our very first sustainability plan. We did a greenhouse gas inventory in 2016, and we also did a greenhouse gas emissions reduction plan in 2020 and a climate adaptation plan. And all of these have kind of helped inform a lot of the strategies that we undertake. So specifically, the 2016 greenhouse gas inventory is just studied scope 1 and 2 emissions for the most part. And as you'll see, our building sector is actually our highest emission source. In a lot of other cities, you may see transportation be a higher slice of that pie, but because of our fossil fuel intensive utility, that is kind of why electricity is kind of the highest use. And so in order to address these, driven by a lot of citizen support, Metro Council passed 2 important resolutions in the past few years. So the first one was a resolution for 100% clean energy, which is a 3-part goal. So Metro leads by example by getting to 100% clean electricity first by 2030, clean energy, which includes electricity, heating, cooling, and transport by 2035, and then 100% clean energy community-wide by 2040. And then just last November, through both council resolution and an mayoral executive order, we committed to establishing a science-based greenhouse gas emissions target of achieving net zero emissions by 2040 and reducing emissions by half by 2030, which we are very aware is about 7 years away. So how do we get to these goals? So everyone in this room probably knows a lot more about this than I do, but it's a balance of reducing demand while also transforming our supply. And on reducing demand within Louisville Metro government, I mentioned my colleague Zachary Tyler earlier. He's the first energy manager that we hired. And just through things like equipment scheduling, he was able to save us $750,000 just in his first year. And in the past couple of years, it's been about $1.5 million that he's been able to save just without a whole lot of upfront investment, just through smart scheduling changes and fixing the billing system. We've also become a part of the U.S. Department of Energy's Better Buildings Challenge, through which we've committed to reduce emissions by 50% by 2030 from our 2016 baseline. Another success that we've been able to achieve through our internal Metro energy work is the establishment of an energy innovation fund that Metro Council formalized. This is kind of like a revolving loan fund. It puts 80% of the energy savings realized each year into more energy projects the following year. So we now have a continuous funding stream to implement some of these improvements, which is really great. And the way that the policy is set up, we are looking to prioritize projects that have a 6-year or sooner return on investment, just so that we can quickly grow that fund and meet our goals faster. So speaking of energy efficiency community-wide, we've got some various programs like our Cool Roof Incentive Program that provides a $1 square foot incentive for highly reflective roofs. We've got EPAD, which is our local PACE program, which provides financing for energy efficiency and water efficiency and clean energy projects. We partner with the local nonprofit Louisville Energy Alliance on various trainings in Energy Star Portfolio Manager and building benchmarking.
And we also were selected for the Department of Energy's Communities Lead Pilot last year, which is an equity-focused clean energy transition program. And we're going to be focusing on making our affordable housing stock energy efficient and clean energy focused to deliver those energy cost savings to residents that need it the most. And quickly on clean energy supply, let me know if I'm getting close to time, okay? So we were fortunate to be able to partner with the National Renewable Energy Lab, and they did a full study on how we can get to that 2030 goal of 100% clean electricity. And they gave us a full spectrum of options that we had to get to that goal. Everything from working closely with our utility, LG&E, and their green tariff program, to being fully independent of the utility and starting our own utility, which is something we didn't know we could do, but now we know that we can. There's also, advocacy, virtual power purchase agreements, etc., that fall kind of in between. So we are still in the process of exploring a number of these options. We're continuing to study with NREL what the green tariff option would look like for Louisville Metro government. We're not as interested in the virtual power purchase agreements because we want to create local jobs and bring clean energy locally. We continue to do utility and state policy advocacy efforts. We just kicked off a study to study municipalization for metro government alone, potentially with the inclusion of some of our quasi-governmental partners, just because the scope of the entire community-wide municipalization was something we couldn't fund. So we're starting with the just metro government study and then seeing where that takes us. And speaking of community-wide clean energy, we do have a program called Solar Over Louisville that we launched last year. It's a bulk purchasing program that connects residents and small businesses who want to go solar to a vetted solar installer that Louisville Metro government has selected, and also negotiated a bulk purchasing discounted price for, so everyone gets discounted solar panels, and also you get to go with a vetted installer. And we were able to install solar panels on 90 plus homes, about 92 homes last year, 7 of which were funded for free through our low-income solar grant program. And we just relaunched that program for 2023, so if anyone's interested in the discounted solar panels for your homes, please go to 100percentlou.com/2040 and you will find all the information about that. We also do reporting, so we like to track and measure what we're doing and see where we stand compared to other cities. We were recently awarded the LEED for City Silver certification by the U.S. Green Building Council. On the Carbon Disclosure Project, we used to be on the A list for 2 years in a row, and then we fell to the B list, and part of that is because they just increased the standard, which is great. But some of the feedback that we have is that we need to double our green space. We need to reduce our private car modal share from like 97% to 40%, and also increase clean energy in our mix from less than 1% to over 80%. So we've got a lot of work to do, and it's just helpful to have this feedback to remind us where we need to be going. So we've been energy focused because we've historically been a very small department, but we do collaborate with a lot of other agencies on other sustainability areas like increasing natural spaces, improving land use planning, transportation, waste, and air quality. So final slide on just some of our quick plans for the new year. As I've said, we've only had this office for a month, so we're still learning a lot, talking to a lot of stakeholders, trying to figure out where we want to go. But we have a good foundation to build on. We have these great local policies for net zero emissions that are guiding and supporting a lot of our work. We have historic federal funding opportunities, and we have strong mayoral support. So with those things, partnerships is something we've realized is a priority because an office of one is not going to be able to achieve net zero emissions by 2040. So working with U of L, working with UK, working with all of you and other partners is going to be critical to meeting our goals equitably. We're also going to start making sure sustainability isn't just a siloed department within Metro, but that we integrate sustainability into how we do everything. So whether it's housing or public safety or any other priority the city has, making sure sustainability is a part of that conversation. Finally, we'll continue to expand our current programs that we're running, like the Solar Over Louisville one, but also exploring some new programs, for example, working on an equity-focused clean energy jobs pilot that will help bring clean energy jobs to low-income and underrepresented communities, build generational wealth through the clean energy industry transformation. So that's it. Yeah, and that's our website, so if you'd like to get in touch.
Chuck Beach. I'm going to introduce the next speaker. Charles Beach is a highly experienced resource efficiency manager, level 3 contractor from Fort Knox. He represents actually Fort Knox. And he's been, he probably held almost all of the positions that I can dream about, I guess. Design, research, construction, and VP of engineering, a variety of positions, and has more than 40 years of experience, and is a PE licensed engineer, and I think he's going to talk about the Energy Island project from Fort Knox.
Morning, everybody. REMS, Resource Efficiency Managers. What is that? It is a position that was created by Congress and the Department of Defense for the various military functions across the globe to aid them in deciding what they should do about energy in the 90s. That is dovetailed, obviously, from the demand side to how well can we produce the energy that has less impact on the environment now locally. And I started with Fort Knox about 8 years ago. And for those of you who are not familiar with Fort Knox, I'm going to run through the details of this first slide. I won't read it, but you guys all can, ladies can all. 109,000 acres. Out of that, probably 20% are buildings. The rest of it is country, woods, and the like. So our focus is on the, thank you.
Just use that one.
Thank you. Look at that, technology. Where was I? That was at 109,000 acres. Currently, we have 6,000 people that come to Fort Knox every year, and that varies depending on what time of the year it is. And so when I first started there, I came with the experience of anything you can do to control energy in a building. I know about that at my core. And first thing I looked at was, what does the consumption look like on a graph? Well, that was something that eluded them. So I needed to get with Excel and make that happen. And I knew what it was going to look like. The winter was going to be not so big in a peak, and the summer was going to be, cooling load, kilowatt related, and so on. That wasn't what I saw. What I saw were two humps, one in the winter and one in the summer, which made no sense to me, except I finally realized I was talking about a city, not a building. And the key difference was lights, parking lot lights, street lights, they're all in that kilowatt number. So what became important for us going forward, I felt, was on the electrical side, and that's where we aimed most of our efforts. The method for doing that here at Fort Knox, and this shows you where we've been. This blue chart with the grass on the top is what it looked like before we started. The one to the right of that, that's highly compressed, is what we look like now. That's all due exclusively to handling the demand and handling when the demand is needed and making our own electricity for that demand. Well, once we got down that road, we saw that we took $1,002,000 in monthly electric bills and cut it down to $500,000. That's a good piece. When we started to be challenged by the environmental aspects of what we were doing, we saw that the internal generation systems that we have at Fort Knox now and have created could be modified to have less of an impact on the environment. This started back probably 7 years ago, and it has been very successful. I'm very pleased to be a part of that. Our means for doing that are solar panels. We've got lots of solar panels across the base. We have a centralized energy security independence system that is a generation system that is based on gas-fired reciprocating engines and emergency diesels. My second rule of the world is get rid of the diesels. And so that's our current tech. We're using as a method to fund these projects, even though we are a nonprofit organization, the ESPC structure, which allows government to get money from the private industry folks as long as the return on investment is under 25 years. That's a pretty good deal. We are very pleased with that. We started our first ESPC project in 2017, and it's on track. We're saving about $2 million a year. So the investment will happen rather quickly. Total of 27 million total with all costs and balloons, obviously, but under 19 years on average we get it back. So that's a plus for us. We were asked, well, why are you using gas? And we said, well, it's 40 megawatts of power per hour. I don't know how big that solar cell will be, but we have a limited number of acres for us to use, and obviously it's dependent upon solar performance, and we're just not the best here in the Louisville area. So they said, well, maybe there's some other means you can use, and we struck upon a solution that would not only be more efficient as far as making electricity, but also would be more important for us as far as the environment goes. We're currently looking at energy vehicles, EVs. We've got a big military and government program where we're putting in level 3 chargers right now. We've got programs for all of the military vehicles, non-combative vehicles, are going to be electric by 2035, and we have to have a way of making sure they're charged. That's a big project for us. Our city's big, but certainly not as big as Louisville, but the same kind of issues exist, I'm certain. The gas that we use does not come to us from Louisville Gas and Electric. It comes from Texas Gas, interstate gas lines that run right through the base and also comes up this way. And we have a city gate on that. City gate. And we're able to buy the gas at the same rate that Louisville Gas and Electric does. So we have a break there, and our capacity is dramatically increased. As we did this, we saw the need for increasing electrical demands and charging, and we chose fuel cells. Fuel cells looks to us to be the right way to go forward, and it also has an additional benefit. The benefit we've discovered is that it's highly carbon sequestering. So what we have happening here is that when Fort Knox uses a fuel cell, or even our own gas-fired generation, it takes kilowatts away from the LG&E network that perhaps are not the most environmentally friendly generation of kilowatts. So that's a plus for us. We took that off the network. When we supplement that with our fuel cell program, it can sequester carbon out of the gas stream that perhaps others would have used and been released into the atmosphere. So that's a win-win. It avoids it from others using it, and we sequester it. We're now studying, trying to see exactly how that works, and I hope that I can make connections with some of the experts in this room here today, all about carbon, that number, how it works, and sequestration, specifically how fuel cells, depending on their architecture. We're getting ready to award that, but this is a big question for me, so that's my main reason for being here today, to try to learn more about that. Also, we're hoping to be able to reach an agreement with Louisville Gas and Electric to use part of their storage facility, which is under Fort Knox, to form a strategic gas reserve for us so that we can buy gas from the Texas gas line in the summertime at low rate periods and use it all year long, which is another opportunity to save and gives us the opportunity to have a fuel source, whether it's run through a fuel cell or through the gas-powered reciprocating generators, to be totally independent of the grid. That brings to the military benefits that are strategic in nature. that more and more our senior leadership is seeing as being important for us. So that's where we're heading at this point. Utility overviews. We have electricity, natural gas, water, and others. Electricity is privatized. That means that we don't run our own electric system. We have a organization, Nolan Electric, with a 50-year contract to do that for us. Same thing is true for water, Hardin County District Water 1. Gas, not so much. That's still, the market has not been interested in doing that. It's something we're still doing in-house, doing that maintenance portion. And as you can see, the costs there in that far right-hand column are considerable, but our energy costs we've cut in almost in half, just by the way we're doing it and what we've done on the demand side. I'd like to talk to you folks in detail as much as I can about what we're doing and get your feedback, and I would like to get your questions if I can. I think that's more important than going on and on and on about what we're doing over here. Besides, I can't do a lot of that anyway. For those of you who like submarine piping diagrams, one of the things that was required of us by a demand that was placed upon us by higher authority was to identify how we're managing our energy and water resources. And part of the questioning of that had to reveal things about how the base operates and what was a secure and a non-secure and an important and not important function. That becomes something you can't publish easily. It's not good to do that. So we created what you see here is an ESIS notational diagram which tries to turn this massive, complex mess of electricity and gas and water and put it all in something that makes some sense diagrammatically so that you can see what we're doing. And the key part of this is now shareable with other bases, which means they can see how this kind of thinking might help them as well. Right now, everything that we need, whether it's sanitary sewers, sanitary sewage processing, water supplies, gas supplies, and now electric, is all within the fence line. But what gives us the opportunity to be not only independent, but also to be able to manage that, not only from a cost perspective, but from an environmental perspective as well. I hope you folks have some questions for me. This is a final slide, not a lot of talk, but just slides, that shows the various pieces that we have in our arsenal we have going on right now. This started back probably in 2009, right after the ice storm, and it has just boomed since then. That's all I have. I would like to answer some of your questions if possible.
The last speaker for the panel is a colleague of mine at University of Louisville, Professor Mark McGinley. He heads our Industrial Assessment Center and had more than 35 years in academic R&D experience. Structural engineer by training, but for last 10-15 years he's been involved with energy efficiency in a variety of ways, and he's now leading the theme of energy efficiency for Concept for Renewable Energy Research. So.
Thank you, Mahendra. You may wonder why a civil structural engineer is playing around in energy. As has been brought to you by many of the talkers or speakers here earlier, energy is going to have to be one of the biggest things that we look at in the next generation, or we're going to be in serious trouble. And so it is a high priority, and I've had the good fortune of working with very, very good and smart people, and I've learned a lot about non-structural things. And so what I'd like to do very quickly here is talk briefly about a couple of items that we're playing around with, or have played around with at the University of Louisville. One of the things was talked about earlier here was the idea that cement production, which by the way is the most commonly used building material in the world. So we use a lot of cement. We use it because it does what it's supposed to do very, very well. And it does it in a very efficient, money-wise manner. And so what we have to do is figure out how to do and create that material better than we do now with less energy. And we had a large DOE project funded by the DOE through the Center for Smart Manufacturing, looking at how the industry currently produces cement, and can we do it better, looking at more technology and applying that to it, looking at new techniques, making it more efficient in the process. If you take a look at right in here, the basic kilning process, very, very energy intensive, about 3 to 5 gigajoules per ton of that material. It also produces a huge amount of the CO2 from the that is designated as industrial source in the world, and we need to address how we do it. One of the problems is you're taking basically ground limestone, you are grinding it up, you're putting it through a very long rotary kiln, you're heating it to extremely high temperatures, and in the production, it is very much a feel and historical and experience-based production process for the creation of this material. And so what we were looking at is how do we take our understanding, our knowledge, our high-end analysis tools, combine that with the new machine learning languages, what some people refer to as AI, and how do we make that process more efficient? So we've been playing around there. I have a number of colleagues that are experts in that area working with me in controls, etc. We're working with a large cement manufacturer, Argos USA, and we are actually going in, we developed a small scale representation of a true rotary kiln in there. We're looking at how do we control it and how do we get a better feel for predicting the quality of that material as we went through that process. And we are looking at how to make it easier for the manufacturer to predict the quality out there so that they can reduce down the amount of energy that is produced. They typically overdrive it to ensure quality, and there's significant savings in there. Our goal was about 15%. We actually tried it out on a production kiln, and we got pretty close to that until the operator got too uncomfortable with us running it after a couple of days. This is millions of tons of product that they're producing out of there in a 24-hour, and we're in the process of refining it and hopefully deploying that in more and more of these cement kilns. And again, it's just basically looking at what they're doing using this advanced prediction techniques and multi-physics models that we can create with these machine learning techniques and do it better and be able to predict better of what's happening in these kilns. All right, the other hat I wear at the Con Center right now is I'm managing a industrial advisory center. Mr. Smegal was here talking to you about that. I'm the new kid on the block in there, and we're running that. And we last year, and we've actually have some of our students are in the audience here, as well as my colleague with the Kentucky Pollution Prevention Center. The director is here, Lissa McCracken. And we are leveraging that basic experience, training students in energy efficiency, and then going out and supporting and facilitating small and medium-sized entities out there, manufacturers in our local area typically. We're going in there and showing them how to be more energy efficient as we go through. And we are extending that out now. We have new projects coming in looking at commercial entities as well, commercial buildings. This is a new program under the DOE IAC, and so we will be ramping that up as we go. But again, two major thrusts of this program. Number one, train the students. Number two, support the small and medium-sized industries to become more efficient in their processes, become more competitive, and have less of an environmental impact. You can see in this particular diagram, these are just some of the students that we've gone out there. They go right into the industry, they go into the plants, they learn about the various pieces of equipment that are there. They look at how to estimate how much each piece of equipment, how much energy is it using, how can we do this better, how can we reduce that footprint of that particular industry, and what are the potential paybacks and the economics that might be associated with doing changing. We go from, making parts for automotive. We have a lot of those kinds of supply chain industries in the region that we support. We also have a lot of food, as you can see in that one. That's a vat of very, very hot oil where a lot of donuts are going down it. And so we, by the way, we walked out of that particular place with the whole boxes of donuts as a thank you for coming by. That's also a learning experience. Being a good diabetic now, I was crying as I left there, but we'll leave that alone. But that's kind of what we're doing. What we're long-term goal is in here is to get as many of our students out there, and both our students in engineering, but we're also branching out into computer science. We're looking at community college, and we hope to get it down even further in and try to address some of the internships and summer programs that we can maybe expand it out and get more and more students with the basic technology and the basic skill sets that can come out and support industry in becoming more energy efficient. So if you'd like to learn more about that, and if you're an industry that would like to have an assessment done, I'm right here. So I thank you for your time, and I look forward to hearing the questions you might have. Thank you.
So thank you. Panel is open for questions, and I'm going to start off with a couple of questions myself. We heard about the MBDA funding minority businesses, and you talked about implementation grant support for companies, SMEs, and even the MBDA also announced a pretty large amount, like $750 million. So if you can elaborate a little bit more on connecting the both programs.
Okay. Yes, the bill, that's what we refer to it as the bipartisan infrastructure law, is really a generational expenditure of resources. A one-time, it's as large of an expense as went into building the national highway system. It's bigger than that. So it's a one-time expenditure. So DOE is just one of the agencies. Commerce which is the MBDA, and actually we partner with MBDA on certain activities in various places. The IECs do. They're just one of the recipients that are funding a number of activities. And so the grants, and I'm not familiar, there's so many different elements to this that I'm not familiar with all of them. But certainly, and someone asked me earlier about Section 40209, which is the Advanced Manufacturing and Recycling grants, which were the FOA, which the funding opportunity was in February, and I think the concept papers are due on the 14th. So that's going on right now. That's another $750 million. All of these programs are essentially aimed at, at least with respect to DOE, but also with respect to some of these other entities, basically generating a clean energy economy by 2050. That's really what they're aimed at. And so there are hosts of converting, in that particular instance I talked about earlier, converting what used to be coal-related activities into, say, photovoltaics or battery recycling or something like that. These are industries that have been shut down, and now they're receiving an infusion of funds to essentially start a new, highly trained, skilled green energy workforce, doing something else, doing productive, highly skilled, highly trained, highly compensated, relatively speaking, workforce, and doing something that's going to contribute ultimately to a clean economy. So we have a grant program. The IECs are doing one that essentially is about $400 million over 5 years, where we're targeting just small, medium-sized manufacturers that are doing either energy efficiency or on-site generation, solar cells, any number of activities. But we're supporting on a 50% cost match the up to 300,000 per, which is a significant amount, because I work with my commerce NIST folks, MEP folks, and when you're talking about the really small folks, really small guys, their source of capital is, their American Express. That's their source of capital funding, and so providing that sort of cost matching can make a real difference in terms of employing some of these real basic, down in the weeds kind of energy efficiency kind of stuff. So, I'll hold it up closer so you can hear my apologies. So that's what we're doing. That grant program is going to be stood up. It's in the building right now, but we're looking at sort of May-ish when we're going to start making those funds available. I'm not running that program. One of my colleagues is, Mustafa, but that's going to look to be launched in the May timeframe. Don't take it as gospel because there's always things that delay, but that's when that fund is. The one that I referred to earlier, I can't tell you exactly when that's going to be. I just know concept papers are due in March, and I think the ultimate FOA is going to be probably 3-4 months after that. And that's just one of innumerable funding opportunities. And if you guys want, I can provide you the links. It's got a list of dozens and dozens and dozens of funding opportunities that are available for small businesses, small communities, any number of entities that can avail themselves of this huge infrastructure investment to sort of shock us into, let's call it a green energy, clean energy economy, which is what we have to be if we're going to address some of the stuff that other people have been talking about in terms of our, the impacts of dramatic weather swings and all these other kind of impacts. We have to get there. We have no choice. So that's what the investment is all about. So, anyway.
Yeah, you want to say something?
Just adding to that, he talked about one of the programs that's available through the IAC organization with that 50% cost match. Just so you know, you need to get a assessment done through one of the IACs, and we'd be happy to help you out. So another plug.
So just shifting gears to Fort Knox, and I've been a big fan of this Energy Island project at Fort Knox. I don't know, many of you got this from the slide. There was an ice storm happened about 10 years ago. I forgot exact timing. And Fort Knox responded, and at that time, the power went out, and then Fort Knox decided that they should have an energy island, like a complete backup power. And so through that, they actually came up with this project. So Chuck, I know that you guys are going into the phase 2 now, going into a low carbon type of footprint. At that time, it was more of a resiliency approach. We are all want to be low carbon energy island type of thing, even for the city. And I want to expand the question to both Sumedha and you, is that how do we finance these projects?
Careful. The structure that Fort Knox uses, even though we have very deep pockets, is ESPC. It's a federally mandated federal program for federal entities and maybe more that allows you to connect up with an energy providing analysis organization and a means to fund the retrofits as long as the return on investments are under 25 years. And that's what our first ESPC phase 1 was. The average was, it ran from 12 to 19 years of return on investments, included retrofitting every single light in the base with LEDs, every single street light with LEDs and that kind of thing. Going after the HVAC, going after controls and the conventional thinking. Phase 2 is harder now because we already went through and got all the low-hanging fruit. And oh, by the way, the energy costs have gone up. So this 12 to 19-year window of return on investments stretched out significantly beyond the 25. So we were trying to find creative ways to fund it. And there are ways we can fund it to buy down, to get you under that 25-year hurdle. And some of those things are like DOE EFIC grants. And we're working on one of those right now to get things under 25 years. I don't know if that answers your question, but that's our path.
Partially, but I would like to expand that to city.
See, how are we going to go to Louisville 100? How are we going to finance it?
It's a great question, and if anyone has an answer, I'd love to hear it. But I think that we have also utilized some ESPC for our LED conversions. We have some of those projects. You know, making the case to hire staff like Zach, who, by the way, is a product of the UK Industrial Assessment Center. He's a big fan of the program. Has been able to, you know, utilize his expertise to implement these no-cost projects that have saved us costs. So being able to communicate that the cost savings impact is really helpful. We're of course going to be keeping our eyes out for all the amazing grant funding that's coming through the federal government, and some of those grant funding projects, like the Communities Lead program, where we get technical assistance in lieu of grant funding, has also been helpful in just helping us study what options are out there. For example, if we wanted to create a green bank or provide, you know, low barrier financing for residents and small businesses to make these investments, and to have different approaches to checking credit score that are more equitable and more accessible. So a lot of it is just studying and learning financing options that are out there, seeing best practices in other cities, and then hopefully implementing more of those on our own.
Just another thing which I think applies to city as well. I know Aaron is in the audience, and I don't want to offend the local utility here. The charging infrastructure, the power demand, and the demand service charge that goes along with it has a huge price associated with it. You know, if you're going to charge it, like let's say 10 megawatt charging, and that the cost of that is going to be much more than just using the average energy. So how are we going to deal with that when we actually get into the electrical charging within the city? You know, connecting to the grid, and you know, maybe Aaron would address that in his talk. But how are we planning for the city in terms of the, you know, having more charging infrastructure within the city?
Another great question that I wish we had the answer to, but it is one of those things that we're trying to study and figure out as we build out charging infrastructure for Louisville Metro government, to see if there's dual use that we can, you know, potentially have some of those shared with the public, and figuring out how the metering of those would work. It is definitely work in progress, and we're coordinating with the state agencies as well to see what their plans are and figure it out, but we don't have a straightforward answer to that as of now.
Just following up on the charging thing, and the kind of stress it may play on our grid. You know, industrial decarbonization. We talked about, John, you mentioned that we're going to do electrification of industry, and the more and more electrification of industry will put more stress on the grid. And is there any effort on you know, projecting such demand unless you produce it locally? In fact, majority of the industries and businesses that we have gone out to do these assessments have no place for putting solar, for example, and it has to produce it on its own. So one of the questions comes to my mind is that how do we actually play with this or plan for this extra demand on electricity production because of electrification or decarbonization of purpose?
Well, I can only provide part of the answer, and that part is essentially, we're not going to be able to do it with just one entity or one agency doing things. It's realistically, and the lesson learned from the IECs, I mean, we provide our services with consultation and collaboration with our utility partners and with the companies themselves. And so there's a whole bunch of data points that have to be collected to do what we do. And I think the answer to the grid stuff, you know, as we move to, it's going to be a combination of solutions. What do they call all of the above?
Yep.
that to use a kind of a buzzword circumstance. We're going to have to involve the generation side. We're going to have to find ways to incentivize local generation, whether it's through combined heat and power. I know that's in some context that's kind of a dirty word for electrification, but I don't think it realistically is as a transition. You know, some folks are really reluctant to go combined heat and power because they think it is locking in fossil fuel use for a certain amount of time. But my attitude, again, I'm the guy down in the weeds, is that if it's a move from something that is a higher carbon source to combined heat and power initially. It's an improvement. And so that sort of thinking has to occur realistically. So I think you're talking about utilities providing stuff, you're talking about local generation, you're talking about the low-hanging fruit, which is energy efficiency. We can get you a lot of the way there, not all the way there. And there's innumerable solutions that are going to contribute, whether it's use patterns, but it's going to have to be something that's directed almost organically, with a lot of different stakeholders being engaged and having some sort of contribution. Because collectively, 3% here, 5% there, 12% here, 8% here, adds up to a lot. Having one entity just come in and say, okay, I'm going to do this, you get 8%, 9%, or whatever, but you miss out on the other 92% that you need. And those are going to be contributed by all these different entities doing that. So it's very much a collaborative effort to reach that kind of solution. So.
Mark, you want to?
Yeah, I just want to make a couple of comments related to that. The big thing is one of the things that shocked me. I come from the energy efficiency background in buildings, and going out, one of the things we ask all of our clients when we walk in there is, what are your goals? Every single one of our clients last year, their #1 goal was decarbonization. Every one of them. So it's becoming a very important aspect in here to look at that. So I think we're getting the change in attitude about decarbonization that is coming out through just pure education. But what we also need to do, I think, is educate people on what does that really mean, because they're looking to us to guide them through that process. And so they're looking for unbiased third-party people to come in and develop these roadmaps that we've heard a lot about today, and how to go about doing that. It's a process, it's a path forward. And so I think we need to, the government, the education, the academic environment, all the municipalities and industry have to band together and get, a group effort in these particular development of these particular technologies and way to go about this.
So any questions from the audience? For the panel, anybody on the panel? Yes, please.
Okay, Bill Ray Hughes with the Madison County Physical Corp, Richmond, Kentucky. But I know Berea College, they sell carbon credits because of forest, and I haven't heard of any. How big an impact is the sale of carbon credits going to have, on this decarbonization? What's the deal there?
Who wants to take that? Not an expert, but I will say that just from my observation that there's a recognition that there is some merit there, but within my agency, UE, there's a somewhat, I don't want to call it an aversion, but there's a preference to not just relying on pure carbon offsets, just sort of purchasing tree planting kind of circumstance. But there's a recognition that it's a real thing, but there's also a recognition that it's perhaps not directly addressing the issue so much as it is sort of papering over it. Okay? Again, I'm not speaking for the agency, but I'm just observing what I can, and that when we're getting direction to issue funding opportunities or research priorities and stuff like that, the notion of carbon offset purchases are sort of like, okay, yeah, but it's not realistically the best approach. So I'm not advocating for them or arguing against them, but I think that what I'm hearing from my management is there's more immediate, effective ways of addressing the issue than just, okay, I'll go buy a bunch of trees planting as opposed to as a means of offset. It's part of the solution. Again, it's what I said earlier, it's a percentage contribution to it, but it's not the magic bullet. Realistically, I don't think there is a magic bullet to do all of this stuff. It's going to be an evolution of a bunch of solutions, not just buying tree planting.
There was another question.
Anyone else want to speak to that?
Actually, I had that question on my list as well, but a lot of companies may want to buy the green energy as a way to solve their to achieve their decarbonization, at least on the short run.
Yeah, my experience in this particular area, I think it's good because one of the things that you look at when you're trying to change people's attitudes, and we talked about habits and how change in habits have reduced energy use, getting people encouraged to do the right thing. So green credits promote that, and I think that's a good thing. However, that's only one term in the equation. And so we have to look at focusing on doing that, but not at the exclusion of doing all of these other things that are going to be important, because that is not going to get us to carbon neutral by 2050. And we have to do all of these things and step through it. I was working with Schneider Electric, and they were looking at developing technologies to help all of these groups, but they have put it on hold because all they're doing right now, their biggest business right now is selling these green credits. And there's a huge demand for it out there, which is great because it promotes the people that are doing the right things and it funds them. But the problem is you still get the people doing the same things that they've done, and you've still got to go back and address that. Like if the cement production kept doing the way the things, keep producing cement the same way they do it, you still got that issue you got to address.
Any other questions from audience?
I just wanted to add a quick thought to that. I agree with what both of you said, and just building on that, I think it's important to remember that there is no substitute for real decarbonization. That just means radical energy efficiency and clean energy, but also clean supply chains for clean energy, because we know that's not always the case. But I think that carbon credits, like you said, has a role. It's probably a very small role, but it does have a role. And one of the biggest concerns with that has been that the way that those are calculated doesn't just have a lot of trust in general in the industry. And I saw a study, and unfortunately I can't cite a specific study, I don't remember, but you may want to look this up later. But they studied how the carbon credit market transformation in California, and saw that years and years of carbon credit trading didn't actually reduce emissions as tangibly, and I think that's just a failure in the way that it's set up. So that's something else to consider.
So, yeah, Assoc.
I have a question regarding the policy and how important the policy is, and of course the unique situation that Kentucky has, and many many states here compared to West Coast or East Coast. Of course, the policy doesn't promote a lot of decarbonization. For example, I have an example of hybrid cars here, or electric cars for that matter. Most of them goes to California or 11 other states which have emission standards approved, whereas here there are very few hybrid cars which would definitely limit the emissions. And this, they are of course more expensive than combustion cars, but on top of it, dealers here add a lot of surcharge because there is so limited number of these cars. And this is of course problem with the policy, so the federal, the state policy. On the other hand, we have, or you already mentioned, we paid $1 billion in mitigating the cost of climate change just here in the state of Kentucky. So my question is, when it will become, when we will break even, start to invest in clean energy instead of repairing, addressing the damage due to the climate change.
Thank you, Assoc. Long question. When do we break even? Okay, who's going to take that one? Sumedha, you want to start with there, Chuck?
We don't.
What's this for? What we have is a lack of scalability. All of our solutions aren't big enough. We run all the various Band-Aids we've created. It's not enough. We see that in just the little city that we run, Fort Knox. It is a city, nonetheless, and it has all the same issues. It's a smaller scale, there's less zeros, but it's the same issue. Electric cars, we just finished putting in 2 level, 3 level chargers. We've done a lot of studies. Some of them internal, some of them with really good resources, some of them poo-pooed by people who want electric cars to be the answer. And there just isn't a really good scalable energy source yet. Nuclear has opportunities and disadvantages. Many of us know about them. Carbon, if it is the true boogeyman that we believe that it is, we have to do something about that. We can't fool with it anymore. I like lithium crystals. It's my goal. But that's Star Trek, and it hasn't been invented yet. And that's what it's going to take, I think. So I think all the things that people in this room, most of us, not everyone, but most of us, can deal with are those Band-Aids. What are the most lucrative, best economically, best politically acceptable solution we can get as a bridge until that new technology is here and created. I think our federal government has to really focus on that new technology, whatever it may be, and focus on that. Now, it doesn't answer your question, but it answers the problem that I see.
Yeah, and I will add to that. I think innovation is a huge part of the solution, but so is getting the basics right sometimes, and making sure that the solutions that we have are being implemented. So one of the challenges that we face in the city is that we don't have control over our building code, which is controlled at the state level, and we're on a 2009 energy code, which is very, very bad. We've been called out in many research studies as one of the states that could benefit the most from updating our building code in terms of residential, cost savings and things like that. So the data is there, the solutions exist, they've been done everywhere else. And I think the only solution for something like that is advocacy. The more your policymakers hear from people about those issues, the more likely it is that they'll become priorities.
One other question is, to expand what you mentioned in your presentation, Emmanuel made a LA 100 study and then came away with the answer that it won't be 100. It'll be 80 or something. I forgot exactly what number it is. Have we concluded our study on Louisville 100? Can we go to 100 at all?
Well, we're still very optimistic. We haven't yet concluded that it's not going to happen. We are still in the phase that we believe that it's going to happen, and we're trying to figure out all the different options. Like I mentioned, that includes working with LG&E's green tariff program and buying clean energy through them, but also potentially looking at what it looks like to start our own utility and everything in between. So we are still in the process of figuring it out. We hope that it is possible, and we will keep heading in that direction.
If I could just add, this is a very personal observation, but I think there's reason for hope for a number of reasons. First off, I go back to the environmental movement that is in the Clean Water Act was passed in the 70s, and it said they wanted fishable, swimmable waters by, and I forget because it was so long ago, I was probably 8 years old, by 1972 or whatever it was. Okay, there's no question we didn't make those deadlines, but there's no question that rivers aren't catching on fire like they were in the 60s. Okay, the goals were ambitious, and they weren't achieved by the date, but ultimately really good things came out of those goals. So DOE has seen the price of photovoltaics in terms of cents per kilowatt hour drop dramatically because of the recent investment in photovoltaic technology. Batteries now are so much more powerful and robust than they ever were. I used to never see any electric cars or hybrids. And this is Maryland. Okay, so Maryland's kind of a different state. But now they're all over the place. There's one in my garage. So seriously, my wife, let's go get a Tesla. So we got a Tesla. The amount of change that has happened just in the last 10 years on the energy front has been dramatic. It's nowhere near what we need. But I have seen just things in my 12, 13-year tenure overseeing the IECs, the kind of changes that are occurring at small and medium-sized manufacturers, which is, it's very hard for them just to stay afloat. And the kind of things that's going on at Volvo and General Motors and Lockheed and all that kind of stuff, just dramatic. And hell, Department of Energy just did and I don't know these people because there's like, they did fusion power. Okay, I don't know how close it is to being modularized, and actually, but sooner or later we're going to have fusion power. So there's hope out there. Maybe that's what the magic book. We just have to keep plugging away at these little, as you call them, band-aid solutions for a while, making incremental improvements, and eventually we'll get to the point where we can say, wow, maybe it's not by 1972 fishable, swimmable. Maybe it's not 2050, but it's okay to have a goal and have it be really aggressive, and maybe not get there, but we have to try. And I think that, again, there have been dramatic improvements in composite technologies and photovoltaics and battery technologies, and all of those things were made possible because people set up really aggressive goals. And they knew that they were aggressive to begin with. So, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with setting hopeful goals that seem unattainable.
So, John, actually, Cuyahoga River in Cleveland, I think, got on fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And even May's hair got on fire too in Cleveland, if I remember correctly.
Rivers, you hear about other things going on, but the rivers aren't catching fire anymore.
Yeah.
They did that quite a bit.
Yeah.
Back then. Yeah.
Okay, with that, I would say thank you so much for the panelists. Thank everybody for the speakers. And we'll meet at 1:15, I think, what?
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock here again. We'll lunch.
Yeah, I got that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mahendra. Okay, everybody. Hope you enjoyed our session 1 on decarbonization and panel discussion. Lunch is served right outside where we found breakfast on our way in. You'll be eating in here, so just go get what you need and come back in. Anyone who has dietary considerations that will prohibit you from eating either the eggplant parmesan or fried chicken and green beans, please come see me. And we'll get you ordered right off of the hotel menu. See you at 1, everybody. Thank you. Mike, you ready? I will in just a second. Okay, you guys did great in the first session. Questions have to go in a microphone for them to exist as part of the YouTube stream, so thanks everybody for understanding that. I try to prompt everyone to announce yourself when you take the microphone so that we know who's talking. So everyone did wonderfully at that. Wanted to make sure that we acknowledge that we wouldn't be standing here today without our wonderful sponsors. This workshop was brought to you by University of Louisville, Conn Center for Renewable Energy Research, University of Kentucky Center for Applied Energy Research, Commonwealth of Kentucky Energy and Environment Cabinet, and the Kentucky MBDA Advanced Manufacturing Center. So we're really pleased for all of the support to make this free and accessible to all of you. So big round of applause for all of our sponsors. All right, with that, I'm going to ask our Session 2 organizer, Josh Spurgeon, to come up and introduce our first speaker. Josh is the theme leader for solar fuels at Conn Center. He's also EON Endowed Chair for Sustainability. Josh?
Thank you very much, Andrew, and thank all of you for being here for the afternoon session where we're switching the focus to clean hydrogen. And along those lines, our first speaker is a very authoritative professional on this. She wears many hats, as she just told me, so let me go through some of them. So Dr. Huyen Dinh, she's the director of the Hydrogen Energy Materials Network for the past 6 years plus. And if you're not familiar with that, the Hydrogen is a consortium of several U.S. Department of Energy national labs that accelerates research and development of innovative and advanced water splitting materials and technologies for clean, sustainable, and low-cost hydrogen. But she's also the manager for the Electrosynthesis and Fuel Storage Science and Engineering Group and the Electrons to Molecules lead for the Materials, Chemicals, and Computational Science Directorate at the National Renewable Energy Lab. Also at NREL, she is the Hydrogen Production Sub-Program Lead. So she does a lot. She's got over 22 years of experience in renewable hydrogen production and all different kinds of fuel cell technologies. So with that, I'd like to welcome Dr. Huyen Dinh to come up and speak.
It's displaying here, but not there.
Oh, just hit the presentation button.
It is on presentation.
Lower right.
It was on presentation.
There's that one right there.
It was.
It was?
Yeah. Oh, all right. All right. See if we can keep track of time. All right. Good afternoon. Thank you, Josh, for a very nice introduction. Like Josh said, I'm from the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. I've been to Louisville once before. Mahendra invited me to in collaboration. We've had collaborated in the past in the photoelectrochemical water splitting technology. So thank you, Mahendra, and Josh, and Andrew for inviting me here to this important workshop. It's my pleasure to be here, and today I'll be giving you a brief overview of the DOE Hydrogen Shot initiative and a little bit about the national hydrogen strategy and roadmap, and then the different hydrogen production pathways that NREL is working on to enable decarbonization of the energy system. So as many of you know about this hydrogen energy or shot, or just hydrogen shot for short, it was launched in June 2021, and it seeks to reduce 80% the cost of the clean hydrogen by 80% to 111, and that's $1 $1 for 1 kilogram of clean hydrogen within 1 decade. So as you heard earlier today, that the bill, the bipartisan infrastructure law, or bill for was passed in November 2021 to help enable to achieve this goal. So for hydrogen to achieve its potential as an energy carrier, key challenges around performance, durability, affordability, and reliability must still be addressed. So, and furthermore, innovations to produce, store, transport, and use hydrogen across multiple sectors are key to enabling these cost reductions. So who here has not seen this bubble chart? I assume everyone has, so maybe I'll try to go through it fairly quickly. So this is a DOE's hydrogen at scale vision. That was the National Labs helped develop this as well. It's a comprehensive overview of how hydrogen can play a major role in our future energy system. It encompasses all aspects of hydrogen, including making it, using it, storing it, and moving it. So make, move, store, and use. A unique aspect of hydrogen is that it's a sector coupling, right? It can connect industries that have typically not been able to engage with renewable power or decarbonization. So these industries, such as the chemical and transportation route, heavy duty transportation, and production of liquid fuels. So hydrogen is also an enabling technology because it enables the renewables through long duration energy storage and offering flexibility. So today, I think US produces about 10 million metric tons of hydrogen. And if we can produce that much clean hydrogen, we could double today's solar or wind deployment. The goal of the DOE's hydrogen plan is to really reach 50 million metric ton of hydrogen per year by 2050. So that's the projected demand for hydrogen. So if we can achieve that by 2050, then the hydrogen, the global hydrogen industry has projected the potential, whoop, where we go, to for $2.5 trillion in annual revenue, 30 million jobs, and 10 to 20% global emission reductions, depending on the TA that you're looking at. So accelerating the clean hydrogen at scale is key to meeting our climate goals. As part in the DOE's hydrogen strategy and roadmap plan, there are 3 key strategies that they outlined. Firstly, it is to target strategic high impact uses for clean hydrogen. I'll talk a little bit more about this later. Secondly, is to reduce the cost of clean hydrogen. And thirdly, focus on the regional networks. So the third target there, strategy there, as you heard earlier, was the hydrogen hubs, right? I'm going to focus more on the number 1 and number 2 there. So I don't know if you've seen this before. This is through some of the TA's work done. The current cost of electrolysis is between $5 to $7 per kilogram hydrogen. The SMR, the cost for hydrogen produced from steam methane reforming with carbon capture and storage is down here. This is the bubble here. And then you can see there's a line across here, a dotted line. That's the dollar of hydrogen shot production goal. So this is showing you that there are some applications that is willing to pay for higher costs of hydrogen, such as forklifts here. And then there are others that are lower. So it's going to take time and strategy to target those markets or those applications that are willing to pay higher costs of hydrogen to penetrate the market and scale up the production of hydrogen. Another way to show this is this plot here. So you can see that one of the plans through analysis is that let's start with medium to heavy-duty vehicles and production of biofuels, you can maybe achieve up to about 10 million metric tons per year. And if we continue to work on these other ones, applications like steel, ammonia, those are more difficult to decarbonize, then eventually you'll be able to achieve the 50 million metric tons per year. So the idea is to start with application and sectors that are willing to pay higher hydrogen prices to increase production scale and to penetrate the market. So let's talk about how we can do this from a technology side to meet the hydrogen goal of 111. So our challenge is that wind and solar took about 40 years to be cost competitive, but we need to do that for killing hydrogen within 5 to 10 years. I've been working in this for 20 years and we're still not anywhere near there. But the big difference is there's a big infusion of funding and a lot of efforts and interest across internationally and in the US. So in the near term, the focus will be on electrolysis, high and low temperature electrolysis. Why? Because electrolysis has the most competitive economics and balances increasing renewable energy generation challenges. And now that $1 billion of the $9.5 billion in the bill will be used to enable this and carry out, and this work is being carried out in the H2NU consortium, which I'll talk a bit more later. The longer term technologies include photoelectrochemical and solar thermochemical water splitting, which uses solar energy or heat to directly split water to generate hydrogen. So these are the promising technologies that are being developed within the consortium that I lead, and I'll talk a little bit more about that too. So you can see some of the schematics here just showing you the different technologies within electrolysis and the near term and the longer term ones. So we do a lot of technical economic analysis, and it can show us multiple ways to reduce the cost of clean hydrogen. This slide here shows you an example of how to reduce that cost from electrolysis to meet the hydrogen shot goals. So the current cost of clean hydrogen is about, for electrolytic hydrogen, is about $5 per kilogram of hydrogen. You can see from the green bar here that the electricity cost is the biggest portion, right, of this entire cost. So to reduce this, we need to reduce the electricity cost to from $50 per megawatt hour to $30 per megawatt hour by 2025 and $20 per megawatt hour by 2030. To further reduce the levelized cost of hydrogen, the capital cost must be decreased by 80%, and the operating maintenance cost or O&M cost has to be reduced by more than 90%. So this shows you a pathway, but how do we actually do that in research? So much of the levelized costs you can see here are possible through decreasing the capital costs and enabling low cost electricity. So we need to do that through R&D. We need to, first we need low cost electricity. We need more efficient and durable electrolyzers that can perform variable operation, because you want to be able to use intermittent renewable energy. We need these electrolyzers to have very low amount of catalyst, and we also need low-cost scalable manufacturing processes so that we can scale it up to megawatt scale. Okay. The table here highlights the 2025 goals for both low-temperature electrolysis, in this case PEM electrolysis, and high-temperature electrolysis. And I'm referring to the solid oxide electrolysis here. You can see they're targeting these specific parameters here in order to achieve low cost. So the first consortium I'm going to talk about is H2NU, because That's what it's really is doing. It's a brand new consortium. It was launched in fall of 2020 to help achieve these electrolyzer goals. NREL is the lead, and there are about nine national labs altogether. It is a comprehensive, concerted effort focused on overcoming technical barriers to enable affordable, reliable, and efficient electrolyzers to achieve $2 per kilogram hydrogen by 2026. So durability and lifetime is the most critical and the primary focus of the H2 consortium. Its approach is really to address the components. So it's using off-the-shelf components currently, and materials integration and manufacturing R&D. This little chart here shows you that's what H2 is doing, and then how it shakes hands with the Hydrogen Consortium, which is the next consortium I'll talk about. This is a consortium that I lead. It's been 67 years now since this has been in existence. Again, it's a multi-lab consortium, but while hydrogen focuses on the higher TRL technology, electrolysis technology, and looking at more materials integration, hydrogen focuses on the lower TRL technologies, like I talked about before. We still work on low temperature electrolysis, but it's more of the alkaline exchange membrane electrolysis. In solid oxide, high temperature electrolysis, we're focusing on the proton conducting SOEC, and we're working on stitch and PC, water splitting. So our focus is really accelerating the materials R&D of these water splitting technologies. And although these technologies work on different materials and have different issues and at different TRL levels, we're in one consortium so that we can learn from each other. So in short, the Hydrogen Consortium is enabling hydrogen shot by fostering cross-cutting innovation using theory-guided applied materials R&D to advance all emerging water splitting pathways for hydrogen production. So we have a big website on this if you're interested in finding out more. I want to mention one other hydrogen production pathway that NREL is also leading. This is a much smaller consortium, so the Biohydrogen Consortium. NREL leads, and there's 3 other labs involved. So the objective here is to develop high solid microbial fermentation technology to convert renewable lignocellulosic biomass resources into hydrogen. So NREL's portion is to the fermentation part of this, and we partner with PNNL, and they work on the microbial electrolysis portion. Berkeley helps us to scale this up, and we work with Argonne to help us with the techno-economic analysis. I'll briefly talk about this consortium. It's called HiMark. It's focused on materials for hydrogen storage. So it was formed to address scientific gaps blocking advancement of solid-state hydrogen storage materials. Again, NREL is a co-lead for this consortium with Sandia, and it's working. It does beyond just develop new materials. It also work on validation, because there's a lot of different ways to make. People are making new materials all the time and have a ton of claims about what it can do, but until it's validated by the validation center here at NREL, it's not hard. It's harder to believe what its potential is. And then the final one I'm going to talk about is the Million Mile Fuel Cell Truck, or M2SCT consortium. And this is led by Berkeley, co-led by Berkeley and Los Alamos, and NREL contributes to this. So unlike the previous consortium, but it's all the same players, this particular consortium is focused on the challenges related to durability and efficiency in proton exchange membrane fuel cells for heavy-duty applications. So national lab collaboration is critical for success, along with working with industry partners and university partners. We have a big effort in front of us, and we need all hands on deck. So here is just showing you, and DOE's approach nowadays is to help get everyone to work together to accelerate this effort. So I'm going to transition a little bit more about what NREL's capabilities are and what we're involved in. So this slide is just to show you that we work on materials development all the way up to single cell testing and stacks testing and beyond. These are our capabilities. We do, like I said, do single cell testing in PEM and AM and liquid alkaline. But we also have capabilities to test short stacks, full stacks, and then the whole entire system too. I think this is important, especially with the hydrogen hubs coming, and all, the challenge is how to integrate everything together, from renewables to the balance of plant to the electrolyzers and fuel cells and different uses and so on. And NREL is building the capability at scale to help validate and demonstrate these technologies integrated together. So this is a 3D layout of the system that's currently at our Flatirons campus. So, and you can see that we have there will be two 1.25 megawatt PEM electrolyzer here. And you can see that we have all the balance of plant, water, and everything involved here, hydrogen storage and so on. And the use in this case will be the 1 megawatt Toyota fuel cell. This is what it actually looks like. It is in place, and we're working on to see how it's all integrated together, and hopefully share that learning so that people can understand and de-risk the deployment of these technologies. This ARES stands for Advanced Research on Integrated Energy Systems. So what I showed you earlier was just this part of it, but it's part of a bigger grand vision of being able to integrate the grid, integrating other uses, bringing in maybe a DAC unit, and then making SAFs out of it, right? So fuels, biofuels, and so on. So quickly again, we are not only looking at materials level, very small science, but we're also looking at demonstration. And this is the first of its kind demonstration of a materials-based hydrogen storage technology. So we're working with GKN to try to integrate this into the system you just saw earlier, beyond just compressed gas storage, and see how that works, because that's very exciting. And then quickly, we also have this biomethanation, pilot plant. I'm not sure that's scale. Essentially what it does is using the hydrogen that's being generated from a PEM electrolyzer that we have there, and it uses CO2 from the different sources, whether it's waste or a dairy farm or so on. You feed into this biomethanation reactor, which has bugs, that will convert it to natural gas, so renewable natural gas. It's been a very successful demonstration. I think they're actually going to put it on a cart or something and put on the road and to demonstrate it at other places. And the final one I want to just talk about is where we're going with this whole demonstration at scale system, is really looking at how to make renewable hydrogen and integrating it with like a steel application and making ammonia. So some of us would say that 2020 is a decade of the hydrogen, and with all this the activities going on. So now is the time to do it, and the global race is on. So we all need to work together to achieve that. I'd like to end by acknowledging DOE, Hydrogen Fuel Cell Technology Office for their funding, and thank you for your attention.
got questions for QPDM? Yes.
Hi, David Baugh, Bloom Energy Corporation. I'm curious, where do you see the biggest challenge in truly reaching a hydrogen economy? Do you think it's more production, transportation, storage, or distribution?
I think it's all of it, but I think that little has been spent on the production side. I think it's all of it because you can see we're doing it all, right? Both at the DOE level and at the national level and industry and university and so on. We have to demonstrate that it works, integrated together, so you have to work it all together. My focus has always been on production, and I'm really excited to see that funding has finally come in so that we can actually make some big successes instead of incremental progress in the last few years. Yeah, I've been here doing this for almost 20 years. Yeah. Yes.
Huyen, and thank you so much. Great presentation. Love to see where these things are going. Question for you. The 111, and I was part of that, the Hydrogen Shots Conference on the BOP.
Oh, okay.
The 111, does that include the compression, the polishing of the hydrogen? And if that's the case, if you know this, because nobody has been able to answer this question for me. And the other thing is that, what is the grade of hydrogen that the 111 considers, if you know that?
I can't remember the numbers, but I think it's in the roadmap, the strategy and roadmap document. It defines, what clean hydrogen is. The DOE doesn't talk about colors anymore. Clean hydrogen, they define 2 kilograms, right? Less than 2 kilograms CO2 per kilogram of hydrogen. They talk about how it's up to the point of production. I'm not sure what that means exactly, but I think it's in, the details are in there. Don't remember where, I don't think it includes compression and all that. Yeah. Yeah, it's still costly, right? Yeah.
Hello, I have a question regarding whether there are still challenges and opportunities at the material science level, and I mean, especially in the cost reduction, and where would be the biggest benefits? I mean, is it the catalyst, or is these are other parts of the electrolyzer, for example?
Yeah, good question. Thank you. That is why techno-economic analysis is a big part of the HNU consortium to help guide the research of where the biggest impact could be. What I can tell you is that they are focusing on reducing the catalyst loading, because right now the commercial PEM electrolyzers are over-designed, has like milligrams of iridium, and you want to bring that down. So they call it thrifting of the catalyst on these things. So reducing it, catalyst loading, but still achieving high current density, right, high performance, efficiency, and so on, and durability, all those three at the same time. The other expensive part of it is what we call the porous transfer layer, and it's titanium, and that's different from what we're used to from the fuel cell world, who we use carbon. And so understanding that its role and how to replace that, or how to use cheaper materials, because right now I think it even has platinum coating on it. So it encompass all those things.
Hi, Huyen. I actually have one more question. In your presentation, you talked about the current cost of hydrogen by electrolyzers. I think you said $5 per kilogram. I'm wondering, does that assume that you're grid connected and running it all the time? Because if it is, what happens to that number if you consider it to be solar and you take that capacity factor into account?
I don't know the details of that. Yeah. I don't know, sorry. Maybe I'll dig into it and find the answer for you.
I'm curious.
Okay. Yeah, right here. there's all sorts of analysis out there, right? That's why it's between $5 to $7 per kilogram. And there's different plots showing how, the renewables integration and being able to access the low cost or even zero cost electrons when it's not being used for other things will be a good thing, and be able to store it as hydrogen for long-term energy storage and to enable other technologies. There's a lot going on. I can't remember all the details. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, thank you, Ann, for Huyen.
Thank you, everyone. I'm here all day if you have any questions.
I'll take that one. Go ahead, Josh. That's hers.
All right, thank you very much, Huyen. Our next speaker is Kenya Stump. Kenya is the Executive Director of the Kentucky Office of Energy Policy. She's been in that role since March 2020. And prior to that, Kenya served as the Assistant Director for the Division of Energy Assistance within the Office of Energy Policy here in the state of Kentucky. So it's my pleasure to welcome her to speak and hopefully hear a little bit about what's going on within the state government here in Kentucky and some of the roles that we're playing in trying to be part of this hydrogen hub activity that's coming together. Thank you, Kenya.
Let me see here. They don't design these for shorter statured people.
Sure they do. Gotta get your road crew on that.
Yeah. Are you gonna be my roadie?
Looks like I already am.
I love it.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I am Kenya Stump. I'm following Andrew's instructions to repeat my name and who I'm with. I'm with the Energy and Environment Cabinet, the Kentucky Office of Energy Policy. You all heard from my boss this morning, Secretary Goodman, who I thought did a wonderful job at covering all that we're involved in. I do not have a PowerPoint because I'm old school. Maybe it's because I have a 13-year-old and I'm like, watch me, listen. And also I have to acknowledge our office oversees Kentucky's Energy Assurance Plan, and so we serve in the emergency support function when we have a natural disaster. I'm coming off of an activation at the Emergency Operations Center this weekend, and I just got power on Tuesday myself. So what better time to talk about fuel diversity and resilience than what we've just been through. To date, in the past 3 years, we've been activated 11 times. We've managed to work a cybersecurity event, 2 ice storms, a tornado, now a major wind event. We've had 2 floodings. We've had the pandemic. We've had a civil kind of terrorist threatening event on our grid. We had a pipeline cyber attack. And all I can say is that it's going to continue for any certainty, and that we're here to talk about how we can become more resilient and also how we can incorporate more fuel diversity. I do need to say I am with the Office of Energy Policy. I do have 2 interns with me today. Oh my rock star. Haley Mattingly and Zach Barker, both coming from U of L interns with the Office of Energy Policy. So we are always open to have interns come work with us on policy issues, and now's a great time because we're also getting a ton of money, but please don't ask for it because I don't have it yet. Also, I'd like to acknowledge another great friend of mine that's here, Alyssa McCracken in the back. So I started my career actually at UK with the Small Business Development Centers, and Alyssa and I have been working together now for far too long on pollution prevention and compliance assistance and energy efficiency. So very excited that there was this morning a talk that really emphasized the role of small businesses, small and medium-sized businesses in Kentucky's economy, and how our small and medium-sized businesses can support our economic growth moving forward, specifically in clean energy, resilience, and the commercialization and expansion opportunities that the bipartisan infrastructure law offers. And very excited to see what's going to come out of the industrial assessment centers and how they expand and grow and work with us as we move forward on our federal funding. But a few things I wanted to talk about. Our mission at the Office of Energy Policy. So first, other than Linda and Lissa and a few others, who even knew Kentucky had an energy policy office? Oh, Aaron, you don't count in the back. So let me tell you a little bit about the Office of Energy Policy. So our mission is actually we support the utilization of all of Kentucky's fuels for the betterment of the Commonwealth while protecting and improving the environment. So what does that mean? It means I still work in coal, I work in natural gas, I now work in the renewable side. I used to be the assistant director on the renewable energy side. And I work now in all these fuels in between. Linda and I talk a lot from NiSource on renewable natural gas. I work on solar. A renewable that nobody really talks about that is really a backbone is our hydroelectric resources that we have. If you didn't realize, the December event where we had the rolling blackouts, TVA's hydro resources came online and performed. Last I looked, they were number 3 on their value stack. And so preserving and increasing efficiency of our hydroelectric resources is something that I think we need to remember as well. About the only thing I don't work on is wind, just because we're not known as a wind state. But I work on trying to get Midwest wind to Kentucky in a way that can keep prices low. So I work in that aspect as well. Starting to work on nuclear as well. And I'm going to talk a little bit about where we're moving on the nuclear side and how that can support our industrial decarbonization and hydrogen work as well. So we work in all fuels. We're a policy shop, we're non-regulatory. Our seminal publication, which Aaron cannot raise his hand on because he used to do that with us, is the Kentucky Energy Profile, which is kind of our unbiased data look at our generation, transmission, and consumption of Kentucky's energy resources. That publication will be updated hopefully by April 1st, and so that's your kind of your reference document. We're also working to make sure that document becomes more interactive and people can interact with the data, download the data. And I do that for selfish reasons because I don't need any more requests of, can you send me that chart? So we're going to make it more interactive for people to understand where we get our electricity from, where our natural gas comes from, how we transport it, what our infrastructure looks like, and then how do we consume what we produce. I did want to, Sankey charts are one of my favorite things. LB&L has a Sankey chart for the state of Kentucky that's great in terms of Lawrence Berkeley National, no, is it LB&L? Maybe it's Argonne. LBL, yeah. So they have a great Sankey chart. That's where I start my conversation with people about Kentucky. This is energy, this is where it goes. And oh, by the way, Aaron knows we waste a lot of energy on the backside. So, but it really informs kind of some of the discussions we can have around our energy resources. Some other things, building on what Secretary Goodman said this morning, KYE3, that's our energy strategy, the governor's energy strategy. And I can tell you it's based on energy, environment, and economic development, but it's really based on community engagement and community resilience, critical facilities, and fuel diversification. I can say when we met with Governor Beshear on the energy strategy and we got to the hydrogen section, he really got excited about it, and he looked at me and he said, okay, now just go do it. Okay, yes sir. But he really said operationalize it and make it happen. So what have we done since then? Well, we formed a hydrogen work group. It got a fast start, and I will admit we've taken a little bit of a break on it because that's when the hub activity picked up. And our initial work there was to position Kentucky that we could get involved in the hubs that we needed to be involved with and move those forward. I can say, as Secretary Goodman said, we're in 3 hubs, but 3 very different hubs because they build on different assets that Kentucky can offer on hydrogen. So the Midwest hub, it's very kind of agricultural based. The Mach 2 hub, there's not a lot of conversations I haven't heard today about the importance green ammonia will have in the transport of hydrogen and export of hydrogen as we move forward. And also the Mach 2 hub has the nuclear assets which make low carbon hydrogen nice there as well. We're in Arch 2, that's the Appalachian hub. So that folk, oh, far out. Andrew knows I'm loud too.
I think you wore it out.
I'm electric.
Let's give that one a
All
shot.
right, we're in the Arch 2 hub, and that's blue hydrogen. So a focus there is really kind of our oil and gas resources. All right, switching out one more time.
All right.
Okay. Where was it? Arch 2. Arch 2 is blue hydrogen, going to be very reliant on carbon capture, storage, and geologic sequestration and carbon management. And then our Southeast hub, oh, by the way, NiSource is in Arch and Mach 2 too. So Linda Runkey's here from NiSource. And Linda's group, let me just do a shout out. NiSource is doing some great research on hydrogen blending in the pipeline, and then also what that looks like. Let's not forget, eventually you're going to put it into an appliance in our home and have to utilize it. So NiSource is doing a lot of our safety testing on appliances. As Linda told me, she said, Kenya, I've got to make sure a hydrogen blend will work in a 1980s gas stove and not cause issues. So we're excited about NiSource's work on appliance safety and hydrogen blending and what it looks like for the consumer and consumer safety. I think to Bloom Energy's comment, I think for me, when I see the most near-term hydrogen work, I think, transportation is obviously, I think, an easier sector on the commercial freight. But I also think co-locating in the interim hydrogen production next to off-takers until we can really figure out transport, until we can really figure out storage is going to be kind of this interim step we're going to have to make in this overall hydrogen economy. DOE has allocated $8 billion for the hubs, but the applications that were submitted were for $60 billion. $8 billion, everybody's like, wow, $8 billion. And I'm like, $8 billion's not gonna get it done, right? It's a good step, I will say that, but to build out a hydrogen economy is gonna require significant public-private partnerships to make it happen. And investment, and how do we do that in Kentucky? I'm glad Sydney's here from economic development, because hydrogen economic development will just be economic development. It's hydrogen as a new commodity, and it's hydrogen economic development. We know how to do economic development here in the state, And so I think we're positioned well to capitalize on that. The Southeast Hub. What do I like about the Southeast Hub? That's TVA, Duke, and LG&E, KU, PPL is in the Southeast Hub. That's a great hub because it's, well, one of the only in the Southeast, but it's utility-led. And what we have just heard from NREL, and by the way, I get NREL technical assistance, and I love NREL's resources. I've been out to Golden, the Golden office, and it's a great place to go visit. It's utility-led, so we're going to have that decarbonized grid electricity in the Southeast to do the hydrogen production. And that leads into our nuclear work. We are heavily engaged in advancing the nuclear conversation in Kentucky for both hydrogen and for reliable, low-carbon electricity and workforce. Let me just say workforce. Coal to nuclear is something we're taking a very hard look at, and we have a resolution, I think, Linda, I think it's, let's see, Joint Resolution 79 to create a nuclear work group and form a nuclear commission in the state to permanently work on nuclear economic development. And nuclear economic development will mean hydrogen economic development. Oh, on nuclear. We have a partnership with GAIN. That's Idaho National Lab. Basically, there's not a national lab that I'm not going to work with. I love our national labs. Idaho National Lab and GAIN is working with our utilities on CODA nuclear studies, and we're very excited about that partnership. We're actually hosting a national nuclear forum in May in Paducah, Kentucky. We're going to have DOE's nuclear office come. We're going to have NuScale, TerraPower, anybody that's in the nuclear supply chain ecosystem will be coming to Paducah in May, and that's May 17th through the 19th. Super excited about that. Hydrogen hub corridors, 65, 75, and 64. In order for those to be ready, we need 3 hydrogen fuel stations. We're targeting commercial freight for those fueling locations, given that we have Ford, Toyota, and GM that all need routes on 75, 64, 65. We are looking for a location in Louisville to have one of the 3 hydrogen fueling stations that could fuel commercial freight vehicles. We will be working with Kentucky Transportation Cabinet on federal funding to actually go after and build the hydrogen fuel stations, but that's going to require some match commitments from probably our private sector. Just stay with me, it's coming. In terms of exciting hydrogen developments, just want to call this out. 9 Mile Point Nuclear Station in New York just announced they're beginning their hydrogen production there. And then if you didn't see, we had our first aviation flight, and I believe it was with a hydrogen fuel cell, that happened on March 2nd. And that was over in Washington State. So we're making progress into these hard to decarbonize sectors like aviation, as well as, you heard, cement, iron, and steel. All right, next. What funding will I have? And when is it available? So for our IIJA funding, we're very excited. Our state energy program funding, we intend to, we expect that award to come out, we're hoping any day now, but I'm guessing the way the DOE works, I'm guessing May. We intend to fund 2 university microgrid projects. So we're going to have about $750,000 devoted to moving forward to university microgrid projects. This would be intended to have a behind-the-meter microgrid that can help support university critical operations, critical student services, help the university become that kind of community hub in the event there's a long-term power outage. The microgrid, similar to Fort Knox, can help keep some of those critical university operations up and running. We're going to do that same thing with water and wastewater facilities, except those are more nanogrid type projects. We're going to work with our Division of Water on optimization of water and wastewater, where we deploy energy efficiency technologies as well as behind-the-meter DER that not only reduces emissions and operating costs, but also helps with effluent nutrient reduction. We're working with the Smart Electric Power Alliance to do 2 deeper dives on microgrid feasibility studies, and then we're also going to ramp up our nuclear initiative as well. And then one I never thought I would say is we're going to track cattle as they roam around a solar array. Why is that important? Because solar is very land intensive. It's not energy dense. And so we have to look at land use considerations when that land bumps up against economic development. And we have to think about like co-benefits of these solar projects. And a lot of that has to do with our cattle industry and how do we have both of those things occurring at the same time, and can we do co-locating of agriculture and solar as well. So be on the lookout for the cattle tracker project.
Yes.
It's 10 till 2.
Got it.
You wanna
I'm
take
closing.
questions?
I am. Good.
2 other things we're excited about on the industrial decarbonization. Listen knows, working with our distilleries on an Energy Star certification. That's going to be huge. There's nothing I would like better than to say that my bourbon was Energy Star certified. So we're hoping to have the first, we're hoping to have the first distillery be Energy Star certified in the future, and it be here in Kentucky. We're also excited about ISO 50001 ready. I think that's a great thing for our industrial facilities. And I'm happy to take questions. We're watching the Advanced Energy Manufacturing Funding if you have questions about that. I know Blanca had some questions about that. Industrial decarbonization pilots, climate reduction fund, and the greenhouse gas reduction fund as well coming out of EPA are great avenues for projects in communities. And I didn't think I would take this long, but all right, Andrew, questions? You've got me here. Ask.
Well, then keep talking.
Let's just keep talking. Yeah, go ahead, Blanca. You got one.
You know what I'm going to ask.
Go ahead and ask it. Yeah, ask it.
So I asked John already, do you have any more information on that 48C grant for manufacturing companies?
Is that the Advanced Energy Manufacturing and Recycling?
I believe that that's the 402. The 48C, it just came out. I need to talk about
Yeah, so I will say this. On the Advanced Energy Manufacturing and Recycling grant, if you are a business that's in commercialization phase and you want to expand, if you just want to do something, get your concept paper in by March 14th. That's how we have to get, you have to get it started. So if you're wanting to expand, if you're looking to locate, if you want to partner, and you're a small business in the state, get your concept paper in March 14th.
One more thing. What do you know about the HB 303 that passed in the legislature here in the state?
Bad with numbers, give me the title.
Sure. This is a Kentucky Business Initiative program, but it has to do with hydrogen transmission.
Oh, is that the securitization? Okay, so I'm gonna reserve my comments. We're gonna have to talk separately. That hydrogen, the hydrogen part of that bill is wrapped up in a securitization component. While we're supportive of the hydrogen aspect, there are issues on the securitization side that might prevent that bill. I think it was premature to put the hydrogen component into the securitization bill and complicate it at that time. And plus, we still have a lot of regulatory questions to answer on who regulates the hydrogen, if we're talking about a hydrogen pipeline. I know Linda's been doing a lot of work in that space, and our Public Service Commission was very interested in that as well. So we've got some regulatory things we have to figure out on hydrogen pipelines.
Just one follow-up on your one point you mentioned. You said something about ammonia. Do you have any more information on what we are thinking?
Other than, from my understanding, the Mach 2 side, I think, is heavily invested in this green ammonia production, because I think in the interim, Mahendra, it's my understanding that ramping up the green ammonia facilities will allow us to be able to export, and then I call it re-energize, but the chemical engineers will know, and then liberate the hydrogen from it once it gets to where it's going. You know, I think we have a play in that given us. I think, you know, we could have economic development around green ammonia, and then especially with our, like the Owensboro area that has a good agricultural export terminal there on the river, I think we could maybe see some economic development opportunities around the green ammonia, assuming you have the green hydrogen at a facility to make it.
Okay, big hand for Kenya.
Thank you.
All right, it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Thangaraj Mathuraiviran. Thangaraj has over 17 years of experience and background in the area of the development and evaluation of complex chemical systems, including diesel exhaust, after-treatment catalytic systems, but also fuel cells and electrolyzers. So he currently manages the Polymer Electrolyte Membrane Fundamentals Group at the Cummins New Power Business Unit, where he's responsible for planning, directing, and executing the research and development work related to the experimental evaluation and the modeling of fuel cell and electrolyzer stacks and systems. So welcome Thangaraj. He's going to tell us a bit about what Cummins is up to in the hydrogen space.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
I think it should be coming in a short while. Okay. Thanks, Joshua, for the nice introduction. My name is Thangaraj. I'm with Cummins. I'm part of New Power business segment within Cummins. Yesterday, Cummins did a big announcement. Some of you would have seen this or heard about it. The New Power business segment within Cummins is now called Accelera. The next time you see this slide, I think it will be more green. I think for now I wasn't able to make those changes before this presentation, so I just put a small logo there under my name. So Accelera, we are working towards accelerating the zero emission technologies and pushing us into the next era where we operate more clean. So that's where the name comes from. So Cummins, many of you know Cummins as a 100-year-old diesel company. Cummins was founded in 1919 by W.J. Irwin and Clissy Cummins. Currently, we operate in like 190 countries, close to 60,000 employees. and there is like 103 years of experience within this space, and there's close to like 1.1 billion of money that's spent into research and technology. The 2021 sales was around 24 billion. Cummins internally is divided into 5 business segments. There is a traditional engine business segment, which is also updating to the new emission norms and moving towards zero emission strategies. The engine business typically does engines lesser than 19 liter, mostly in the on-highway and off-highway application. We have a power systems which focuses on engines above like 19 liter. It goes into various spaces like power generation, marine applications. And then we have a component business unit which supports the internal businesses, but also supports customers with the components like Cummins emission solutions, providing after treatment, catalyst, filtration. There are multiple things under that umbrella. There is also distribution. We are in different countries. We provide wide range of products and solutions. We also need to be there at the reach of customers, provide them with all the support. So there is also the distribution business unit. And the last, the recent, or the relatively recent creation is the new power segment, now called Accelera by Cummins. I'll go deeper into the new power Cummins. As I said, most of you know Cummins as a 100-plus-year-old diesel company. But in fact, we are a 100-plus-year-old innovation company. We've been working very closely with our customers, making improvements to our products, services, bringing in new solutions, and making our communities and customers' life better. So that's what we've been doing. With the centuries worth of experience, there's a lot of experience in working with engines, powertrain. There's long-standing relationships with OEMs, with suppliers, dealers. There's plenty of data that's available within the organization, which places us in a very, very good spot to make this transition with the understanding of what the market and the customers need. So as New Power, or now Accelera, we had closer to like 2,000 hydrogen installations. There is like 600 plus battery vehicles in the field, and you see a number of 1,500 plus employees coming under this one umbrella of Accelera. Now it's closer to 2,000 employees. And with respect to the electrolyzer installations, there's closer to like 600 plus installations, including currently the world's biggest installation of 20 megawatt, which is in Bécancour in Canada. So this is our purpose. So purpose as Accelera, or Cummins, to accelerate the adaptation of new emissions, zero carbon solutions for the world. Again, as Kenya pointed out, as others pointed out as well, it's not a one person's job here. It's not just Cummins. We are having partnerships. We are closely working with our customers, and there is going to be a transition as well towards the net zero emission technologies. So we are currently working very closely with our customers, providing them the solutions for today, and we are picking them from where they are. We also clearly understand that there is going to be a path to a zero emission space. In that regard, Cummins is working to make improvements to the current diesel or natural gas technologies, moving it closer to zero emissions or ultra low emissions. Plus, it is also innovating in the new technology space. And with respect to the zero emission technologies, there is wide variety of solutions available here. It's not that the one solution fits all. It's going to be based on the customer need, the application need. There's going to be wide variety of solutions here. Cummins, there are 4 different umbrellas that you see here. The first one is the electrolyzer. creating the green hydrogen using renewable energy is key. It acts as an enabler to roll out the hydrogen technologies into this space. The second segment is the fuel cell systems. Cummins is acting as a catalyst, providing these technologies and also creating the demand within the market. And the last segment could be combined as well as electrified components, which includes the batteries and also e-powertrain systems. So Cummins is working on all these different technologies to get us to a zero emission state. Here you see that, so though there are like multiple of these technologies available, they are complementary to each other. For example, when you look at the fuel cell electric vehicles, there is going to be the electronic controls and the electrified powertrain, which is complementary, and batteries need the same as well. Same as with respect to the fuel cells and electrolyzers. Fuel cells, they use the hydrogen, provide electricity. The electrolyzers use the electricity, provide hydrogen. There is commonality in with respect to designs and components that can be used between these technology. While the components needs to be optimized for each of these operations, but they are complementary to each other. So that's where Cummins plays in this entire portfolio. So therein we are able to understand the complete ecosystem better. We are able to learn and do iterations quickly with respect to these technologies and are able to integrate them better for our customers. So these are pictures of some real-world experiences today. I'll start with batteries. So we have the school buses. There are 500 of those already in operation today. The sizes range from mini excavators to trucks. We are partnering with Gilead, Eldorado on the transit bus applications. And on the fuel cell side, we have been demonstrating with respect to the train application. That's the first application for train using fuel cells in Europe. It's with Alstom. We have Class 8 truck demonstrations. There are transit bus applications as well in the field. On the electrolyzer side, as I mentioned, there are 600 plus installations, and we today have one of the biggest electrolyzer set up in Bécancour in Canada. We're also working with hydrogen blending, as Kenya pointed out. That's critical as well. There are electrolyzers from Cummins which are supporting 60 plus hydrogen refueling stations. So why hydrogen today? So there are three main reasons here. One is hydrogen is available in plenty in this universe. So more than 70% in terms of mass. If we have a renewable energy source, renewable source of electricity, we would be able to create an energy source which is clean and usable for our application. It also helps us to decarbonize the hard to abate sectors like the heavy duty trucks or the mining applications. 1 kg of hydrogen would be equivalent to 3 kg of gasoline or diesel, sorry for that. And it can work in tandem with batteries. The refueling, the fueling of the trucks or any of the vehicles can be same as what we would do with respect to today's diesel. We can do it at similar time frames than what a charging of a battery would take. So it uses similar infrastructure. Plus, it also provides, from a country perspective, a greater independence with respect to energy. We can create hydrogen in any place we are. All that we would need is electricity in that space, so we are not dependent on anyone else. So that it makes the country independent of any energy source. So that's critical. That's enabling hydrogen economy to boom. But it's also important to look at three important aspects of it. The first one is we need to have a technology which is available for use, which can be used, which can be reliable for the customers in terms of either the fuel cell technology or it's an electrolyzer. So we need a reliable technology to be produced. And then we also need to make it affordable. We need to make it economically viable. And the third aspect is we also need to have a right policy environment so that the companies can be confident, invest further, and walk that path in moving towards a zero emission technology. So therein, I think that it needs a partnership. As I said, it's not a one-man's job there or one organization job. It's a close collaboration between organization, private players, governments, to work together to enable this technology and transition towards zero emissions. So this is just a high-level picture of the hydrogen ecosystem. As I said, Cummins plays in all these spaces. First, we need a source of renewable energy, which can be used by an electrolyzer to generate hydrogen. And the hydrogen can play multiple uses here. It can be energy storage. It can also complement when the renewable energies are not available. We can use hydrogen to generate electricity, and it can go into multiple of the applications as well. We can use it for industrial applications. You can convert them to ammonia, so we can use it for mobility of vehicles, and then we can use it for our daily power generation applications as well. So with respect to the hydrogen technologies, there are two buckets of it. And as I said, it's going to be working complementary to each other. The first bucket is the electrolyzer, which uses the electricity. It should be a clean source of energy to create a green hydrogen source. And then we can convert the power to X, which is the fuel in terms of hydrogen. And then there is this fuel cell bucket, which uses the fuel, converts into electricity. And Cummins has been working in both these spaces. I'll talk more in the next few slides. Just a high level, I think many in this room would be aware of this, just the fundamentals of fuel cells, electrolyzers here. So electrolyzers work opposite to the fuel cells. We feed in electricity, we feed in water into the system. There is an electrolyte in between. It depends on what technology you're using. In case of proton exchange membrane, we would have a membrane in between. There is electrodes on both sides. The water is split, and you have hydrogen and oxygen creation. Hydrogen is what we are interested at this point of time, but there could be opportunities for using oxygen as well, which is produced from the electrolysis process. And in terms of the electrolyzer portfolio, Cummins has a wide range of products in this portfolio, starting from a small scale to gigawatt level of electrolysis. We primarily work on two buckets at this point of time, which are already commercialized products for Cummins. One is the proton exchange membrane electrolyzer. The other one is an alkaline electrolyzer. Both have their advantages, and there are some challenges to work with them. For example, the proton exchange membrane fuel cell, we can work from like a low power node to a high power node. And based on our understanding of its degradation, it provides better efficiency through the life of the electrolyzer. It has a low operating expense. Of course, it has this higher TCO, but then if you consider both OPEX and the initial investments, it plays a significant role in making this technology viable. On the other hand, alkaline, it has been there in this space for quite a long period of time. It has like 60 plus years of experience. So it's considered as a more reliable product there. And it also has a low capital investments. On the other hand, we are also working on other technologies than what you see in this slide. There is also, we've been working on solid oxide electrolyzers cells, and we are also working on anion exchange membrane electrolysis. So this is what I was speaking. There's a wide range of product available in this portfolio, starting from 0.1 megawatt to gigawatt scales. There are few that are commercially available already. Our high-stat, it's an alkaline electrolyzer. It is available in the range of 0.1 to 0.5 megawatt. We have Hylizer 500 and 5000, which goes up to like 50 megawatt. These products are already available. And we are working on developing bigger electrolyzer units like the 4000, and it could go up to like gigawatts of power supply. So briefly, as I spoke about the alkaline fuel cell, I just want to just flash this slide quickly here. This technology has been there for quite a long period of time. It has been a product, very reliable. Of course, from a sizing perspective, as you scale up, there are some challenges scaling up beyond certain points. That's where it's currently, we've been limited to like 100 to 10 to 100 normal meter cube per hour of hydrogen generation. Of course, we are working in making improvements and overcoming some of the challenges in getting to higher hydrogen production nodes as well. But for now, this is the range where we have the products. The next series is the PEM electrolyzer series. Here, it starts anywhere between like a 1 megawatt to, you could go to like a gigawatt of node and have very high hydrogen production rates. And here, with respect to this technology, it has a higher efficiency over the life of the electrolyzer. We have a better understanding of its degradation. With that, we think that this would have better efficiency through the life of the product. And it also has the low maintenance and a longer life cycle. And we today have it at, like, we could deliver hydrogen at 30 bar. And depending on customer need, this could be tweaked to the pressure needs of the customer. And also, another key difference between the alkaline and the PEM electrolyzer also is the alkaline is bulky. As you look at megawatts and gigawatts, the PEM is a compact unit. You could pack more power. There is higher power density with the PEM electrolyzer. So you can get these units at in a compact scale in comparison to the alkaline electrolyzers. Now quickly jumping to the fuel cell side of it, which would use the hydrogen from the electrolyzer or from other green sources. The fuel cell, okay. So sorry, I do not have the habit of standing in one place and talking, and sometimes keep moving around. So standing in one place is sometimes difficult for me. So if I move around, if you don't hear, please let me know.
Just take the mic with you.
Yeah, that's another option, but I'm just worried. I think he may just wave his hand. So the fuel cells, here it's working opposite to the electrolyzer. So I keep saying this. Here we feed in hydrogen on one side, there is air on the other side, and we are able to generate electricity. So the hydrogen splits into protons. The proton navigates through the membrane, gets to the other side, reacts with oxygen ions, forms water, and in all that process of electrochemical reaction, there is electrons moving through the external circuit. That's what creates the electricity. We could store it and use it for mobility purposes. On the fuel cell solution side, so we work with the fundamental basic blocks of the fuel cells, starting with the membrane electrode assembly, bipolar plates, and then these units are stackable. We can stack them to the required power requirements. We call these as like repeating units, the bipolar plate and what we call as a soft good, the membrane electrode assembly with the gas diffusion layer. We can stack them to whatever power nodes we need. And the modularity also makes the unit, we could validate these units at modular levels, stack them to our need. It makes it more reliable as well for our application. From a nomenclature perspective, we start with like the single cells, we stack them to the required needs, and then we add the balance of plant components around it, like the air management, fuel management, the temperature controls, and the control unit, make it as a like a power module, and then build it into a fuel cell system, which also incorporates the DC-DC converter, all the system controls, power conditioning, and the complete the electrified powertrain as well, making it to the vehicle at the end. So this is our fuel cell roadmap as we look at it currently. Cummins has been working and deploying in each of these applications. We do have demonstration units in each of these applications. As I mentioned, we already have electric school buses. In addition, we also have like fuel cell buses in deployment and demonstration. There are medium and heavy duty trucks. Rail, we are already doing the demonstration in Europe with Alstom. And there is also the work on the construction equipments with fuel cells. Based on what you see here, with respect to the mass production, by end of this decade, we should be able to have these in mass production for customer usage. Of course, I think there is also all the parallel developments that are needed, as pointed out by previous speakers as well, to make it commercially viable. We also need to make sure hydrogen is available at lower cost. Parallelly, we also need to work on ensuring that this technology is reliable for our customers' end usage. So all that work is going on with the plan of moving towards that reliable technology and making hydrogen available. We should be able to commercialize and have this as a product before the end of this decade with all these applications. In short, I think I just want to flash this slide. Cummins works in wide variety of applications. There is nothing like one solution fits all these applications. The climate change is real, and it is important for us to do the course correction and move towards zero emission technology. And on the other hand, Cummins also understands that there is a path to get to a zero emission state or to get to those technologies. In the meantime, we are working on improving our current products, making emissions from those products closer to closer to zero. So that's a work that we've been doing. And there will be wide variety of usage, customer base, and depending on the need, the solutions that they may need would also be different. So we are well aware of that, and we will be providing wide variety of solutions to meet the customer need. And it's critical for us all to partner and walk towards this path to make this as a success and meet the 2050 goals. So that's all from my end for now. Any questions?
Hi, I'm Nadisha from University of Kentucky. So I have a question about the water electrolyzer. So we know that when we do the water electrolysis, there's a lot of gas bubbles are involved at the anode and the cathode. So how do you resolve this problem when it comes to the actual water electrolyzer? Because when I do it with the simple RRTE, I get so many bubbles. Since it's rotating, I get to break those bubbles. But at the industrial level, how you address that issue?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks for the question. So it's important to understand what the bubble does. The bubbles in the water, they are also flowing through a very narrow channel. As they move through those channels, they also impact the materials that are present in the path and result in degradation of materials. So it is important for us to understand how the materials are getting impacted and looking at ways to mitigate those degradation modes. So we've been working to first understand its impact and help improve the stability of the materials with time. But I think we cannot live without those bubbles. Those are part of the process. We need to work with them and make sure we have compatible materials which can survive the required warranty periods.
One question here. The heavy truck that you showed, how much hydrogen are you planning to store on board, and how are you storing it?
Okay, so the Class A truck, we think it would need closer to 800 kilogram of hydrogen, and with that we would be able to hit like 500 miles. So that's what is the target. With respect to storage, it's compressed at 700 bars. Cummins also has a joint venture with Nprox, which manufactures hydrogen storage units. These are Class 4 carbon fiber reinforced storage tanks, which can store hydrogen at 700 bars.
High pressure?
High pressure, yeah, that's right.
Was that 100 kilograms?
Why not?
80.
80.
Thank you, Raj.
Hi, I'm Mickey Wilhelm, Dean Emeritus of the Speed School of Engineering. We heard a presentation a little while ago that the hydrogen shot was going to be 111. What does it cost to use your equipment per kilogram to make hydrogen?
So we are where she's showing as a starting point as well at this point of time. So it will be closer to, I would say, like $5 to $6 per kg. That's where we are, but we need to work towards making improvement with respect to the technology, understanding it better. In some of the cases, we've been oversizing to meet our life requirements as well. Better understanding of the technology, optimally sizing it, and making improvements so that it doesn't degrade with life, and also reducing the material cost associated with it. There are multiple expensive components that are built into the electrolyzer unit. As Dr. Huyen pointed out as well, there is titanium, there is iridium. We are looking at thrifting those catalytic components and looking at alternative materials to reduce the cost. Thereby, we can improve the end cost of hydrogen available.
Hi, Amir. I'm from a renewable energy development company, Brightnet. Mentioned stackability for fuel cell. Is there something fundamentally different between PEM fuel cell versus electrolyzers that makes that stackability more significant for fuel cells?
So both these can be stacked as well. So it's the same building block. We would have a bipolar plate, and there are some soft goods, and then in between those soft goods we have, in case of PEM, it's mostly the carbon gas diffusion layers. In case of PEM, we would have on the water side porous transport layer, which primarily is the titanium today. But the fundamental block is the same. We could stack in both the cases to required sizing. So it's possible in both fuel cells and electrolyzer.
And then power density wise? Is the resulting power density significantly different?
So they operate at different conditions, so there is going to be difference with respect to the power density.
Huyen, Dinh, Emmanuel. I just want to hear your perspective from industry. What would be the materials R&D priorities for PEM, liquid electrolyte, liquid alkaline, and AEM electrolysis?
So it is going to be critical, as we already spoke about. The cost of hydrogen that's available today is not viable from a commercial application perspective. We collectively need to bring down the cost of hydrogen and to walk that path. It's critical for us to first is like understand the technology today, either it's PEM, alkaline, or the AEM technology is relatively new, but there is work ongoing in that space as well. We collectively need to understand the technology and look at ways of finding alternate materials, including, I think, for example, Europe is looking at banning certain constituents which are vital for the fuel cells, the membrane, both fuel cells and electrolyzer. So it's critical for us to look at alternate materials, thrift all the precious group metals that we have. I think the work on material side is very critical for industry to move towards, to make this as a viable product and available at an economic scale.
Hi, Matthew Mulvihill, University of Louisville, grad student. I'm curious on the temperature ranges that you're operating the fuel cells in your vehicles. I know since we're all from Kentucky, we've experienced bipolar weather, and these significant changes in temperature can affect the stability of materials in fuel cells. So I'm curious how you guys are circumventing that issue.
So the internal operation temperature for the fuel cell on an average would be around 65 to 70 degree Celsius. It could be anywhere, sorry for that. It could be on the lower end, like from like 50 degrees Celsius. Higher end, we could operate at like 80 degrees Celsius. There's a lot of work going on in pushing this temperature limit to a higher level as well. With respect to that the high temperature operation, we also need to look at the materials which would be compatible for higher temperature operations, particularly with respect to membrane. It is a balance of, we need to move the proton from one end to another, and that also needs the membrane to be moist so that we can move the proton from one end to another. Operating at higher temperature dries the membrane and results in degradation of the membrane. So there is work going on to push the temperatures to a higher level to get more from the fuel cell, but on the other hand, we also need to work in making sure we have materials which can work at those temperatures.
So would your vehicles then require an initial startup time to heat up?
Okay, so on that question, the fuel cell electric vehicle would always have a battery as well. So it's not going to be like fuel cell electric vehicle has only fuel cell and there is no other energy source within the vehicle. So there is going to be a battery. When we speak about BEVs or battery electric vehicles, the size of the battery is going to be significantly large. But on the other hand, when we speak about fuel cell electric vehicles, we would definitely have a small size battery within it, which enables us to get started and would also take care of some of the transient operations as well, so that we can operate fuel cell in a range where it is more durable. So battery is going to aid the fuel cell operation.
Big hand for Think Garage.
Aaron.
Thank you very much, Sangaraj. Our last speaker in this session is Aaron Patrick, who is the director.
Hang on just 1 second. Okay, gotta get close, fellas.
All right, Aaron is the Director of Research and Development for PPL Corporation, Pennsylvania Power and Light, a leading U.S. energy company focused on providing electricity and natural gas safely, reliably, and affordably. And Aaron is responsible for managing an enterprise-wide research and development strategy and PPL's partnerships with external research organizations, including national labs and universities like us. Before joining LG&E and KU, Aaron held leadership roles at the Kentucky Energy and Environment Cabinet, including Assistant Director and Program Manager in Carbon Management and Renewable Energy. So he's going to give us the utility perspective today. Thank you, Aaron.
Hey everybody, I don't know that I'm going to give you the utility perspective, and the reason I say that is because, you know, I started my career, 15 years ago, and when I started at the Energy and Environment Cabinet as Kenya's teammate, it was to really what they were trying to do was push for a renewable portfolio standard in Kentucky. And Mahendra's nodding his head because he remembers we were working on House Bill 3, renewable portfolio standard. And I was so excited about that. I was so excited to help drive Kentucky towards renewables and decarbonization. And that's been what I've done for the past 15 years. So first as a federal and state employee with the Energy and Environment Cabinet, and then with LG&EKU, leading their research and development. And I was recently, 6 months ago, promoted to lead research and development for all the PPL companies. So I still have my same job at LG&EKU. I'm still on the management team at LG&EKU, but also Rhode Island Energy, Pennsylvania Power and Light, Old Dominion Power, and maybe some other places. But my heart is still the same heart that it was on day one. My objectives are still the same, although my title and my company and my position have changed over time. I haven't. And as a Kentuckian, I'm very excited about renewables. That's what we're working towards every single day. But yeah, I will kind of walk through a little bit about what we're doing. This microphone is so weird. Real quick, like I said, I move kind of quick because we're probably over on time already, but so our portfolio of companies include PPL, Pennsylvania Power and Light, Kentucky Utilities, Louisville Gas and Electric, Old Dominion Power, and Rhode Island Energy, approximately 3.5 million customers in those states. From an R&D perspective, what are we doing as a corporation? I was asked to, as someone read in my bio that the company wrote, I've been asked to lead an enterprise-wide R&D strategy. What that means is I could hire managers at each of the companies and hire engineers and build a great big team. Instead, the approach that we've taken is to invest really in local universities and team up with universities, go after federal funds, work with our teammates at the universities to go after federal funds, and then we do have other partnerships with several national labs. One thing you'll note about my experience with our partners is I have been very actively pulling funds away from out-of-state international research groups and reallocating them to local groups. We've drastically increased our funding to the University of Kentucky. We've added funding to the University of Louisville, and we did that all the while returning money to ratepayers. How's that possible? Well, we reduced some of our other partnerships in research and development, including Electric Power Research Institute and others, and reallocated those funds locally. Those local partnerships have been what I think are absolutely the most valuable. And I don't say that because I'm just excited to see things happen in Kentucky. I say that because I think the passion that I have to work on these projects and to drive innovation and change, I feel like the local communities that we're working with here have that same passion. But we've got a variety of partners. Our most important partner, without a doubt, is the University of Kentucky. We are working with them on dozens and dozens of projects. We have how many University of Kentucky people now? We work, 50 some odd in a variety of departments, working very, very closely. If we were to size these charts by dollar contributions, of course US DOE would be the largest. Our collective teams, and really thanks to Heather and her leadership, have won over $115 million in federal funds for decarbonization projects here in Kentucky. And that's remarkable. I mean, we're bringing in federal dollars to Kentucky to invest in renewable energy and decarbonization. So it's really, really awesome. So kudos to that team. Real quickly, I want to look at what I call the eras of R&D, utility R&D. And I know this is texty, but I get a lot of proposals. So I also manage our venture capital funds. I hear a lot of proposals from companies. I hear a lot of proposals from research partners. And I try to ask myself two simple questions. And those two simple questions really kind of help me bucket the project that they're proposing into one of these four categories. Those two questions are, can it be built? And is it economic? So if we look over then on the left, we have legacy R&D, so coal-focused type research and development activities. Can it be built? No, not anymore. That's not a thing anymore for a variety of reasons. Is it economic still? Sure. Yes, running an older coal unit can still be economic. Modern. So modern technologies are technologies that can be built right now, and it's economic to do that. So the big examples would be obviously solar. Solar makes sense in many cases. Gas, wind can make sense in many cases, as can lithium-ion batteries. Those are modern technologies. They exist, they work, and they're economic. Then we have future categories. So these are things that can be built. We are doing it in the labs at the University of Kentucky or in our pilot projects. We can do it, we know how to do it, but it is not economic. And that is the space that we're discussing today, hydrogen. And then I have a sort of a distant future, which we could call science fiction. These are technologies that are several decades out and are not really part of our planning. So I then restrict our focus to these two categories. Modern, i.e. I can deploy it right now and it makes economic sense to do so, or it's near term. And we've put hydrogen in that sort of near term future, 2040 and beyond. I want to pause real quick and look backwards in time. So again, I told you guys, this isn't just a utility perspective. This is a Kentuckian talking to you, and I am so proud of this. Kentucky, not just our company, but Kentucky collectively reduced sulfur dioxide emissions from electricity generation by 93% since 1995. These are just public data you can go download from the US EPA. 93%. We identified a problem, we as Americans identified a problem, and we fixed it. Now, how was this fixed? Primarily through flue gas desulfurization, or wet limestone injection desulfurization of coal units. So a lump of coal, as you guys probably know, a lump of coal has 1% sulfur content for a low sulfur coal, like Eastern Kentucky coal, or maybe 3% sulfur. That's a high sulfur coal, Western Kentucky coal. But fundamentally, a piece of coal is 1 to 3% sulfur. We built systems, we designed systems to remove that 3% sulfur. This was a major research and development area in the 50s, in the 60s, and as you guys probably know, Jimmy Carter flew in 1979 to Louisville. He actually called on a Friday and said, I would like to come and see the new flue gas desulfurization systems running at the LG&E Cane Run facility. And the plant freaked out and hurried and cleaned things up and painted things, and the president came early in the next week and met with all the workers. Why? Because Kentucky was leading in desulfurization technology in the 70s. That's awesome. I'm so proud of us for this, and I'm so proud of us for eradicating sulfur dioxide. And if you switch over and you look at nitrous oxides, we've done the same thing. Nitrous oxides have been completely eliminated. I talk to a lot of people in my job, and I feel like I hear the notion that emissions are rising, that pollution is getting worse and worse and worse. And that simply is not true. The air that we are breathing is cleaner today than it has been in many, many generations. Since we started burning coal, since we started industrialization. So it's really exciting. Things have gotten better. But we're not here today to talk about sulfur dioxide. We're here to talk about carbon dioxide. Now, go back to that piece of coal. Just think about a piece of coal for a moment. So it's 1 to 3% sulfur content. and we built big projects to eliminate it mechanically, chemically, and we eliminated the sulfur dioxide emissions. So proud. But coal, removing carbon from coal, coal is carbon. That's why you dig it. That's why you burn it. It's because it has carbon. So the engineering challenge of decarbonizing coal and decarbonizing fossil generation, as we're talking about, is a very big engineering challenge. This company, LG&EKU, built the dams, Dix River, Ohio River, built power plants and electrified Kentucky 100 years ago. That was a big engineering challenge. So was eliminating sulfur dioxide. But the challenge that we're talking about today, decarbonizing electricity generation, is a huge challenge. But there's some good news. If you look at our emissions when I was Assistant Director of Energy, so when I was Kenya's teammate, we were hovering around 100 million tons of CO2 a year, up and down, depending on really on weather, things like that. And the Obama administration came out with the Clean Power Plan and essentially created regulations to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 30%. And I remember advising Governor Steve Beshear at the time, and then Governor Bevin when he came in, and telling them that I think we'll achieve those targets and I think it will cost nothing. And people were thinking, oh no, this is really horrible, this policy is going to crush Kentucky. And I said, no, it's not. And the reason is because we have the retirement of older coal-fired power plants that were already planned. A lot of those retirements, they were occurring because of the age of the asset, and it was time to build something new. And so since the year 2000, Kentucky has reduced greenhouse gas emissions from electricity generation by 40%. So there was a chart, I think Bob Jewell from the University of Kentucky was showing this morning about CO2 emissions rising, and it's this linear, sure, true. But here in Kentucky, we have reduced by 40% since the year 2000. That's awesome. We should be so proud of that. I'm so proud of Kentucky for doing that. And I also want to point out the Obama Clean Power Plan. Of course, the Supreme Court issued an emergency stay order suspending it, and then the Trump administration vacated it, so it's no longer law. But let's look at it. Kentucky achieved it. We achieved that objective more than 10 years ahead of schedule. We did it. We accomplished what the Obama administration wanted us to set out to do, to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions to below 63 million tons by the year 2030. That's so awesome. I'm so proud of us. But as we move down in CO2 emissions reductions, the challenge gets harder and harder and harder. I'll jump through these quickly. We operate Kentucky's largest energy storage site, a lithium-ion battery. It's a microgrid. We've got a lot going on there. Really, really proud of that site. We operate it 24/7. We used to have grad students, student interns that operated it remotely, but now it's all automated using artificial intelligence. But it was a really neat project. So proud of Kentucky. Some of my teammates there, some of our research engineers, and Akeo in the middle. Akeo did tons of publishing on the battery, and I encourage you guys to go and look at some of Dr. Akeo's work on our battery storage site. Kenya mentioned kind of quickly agrivoltaics. This is a project that this has been a passion of mine. We own and operate Kentucky's first utility scale solar project. And we went back in and we planted pollinator habitats to try to improve, obviously, the habitat for pollinators, but also to reduce the emissions that were required from things like mowing. And not just emissions from mowing, costs. I started to dig into the costs, how much it was costing us to mow the solar site. Because we did what a lot of people do in Kentucky, right? You mow the grass, mow the grass, mow the grass. I was like, whoa, stop. Let's put flowers in. So we put flowers in instead, and we've stopped mowing. And I'm so excited. This project not only has caused an explosion of pollinators. You can't really get a sense of the scale here of the site. It's really big. About 120 acres of pollinator habitats right there. But there's an explosion in pollinators, insects, and even what I wasn't really expecting were a lot of finches. So the finches are eating seeds from some of the flowers, but they're also eating insects. And so just a lot of new life and no mowing. And the funny thing is we did it while lowering costs. I think this project shows that we can integrate renewable energy with our native habitat. But we still do need to mow. And so I started looking at how other utilities do their mowing. And some utilities are building little robots, battery-powered robots with lithium-ion batteries and all the things that go inside lithium-ion batteries and how much that costs and how effective they were. And we decided, you know what? So I got wrapped one of the interns and I said, start Googling, where do we buy sheep? So we went out and bought sheep, and sheep are about $120. We bought 25 sheep. Today we have over 125 sheep. It's a miracle of life. We have lots of sheep out there, and they are managing that site. So this is in partnership with Shaker Village of Pleasant Hill, so it's a local nonprofit. We pay them to take care of the sheep. So the only costs we have from this project are essentially just the person to go and make sure that they are taken care of and they don't have any veterinary needs. So these two projects are something I'm really proud of and excited about. One of the reasons I'm so happy to have my job, love my job. I want to talk about solar power. So when I started looking at energy in Kentucky, I was, thinking 100% solar, let's go, let's do it now. But I want to talk to you about some of the things I've learned over the past 15 years. So my heart is still there, let's go, let's build solar as fast as we can. I'm there, but let me tell you about the challenges. So this is a chart I made a few years ago, sorry I haven't updated it. But the colored bands show you the probability of solar generation by second of the day. And then there's a squiggly black line in the middle, and that's actually what happened on that day. So this is a Gaussian normal regression model that I put together in 2017, 2018 timeframe. And you can see this is a January day, the date's on the top left. I'm talking too much about this chart, but I'm gonna go ahead and click play. And every flick of a second, you're gonna now see a different day go by. And we're in January, we're now in February. And what you're noticing is that the colored bands, the probability of what the solar is going to do is growing. You'll see it starts to develop broad shoulders. We just passed March, and we're in April. And so now that red band of what solar is supposed to do is at that 100% line. We're in May, and as we get to June, it'll really be, we'll be at solar max. One thing to notice is on the left and right, you can see the sunrise and sunset. So I've cut out all the night in this chart. Surprise, surprise, there's no solar power at night. But as we move now from July and we move back down towards December and January, what you'll notice is that sunrise and sunset start to move in. And as we're now in September, you will see this solar rainbow, as I like to call it, you'll see it start to melt away and fade back down as the probability of solar power performing on a given day declines. If you also look more closely, so not only the rainbow kind of gives you what's a normal expectation, but that black squiggly line in the middle, that shows you what actually happened. So I'm going to press pause here. We're back in January. I'm going to pause it on my birthday, March 15th. And look at what happened. So look at the black squiggly line. Of course, the colors are giving us the probability. So in other words, what is normal for solar on that given day? What you'll notice is that around 9 a.m., solar power got up to 100%. And moments later, seconds later, solar power dropped off to 10%. Seconds later, it came back to 100%. On and off all day long. What was happening? Clouds. And so this would have looked like a really pretty day. A really pretty day that we would say, oh, that's a great solar day. Well, it is yes and no, because the clouds caused interference. I want to go to the very next day. The very next day is the perfect solar day. So this is March the 16th of 2017. I'm sorry, my charts are old. But you can see at 9 a.m., it hit 100% of what the solar farm was supposed to do, and it held it the entire day until it couldn't hold it any longer, and then dropped down off. Very next day, St. Patrick's Day. Solar power never achieved 20%. This was a rainy, overcast, stormy day, and there was no sunshine. So as much as I want to move completely to solar now, let's go, we're faced with this challenge. Here in Kentucky, thankfully, we typically don't have to worry about having power. This past week was obviously an exception, an extraordinary exception. Hundreds of thousands of people across Kentucky without power. I checked this morning when I woke up, and we were down to just 1,000. I think that's really remarkable. Kudos to the linemen that went out there and worked days and days and days to get power restored. But solar power introduces another kind of intermittency issue. We've done something unique here, which is we show all of our data in real time to the public. So you can watch our dashboard. You can watch solar power generate right now, second to second. It live updates, and you can actually go back and download every minute of data all the way back to when we put that site online. Our second solar site, we did the same. I've got crews installing solar at another site today, and we will do the same. All of our data will be live streaming. You are welcome to it, and please use it. I want to talk real quick about one of the things we've done at the University of Kentucky to use these data, and I need to speed up here. I'm talking way too much. We started looking at what it takes what if we integrate solar into our existing primarily coal-fired electricity generating portfolio here in Kentucky. And you can see here now with every click, we are adding some solar to the coal portfolio. On the left-hand side, we've got kind of a bad solar week. On the right-hand side, we've got a great solar week. But what I want to show you is that those coal units aren't able to ramp down, turn down, it's called turn down capabilities. They don't have the turn down capabilities to accept the solar. So as we start building, you start building some solar, okay, no problem, you just integrate. But at a certain point, and that point is around 20% of our portfolio, we can no longer accept solar power. Why? Well, coal plants can't turn down and turn back up again. Think about boiling a pot of water. Now imagine that pot of water is 10 stories tall. You've got to boil that water, you've got to create steam, and you want to turn it off, and then you want to turn it back on again? You can't. These old coal units cannot do that. So we asked the question, what if instead we retired all the coal units? What if we retired the coal units someday in Kentucky? So it's a computer simulation, so we can just click a button. And we integrated, instead of just solar, we integrated wind and solar combined. And what you'll notice here is we can handle a lot more renewable energy with a new advanced natural gas combined cycle system. Real quickly, this is just a neat chart that shows how by minute of the year, where we start to have imbalances and curtailments in our system. And obviously, you can see that typically occurs around noon in the summer when you get into kind of a California duck curve type problem. So I think I heard lots of people interested in costs. And so I'm going to be very forthright on cost. And all of this is available on the web. I put the little QR code down there. You can go download our paper at pplrd.com/pathways. We just published it about 2 weeks ago. But you can see in the bottom left-hand corner, we're at our current portfolio, primarily coal. And in the bottom right, that's if we eliminated all emissions. Now on the y-axis, we've got costs. So it's $0 for us to do nothing and to keep that coal portfolio, at least $0 right now. But as we move over to the right, costs typically go up. Now there's a lot of people that want to think that we can just jump to 100% renewables and it will lower costs. There are people saying that. That simply is not true, not given the technologies we have today. Remember where I said my heart was. I want that to be true. We're working every day to try to make that true, but it is not yet true. Typically, there's a linear relationship up. The further we move in decarbonization, the more renewables we add to our grid, the higher costs go. Initially, integrating solar with coal, we've got some kind of low costs there initially, say 0 to 20%. But once you move beyond that, you start to incur higher costs. You can see those simulations where we just got rid of the coal and moved over to natural gas with no renewables. You already moved past 50% just by getting rid of the coal. And then we can add a lot more wind and solar to that gas portfolio. Gas plus wind plus solar, no hydrogen, no batteries, just gas, wind, solar. Remember, these are modern technologies that work now. We can get up to 85% emissions reduction if we want to. Now, you want to go past 85%? You want to go to 100%? Well, now we're over there using technologies like hydrogen, carbon capture, and lithium-ion batteries, and costs do accelerate. I won't go into this, but there's been a lot of studies that compare, and there's a lot of disagreement on this. Some schools say it goes up, some schools say it's going to go down. Costs vary by technology. I don't have hydrogen generation costs on here. Why? Because they would be off the chart, quite frankly. Quite frankly, people want to know, like, what are the costs? It would be off the charts. And I'll walk through that a little bit more. But natural gas combined cycle, so no matter who you listen to, so if you listen to the state of Kentucky, that's KYEEC, the Energy Environment Cabinet. For full disclosure, I led that study. But Lazard or Bloomberg or NREL ATB. NREL ATB is probably the most thorough study. I would highly recommend it. You look at those scatterings of costs. So gas is cheapest. Solar's coming in right there, competitive with certain gas projects. Gas with combined carbon capture. Wind is here. Now nuclear, we start to move up in costs quite a bit. Coal with CCS, actually much higher costs. So there's a lot of people advocating for carbon capture on coal sites. That's very expensive for the reasons I already told you. Coal is carbon, and removing the carbon from the coal is incredibly difficult. Hydrogen would be slightly higher. I will speed up here and it'll go really fast. We're looking at blending hydrogen and gas turbines for our system. And we're working with a lot of different partners, Atre, LCRI, but also General Electric and others. Our friend from DOE said we're not using colors of hydrogen. I'm gonna keep using them, I like them. There's different colors, so real quickly, brown, i.e. coal, gray is hydrogen made from natural gas, blue is gas with carbon capture, pink is nuclear. Now we start to talk about carbon-free hydrogen, pink or green. Green is the stuff we all want. They're not the same costs. The vast majority, over 95% of all hydrogen that's consumed in the United States is gray hydrogen. That's what's cheapest, and it's made from fossil fuels. Blue, costs go up, you'll notice, no matter which one of those sources you use. So we got 7 different sources on costs. They're all publicly available. Some of them we had to pay for. I think Bloomberg we paid for. But anyways, blue is more expensive than gray. And then green is really, again, off the charts expensive, $25 per MMBTU and up. So we have our friends here talking about $5, $6 hydrogen. We have the US DOE wanting the dollar hydrogen. Agreed, I want that too. But the numbers we have crunched, green hydrogen produced from renewables is very, very expensive. I'll say one more thing. Secretary Goodman made a good point this morning. She said, we're well situated for all different types of renewables, or all different types of hydrogen. This chart here shows you costs vertically, but emissions intensity on the X. And what you'll notice is that brown hydrogen made from coal actually emits more CO2 than simply burning the coal. So if we're here today to talk about hydrogen because we want to decarbonize, which I think we are, and I hope we are, taking coal and producing hydrogen and then burning it is a really, really bad idea. It is more expensive, much more expensive than burning coal simply, and it is more emissions intensive. Don't do it. Gray hydrogen from natural gas is less emissions intensive, pretty costly though. But look over just burning natural gas. Burning natural gas is less emissions intensive than hydrogen made from natural gas. So if you're going to take hydrogen, you're going to crack it, and you're going to take gas and you're going to crack it, and you're going to make hydrogen, that costs more and emits more than simply just burning the gas. You're chasing your tail. The only way hydrogen makes sense is if it's clean and green. It's got to be made from renewables or nuclear. Those are really the only 2 ways to do it. I try to spend 30 seconds left, and I will say kudos to Heather and her team at the University of Kentucky. They've actually won $5 million from US DOE, over $5 million just on hydrogen production with direct air capture. And we are teaming up with them to build a green hydrogen production site. We have teams out there today building the renewables for that site, and we will be producing green hydrogen. They're already doing it on the lab scale, and we're going to be doing it at the pilot scale here pretty soon. So you as Kentuckians can be really proud of them. We've joined the Southeast Hydrogen Hub. I see my teammate Vince from Battelle, and I'm sure he'll talk about that more. Kenya's already mentioned it. Yeah, and I will end there. Hey, that was 30 minutes on the dot.
Nice work, dude.
Comments, questions?
Give it up for Aaron.
Or reactions if someone just wants to react.
Mahendra.
Uh-oh, Dr. Sunkara.
Dr. Sunkara.
There's one more color you didn't put it, which is turquoise.
Yeah.
That has a potential to do less than $1 per kg.
I think so, you're right. I think there's potential there. It's a really smart technology.
I have a question about the carbon tax, because of course you are talking about the cost, but this is at the current situation. But I think that we are really approaching the time where there will be a very realistic carbon tax, which will change completely the economics here and what technologies will be will be economically viable.
I'll just say, I'm going to respond though. The next step is obvious. The next step is add some solar, add some wind, add some gas. There's several obvious next steps. The hydrogen is not the next obvious step. It is as Secretary Goodman said this morning, it's one of the tools in the toolbox, and we have an all of the above strategy, so we want to consider all of them, but it is not the obvious step. The obvious is build renewables now. We don't have enough renewables, we need to build renewables. That's step one.
Craig Fallon, CNI Engineering. It seems like with all the renewables, one of the big issues is energy storage. What are you seeing in price on costs of batteries, and are there areas within the PPL service area that would work with pump storage?
That's a great question. So there's locations in Kentucky that would work for pump storage. I think we don't really have the market structure right, the legislative structure. Our system isn't set up to do pump storage, but physically, yes, there are some locations to do pump storage. Battery costs continue to decline. So solar costs did sort of a little, call it a dead cat bounce, where they've declined dramatically. They came back up and now they're coming back down again, but there was a little bit of movement in solar costs. Batteries have continued their trajectory downward. They're still expensive, but they're getting better, and technology is getting better every day.
John McPherson, electric driver. The subject of a carbon tax is interesting, but if we only do that in the U.S., do you think that affects our competitiveness? I mean, there's been tons of talk the last week in Congress about our potential war with China, whether it's economic or otherwise. And,
I wrote a paper in 2015 called The Vulnerability of the United States Economy to Electricity Price Increases, and I still stand behind that paper. If we do a carbon tax unilaterally, the carbon will simply move offshore. There will be essentially very little impact. The CO2 will just be emitted overseas. We'll lose the industry, we'll lose the advantage, and someone else will make the product, and they're going to ship it to us. And the interesting thing about it is not only does the CO2 move, there's been a lot of studies, and maybe it's not 100% of the CO2 moves, maybe you do have some reduction. But the interesting thing is in whatever location that they're going to be building that thing that we need to buy, do they have the same scrubbers to remove sulfur dioxide? Do they care about nitrous oxides? Do they have the same standards that we do here in the United States? I doubt it. And so, yeah, I think unilateral carbon taxing, we need to be very, very careful that we don't damage our economy. Kentucky has had and maintained one of the lowest industrial electricity prices in the United States. And that low electricity price is the reason that we have all the manufacturing jobs that people are talking about. That is why we have automobile manufacturers, period. And so to do something that would increase our energy costs substantially will have a very significant impact, negative impact on the Kentucky economy. A lot of people talk about creating green jobs with with renewable projects. I know I'm over on time here, but you don't want to try to create a few green jobs. You want to focus on the overall health of the economy, and low energy costs are important. Thanks, guys. Appreciate the time.
Thank you, Aaron. Okay, folks, we're going to take a 15-minute break, and then we're going to come back for our panel discussion. So it's 10 after now. See you at 3:25.
All right, we're happy to be back with our clean hydrogen panel now. And just like the format for the last session, we've got 3 panelists who haven't spoken yet. So they're going to get up, give a little bit briefer overview of their background and what they do. So the first of our panelists here is Tim Fogarty, who founded Crimson Hill Fund, a venture fund investing in early stage energy technology companies. And he currently serves as the CEO of Pyrochem Catalyst Company and PCC Hydrogen, both right here in Louisville.
Thanks, Josh. Thanks, everybody. I think the most important thing I've learned here today is that I can no longer have to mow my yard if I just plant a pollinating habitat. Thank you for that, Aaron, because that's one job I don't like to do on the weekend.
The sheep, too.
Yeah, the sheep. No, the Homeowners Association already tried that. They're not going to go for the sheep. So I'm really excited to be here. As Josh said, I'm with PCC Hydrogen. I won't revisit all of the hydrogen statistics that I'm sure you already heard. I'll distill it down into sort of 4 critical vulnerabilities. And I think Aaron did a wonderful job of sort of outlining some of these problems with our space. One, that all the hydrogen that is made, about $160 billion worth every year, let us not forget, is gray and very CO2 intensive. 2, it's really by design always centralized production, which makes it large capex, large quantities. That's where the market has existed so far. As we look at new green hydrogen that's evolved, you see that it's very dependent upon the cost and availability of renewable power. Josh asked a great question earlier. What about the capacity factors? I can tell you on average, solar's availability is, I think, just north of 20% maybe. Wind slightly better. And then lastly, not touched on in the DOE's 111 goal is the cost of transportation, which I think is a key aspect of hydrogen that has to be considered. Hydrogen is not an easy energy source to transfer. So, where does PCC Hydrogen come in? We are basically looking at the green hydrogen space. So everybody immediately assumes, if you look it up on your phone right now, where does green hydrogen come from? They'll say immediately electrolyzers, of course. And in most cases, that is true. In fact, almost all cases, that is true. We've touched on the other colors. I guess based on NREL's guidance, I'll have to change this to grams of CO2 per MMBTU. But where we sit is a slightly different variation on this green, the view of the green, and that is that we take ethanol as a power source. We tie it in with oxygen from electrolyzers, and because ethanol is a biogenic fuel source, we can make green hydrogen. And in fact, because the byproduct of our process is a pure CO2, if it's captured, every kilo of hydrogen that we produce is actually removing CO2 from the environment. Why would we focus on ethanol? First of all, there's 17.6 billion gallons of production in the US today. So if you imagine that we could get about 1 kilo for every 2 gallons of ethanol, that's about 7 or 8 billion kilos of hydrogen that you could produce from that ethanol. It's already logistically friendly. That ethanol is shipped all over the country today, very cost effectively. The other thing that people forget is, as they're moving to their all-electric cars, is that ethanol is currently used in 8% of all fuel. And if we go all battery electric, 45% of US coal farmers, US corn farmers are going to wonder what to do with their ethanol. And as I mentioned, it's biogenic. And the other piece of the puzzle that I think is noteworthy is it's not just concentrated in a very narrow place. There is ethanol production in over half of the states in the union. I was recently out in California for the fuel cell conference out there, and I was talking to people about ethanol, and they said, yeah, but that's really a Midwestern thing. But if you note, California has 300 million gallons of ethanol production a year, which we could convert into 150 kilos of hydrogen, which would make us the largest green hydrogen producer in California by like a factor of 100. So how do we do it? The birthplace of the company is around a technology that's focused on a catalyst. We licensed the technology from the National Energy Technology Lab about 10 years ago. It was the first spin out in the history of the national lab. It was geared towards reforming diesel fuels for solid oxide applications. But it's a really robust catalyst, and it turns out that it does a magnificent job of reforming autothermally ethanol. I should also point out that we have an entire reactor system that we've built that allows us to not only do ethanol reforming, but to the extent it's more available, e-methanol, renewable natural gas, or even natural gas. And one of the advantages is when we couple our reactor up to an oxygen source, we can make a pure CO2 stream as a byproduct. So where others are struggling with separation post in the steam methane reforming process, in our instance, that CO2 stream is pure. So we couple that with an electrolyzer. That's the use of oxygen that Cummins was showing us earlier, just blowing out into the air. We take that oxygen and we use it in our reactors beneficially. How does the system look? This is just a quick wire diagram. You can see that we have ethanol feed, we have a water feed, we have the oxygen coming from the electrolyzer. It goes into our adiabatic reactor. Because that reactor is can be very small, it allows us to do this in a distributed fashion. We're not captive to large CapEx. There's a standard separation step, and we get a pure 5/9 plus hydrogen on one side and a food-grade CO2 as a byproduct. We're currently building our pilot facility right now, and that's going to be completed in about 12 months. And because of the form that our CO2 takes, an important attribute, especially if you're talking about reforming natural gas, is that our CO2 byproduct is a pure CO2, which means that the compression cost is really the principal cost associated with separating that CO2 out, which makes us considerably less expensive. So here on this chart, if you look closely, you'll see that hydrogen SMR is roughly 4 or 5 times more expensive, because there you have to separate the CO2 out from the other off gases. And then lastly, as I mentioned, because we're using the biogenic corn as a feedstock, typically when you would use that in a car, you would combust that ethanol. 10% of what you use in your car is combusted ethanol when it comes out your tailpipe, and that CO2 is lost into nature. Because we are processing that ethanol locally at our plant and capturing it, the corn as it grows will end up still consuming the CO2, allowing us to be net negative when you look at it from a life cycle perspective. So just quickly to summarize, I know this was a quick overview. We have a patented process around the catalyst and our overall process. We're fuel agnostic, but primarily looking at ethanol as our first starting point. But we can do biofuels, natural gas, renewable natural gas, methanol, e-methanol, you name it. It's targeted at a logistically friendly fuel so that we can put hydrogen closer to the point of need. It's low cost because it turns out ethanol is not an expensive fuel, or if we use natural gas, it's extremely inexpensive. And as I said, it's a pure CO2 byproduct. That's it.
Okay, I'm actually going to go to Vince next because I've got your slides on the same computer. All right, hold it one second. Oh, sorry. Okay. Well, I just want to introduce our next panelist is Vince Contini. He's a senior mechanical engineer with Battelle. Vince is experienced in mechanical and systems engineering for energy and healthcare, and he's a distinguished inventor at Battelle with 27 patents, which is very impressive. And for our purposes here, the most important is he is a leader in the organization of the Southeast Hydrogen Hub. Tell us about that.
Thanks, and I'll try to be pretty brief because I know I stand in between you and the bar that's being set up out there. So, as we've heard from several participants today, Kentucky's involved in 3 hubs, and as Josh mentioned, I'm here to talk to you about the Southeast Hub that Battelle is priming. Battelle is actually priming 2 of the hubs that Kentucky's involved in, as we're also involved in ARCH 2. All right, so partnered with Battelle and the companies that are going to be doing the heavy lifting implementing our strategy are the major utilities in the Southeast. Dominion Energy, Duke Energy, Southern Company, Tennessee Valley Authority, and right here at home, Louisiana, I'm sorry, Louisville Gas and Electric, Kentucky Utilities. All right, sorry. What is a hub? So the Regional Clean Hydrogen Hub is DOE has put out a funding opportunity. It's one of many things that DOE is doing to try to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And I'd say it's very encouraging. I think what DOE is doing. It's the first time that I'm optimistic that there really is something that is being done to curb and reduce the greenhouse gas emissions and address global warming. So this comes from the Infrastructure and Investment Jobs Act. It's $8 billion set aside for these hydrogen hubs. The funding opportunity announcement was put out in late September, and concept papers were due in early November. And the DOE has stood up a new office of clean energy demonstrations that will manage these activities. So the Southeast Hydrogen Hub is going to focus primarily on PEM electrolysis from an integrated grid in the 6 states that are involved in the hub, including Kentucky, Tennessee, North and South Carolina, and Alabama and Georgia. Transportation is going to be one of the main focuses for our hub, for essentially heavy-duty trucking, some medium-duty trucking as well, and then buses. Very similar to the slide that Cummins showed earlier in this session, that roadmap that they showed. So that's going to be a large part of our concentration. Along with that, industrial applications and essentially replacing the other colors of hydrogen with a more green hydrogen is our target. Essentially, hard to electrify sectors, I think, is where hydrogen is going to be have an impact. So, oops. Sorry. So, hydrogen hub defined. So, DOE is selected or is going to select at least 4 hubs, and they have to cover a wide variety. So diversity ranging from feedstock to end use, with an emphasis on also geographic diversity across the United States. Additionally, 2 of the hubs are specified to be in regions where the greatest natural gas resources exist. Let's see what else. Sorry. And I should also mention, so Will James is leading the activities for our hub. A lot of you might know his name more than mine. I'm sort of his right-hand man, maybe. He was not able to make it today. As you can imagine, we're right in the throes of trying to get this application together. So he asked me to come in his place. So we mentioned that it's going to be at least 4 hubs of those varying diversities. 6 to 10 hubs is what they have announced that they probably will be selecting. And there was, of the $8 billion, they were holding back $1 billion for future launches or to support other activities. These hubs will require a minimum of 50% cost share from the participants, and they'll be executed over a period of 8 to 12 years. And a minimum of 50 to 100 metric tons per day of hydrogen produced in the hub. For the Southeast Hydrogen Hub, in our concept paper, we estimated that we would be doing 175 tons per day. That number is still what we're targeting, but as we go through the application process, we'll have a probably slightly different number. I think it'll be a little higher. It's a phased approach from DOE, with the first phase being a detailed project planning, and that's going to be from 12 to 18 months. Then project development, permitting, financing, and that'll be 2 to 3 years. Phase 3 is when the installation, integration, and construction will actually happen, and then they allow up to 4 years of operation of these of the hubs, with the idea that I mean, a big part of it is what is the strategy for market liftoff, because they don't want to just do this and then have nothing come from it. So essentially, market liftoff is going to be an important factor. As Aaron pointed out, there are a lot of challenges to implementing this, but the hub benefits and strengths include the economic impact, the clean energy that is going to come from this, the enhancement really of the established infrastructure, and then innovation that is going to be needed to make this a reality. Next steps, and it's really a continuation of what we're already doing, but it's the development of the community benefits plan, which is a big part of what DOE is asking for. Provide marketing and economic development to support potential customer engagement. So if anyone's out there that is looking to engage, let us know. And that can be, the application's due April 7th, so we're late in the game now, but there's going to be plenty of time between now and when they award, and then phase 1 is when the real work's going to get done to really plan things out. And then facilitate state level engagement and really local level engagement as well. So April 7th is quickly approaching, so we are very busy. Thanks.
Sydney, come plug your computer in, Sydney. You needed this adapter, is that right?
Yep, I think so. Let's see. I think this is going to work.
So our next panelist is Sydney Montgomery. Sydney serves on the Kentucky Economic Development, or as the Economic Development Coordinator at the Kentucky Cabinet for Economic Development. This is the agency charged with job creation, retention, and business investment here in Kentucky. And Sydney's primary function is to serve as the conduit to support internal and external partners that are trying to help with the transition toward decarbonization. So you can tell us about that.
Thank you, Josh. Thank you all for having me. Thank you, Mahendra. Thank you, Andrew. It's a real treat to be here and to talk about decarbonization and what we do here at the Cabinet for Economic Development. I also was really excited to hear what Aaron had to say about solar, because one of my roles is serving on the Public Service Commission Siting Board for electronic transmission and generation. And so essentially any merchant solar power facility looking to connect to the grid, we control their ability to get a certificate of construction. I want to spend my few minutes up here talking about what we do at the Cabinet, because I'll be honest, when I put on my LinkedIn that I've worked at the Cabinet, I got a message from a friend, and this friend said, "Sydney, hey man, congratulations on your new role. we need a new Chick-fil-A in my town, so can you like call and make that happen? I said, I wish, man, I wish. But so we do not talk to Chick-fil-A, so I'm sorry. But the truth is, we are, as Josh indicated, the cabinet that is tasked with job creation, business retention, and small business and entrepreneurship. And so how do we do that? Well, it starts at the top. Our secretary, Jeff Null, has years of experience both in corporate and in the public sector. Prior to coming here to the state of Kentucky, he spent, I want to say it was 15 years or so at Whirlpool as a communications C-suite exec. And so he has a wide range of experience and has brought that to our cabinet and has allowed us to have a broader perspective of economic development. And that is co-led by our Deputy Secretary, Katie Smith, who has spent more time at the cabinet than perhaps I've been alive. I haven't asked her, but, and don't tell her I said, oh, this is being recorded, so maybe I shouldn't have said that. Yeah, well, good thing we're on good terms. So how do we do this? Well, of course, it starts with the job creation. And how do we do that? Well, it starts with the businesses that want to come here to Kentucky or that are looking to expand here in Kentucky. We like to think of ourselves as a small but mighty cabinet of people that want to super collaborate with one another. And that's why the word conduit always comes to my mind. We're not the cabinet behind direct policy, but at the same time, when a company comes to us with a problem, we say, hey, we're not the ones that solve that problem, but we can get you in touch with the appropriate stakeholders. And that's what we do. We bring the right stakeholders to the table to facilitate our mission, which is job creation and business retention. And so this is kind of schematically how we collaborate. We have our government stakeholders, which EEC is a big component of that. We have our business stakeholders, and we are very tied in with the Kentucky Chamber of Commerce, the Kentucky Association of Manufacturers, and it even goes into workforce and our entrepreneurship and our utility partners. As you can imagine, anytime we have a prospect coming to Kentucky, we got to get the utilities involved very early to ensure that the sites they are looking at can meet their demands. And this is essentially our process for business development at the Cabinet for Economic Development. It usually starts with a company or a consultant sending us a request for information, or RFI, and they will ask questions about the utility load for the site. They'll ask about the workforce. They'll ask about taxes. Anything that they want to know that makes them make their ultimate decisions, we assemble that information. From there, one of our project managers will take company or consultants out to the actual sites and present the best that we have to present. We get the locals involved. We get the utilities involved. We get everyone that matters to the table and show why Kentucky is a great place to do business. Once a deal is signed, once we present our incentive package to them and they sign the dotted lines and we have the announcement and the groundbreaking, we then go into compliance mode. We want to ensure and help the company grow and stay here in the state of Kentucky. And just to highlight that process, in the past 2 years, we have set all sorts of records. And I'm sure if you've paid attention to any of the governor's press conferences, he'll tell you. It has been a whirlwind for economic development the last 2 years. You're talking about 34,000 new jobs here in Kentucky, $21.6 something billion worth of new capital investment, and over 500 new facilities being announced. And it's highlighted by 2 of the largest economic development projects in state history in Blue Oval SK and Envision AESC. And how does this all relate to hydrogen? Well, our top 5 projects announced in 2022 have a role to play within decarbonization. You're talking about the renewable side of Envision AESC and Ford. You think about Sazerac and our distillers and the responsibility they have for decarbonization, and even Amazon. And it's exciting to see where we are going with jet fuel or hydrogen fuel as we look into our logistics, as that is one of our main economic development priorities. And so I think I need to stop for a second and point out, because it's been highlighted multiple times during this workshop, that transportation is a huge part of hydrogen and decarbonization in general. And Kentucky, being one of the top manufacturing states in the country with heavy automotive manufacturing, we have a very high interest in ensuring that we are at the forefront of decarbonization. And as this slide shows, 1 out of every $11 in the Kentucky economy is associated with the automotive industry. In fact, 1 out of every 16 automotive employees is here in the state of Kentucky. And just, again, not to rehash it too much, but we had $8 billion worth of investment within the EV space from 2021 to 2022. And this is just a highlight of some of the other projects, and highlighted by Ascend Elements, that was a huge recipient of a DOE grant for $450 million going down to Hopkinsville. And this is the part I'm sure everyone wants to hear about the most, and I'm probably the least qualified at the Cabinet for Economic Development to talk about it, but I at least want to highlight what some of our programs look like, so that if there are follow-up questions, I can at least put you in touch with the right person, because again, we are a cabinet of conduits. The first, and this is our performance-based incentives, is our KVI program. And essentially, the KVI program is set up to provide companies with corporate income tax credits for qualifying business and investment. Secondly, we have our KIA program, which is a refund of sales and use tax for qualifying expenditures for new and existing CapEx expenditures. And it's not just our cabinet, it's our KY Innovation Office that also has some unique funding opportunities. You have the Kentucky Small Business Tax Credit, which is a tax credit for companies bringing in new investment and investing more than, $5,000 worth of technology and equipment. You also have the Kentucky Small Business Credit Initiative, which essentially is a loan or a tool for lenders that want to extend loans to companies that are creditworthy, but that their terms are just outside of underwriting standards. But we're not just a cabinet of funding and creating jobs. We also help with workforce. We help with workforce by recruitment and job placement. We help by training. We help by initiatives associated with the training. And in order for us to get to that point, we must collaborate with others, such as KCTCS. We collaborate with local companies such as eCAMI in Eastern Kentucky, which is a center for training ex-coal miners and high school graduates to get a degree in robotics. We also work with external partnerships and work to get registered apprenticeship programs. And this is also a part of our funding availability is through the Bluegrass State Skills Corporation. And it essentially allows companies to reduce their costs by up to 50% for workforce training and different solutions. And this is what I want to highlight. A lot of people talk about workforce. Where's the workforce? Where's What are we going to do? And I like to frame this as an opportunity. Clearly, if you look up there, there is over 182,000 folks in our workforce pipeline, from high school graduates that aren't intending to go to college, from military personnel and their spouses that are transitioning from the military. You're talking about your college and career and technical schools that are graduating. You're also talking about the dropouts. Moreover, you have a population of 350,000 people that are currently unemployed. And not just that, we also are looking at the decommissioning of the Bluegrass Army Depot, which is 1,600 folks that have very high skilled degrees in chemical manufacturing and preservation. I guess the questions will go to the panel, so that's it.
All right, now we get the fun part, stimulating some discussion, maybe even a little bit of debate. I'll just put the background slide up. So I get to ask a few of the questions first myself and direct a few to particular panelists, although I encourage the rest of you to chime in after that if you have thoughts on it. And about the last 10 or 15 minutes of this session, we'll open it up to you guys to ask the panelists questions. All right, but my first one is going to go out to you, Tim. I thought Aaron did a really great job touching on some of these concepts about green and blue and other colors of hydrogen and what some of the challenges are. But I'm interested, Tim, from your perspective, as part of a company that's innovating in this space, what do you think are the technical, economic, and environmental benefits or trade-offs of like green hydrogen and electrolysis versus blue hydrogen, or maybe you'd say blue-green hydrogen, and these other routes that utilize carbonaceous feedstocks?
Yeah, there's a lot to consider in that question. I think the first thing is that, generally speaking, hydrogen is good. So I don't care about the color necessarily. I just want it to be ubiquitously available to the consumers, because I think there is demand in the market, and it's just a question of making sure the hydrogen is there. I personally, as you could probably tell by my presentation, I do get a little frustrated that everybody considers green as uniquely electrolysis. I think there's turquoise, there are other really interesting avenues, and I think NREL is doing a good job of identifying those. If anybody's looked at the GREET model, where they sort of track all of the CO2 consequences, call me, because that's, I think the last I checked, 64 worksheets inside one 64 megabyte Excel model with no pictures, so it's all data. But they really track it in an interesting way. So my first answer to the question is any hydrogen is good. And then I'm a pragmatist, so the lowest cost hydrogen that has the least amount of negative carbon impact is where I would like to focus. And that's where we directed our company. Does that answer your question?
Sure. Does anybody else have thoughts they want to add to that one? All right. Well, I'll move to you, Sydney. You just spoke. So I think when we talked on the phone earlier, you made it clear the development cabinet doesn't give out funding themselves, but I'm wondering, if some various entrepreneurs in the audience are interested in trying to kick off some kind of idea here in the state of Kentucky in the space of hydrogen. What is it that you and the Economic Development Cabinet can really do to be a resource to help them to pursue federal funding for those kinds of ideas?
I really appreciate the question, Joshua, and there's multiple layers to answer your question. I think the first thing that we can do, and that we are starting to do, is bring awareness to the actual funding opportunities. It wasn't until a couple months ago that we started realizing, hey, there is a great opportunity, especially as we see it for our neighbors in Appalachia, for hydrogen, and especially around the funding. And so we started really paying attention to what the funding looked like and what the opportunities actually are. We are currently in the process of discussing how we are going to be involved in getting this information out to the public at large. It might be through our social media, it might be through partnership with the Kentucky Association of Economic Development, it might be through EEC. We haven't quite got there yet, but I think it's paramount that we at least are sharing the information out there so that people have the opportunity to at least be aware and start the application process. The second part of that is that we as a cabinet can help with the application process. We've assisted, not within the hydrogen space yet, but a lot of folks looking for or applying for applications for the CHIPS Act or the bipartisan infrastructure law with their application, providing them with workforce data, with economic development data that we have readily available. We also can show letters of support, and we can also, in certain situations, show where we have a proposal of incentives, just depending how far along the project actually is. Now, when it comes to small business and entrepreneurs that are just starting up, we also have our Office of KY Innovation that does have tax credits for small business. We also have export grants. And we also, again, have the small business loan program, which allows for some favorable loan terms. So we have a lot of different ways and a lot of different tools that we can help with. And I think the last thing I would just say is, again, we are a collaborative bunch. If we can't help, we are at least trying to put people in touch with people that can help.
All right, thank you. Okay, I think my next one is for you, Aaron. I really enjoyed your talk. I thought you made it pretty clear that you consider right now the use of hydrogen at any meaningful scale with the utility to be kind of aspirational, maybe a few decades out. But it also kind of came out from your talk how if you really want to get to very, very low carbon output at the utility, we may need some energy storage. So I'm curious, I think one of the advantages of power to fuel technologies like electrolysis relative to say something like batteries is you have these longer storage, longer cycling lifetimes, higher capacity. And you showed that beautiful animated figure of the solar flux, the solar illumination changing from winter to summer. And so I'm wondering, from the utility perspective, do you see that as any significant advantage hydrogen would have for energy storage relative to batteries, or being some part of the mix that it could give you this longer term, higher capacity storage?
Yeah, absolutely. I think you hit the nail on the head that hydrogen has the ability to be stored, to be transported. Kenya talked about the flight this past week. Hydrogen's got lots of opportunities and can be carbon free. So I think yes, that's one of the main keys there, that hydrogen could be stored for longer durations. I think lithium-ion batteries, I think that they have a very unique space within the system, which is that they can respond instantly, immediately. So within the cycle, a lithium-ion battery can dispatch and respond to changes in output from renewables. So they have a very niche space over that 30-minute period. But I think the technology, the long-duration storage technology of choice has yet to be demonstrated. We've got a lot of different research projects where we're looking at other forms of long-duration storage, but hydrogen is definitely one of them. I think it's too early to say what that technology will be. We're going to achieve, Kentucky, we're going to achieve an 85% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions using natural gas, solar, and wind. The exact combination of technologies that help us at that last 15%, where it starts to get hard, where it starts to get expensive, I'm not sure what they'll be, but hydrogen is definitely in the running as one of the top 4 technologies that may be part of that last 10%.
Okay. All right, you directed a question, Vince. So since you're the representative for the Southeast Hydrogen Hub, I'm curious, can you tell us what are some of the special capabilities or initiatives that make that hub unique among the other applications? And as kind of a follow-up to that, could you provide an argument for us? What are the things that that hub, if funded, will be able to do to benefit us collectively that you would not be able to achieve with the same amount of funding if it was given to various individual applicants?
Okay. Yeah, and actually, I apologize for not covering that question in my talk. That's one of about 7 things I realized I kind of didn't hit on as soon as I sat down. So I think the strength of the Southeast Hub is the low cost of electricity compared to a lot of places in the United States, with a backbone of nuclear that gives it a lower carbon footprint than a lot of the other rest of the grid. And the 5 utilities all have very aggressive goals for carbon reduction of their grid over time. Some of them as much as 70, 80% by 2030, all of them to 0 by 2050. So the strategy, I think, in the Southeast Hub will be to initially offset any carbon with RECs, and then over the years, that'll come down naturally with the increase of renewables and other, well, potentially nuclear power as well, but mostly renewables on the grid. And then I think there was a second part of your question, but I forget it.
Oh, I was basically asking what's the synergy you get out of a hub that we couldn't hope to achieve with the same amount of money going to a bunch of
Well, I think one of the other strengths is that these 5 utilities have the wherewithal and the experience for implementing these large-scale projects like this. So the production, the storage, and the distribution of the hydrogen, it's something that is kind of in their wheelhouse already, and they'll be able to implement it. Because I think one of the big things DOE wants to make sure of is that these things that are funded are successful. They don't want to fund things that don't become successful. And I think the Southeast Hub has strong partners, not only the 5 core partners, but some of the other partners that'll help make that a reality.
Okay, thank you. All right, I have a few questions for whoever's eager to jump on and answer it. So my first is, if we're really serious and interested here in Kentucky in nurturing a nascent hydrogen industry and getting it to take off, what do you guys think is the best and most realistic path to achieve this? As in, like, what are the cost-effective, economically feasible applications now? And if we're successful in getting the ball rolling with that and developing these production and consumption markets, what are the next near-term things that could be done in Kentucky?
I'll just say it real quickly. We're looking at hydrogen for lots of different things. I talked about it for electricity generation. We were talking about transportation. I think the first target should be where hydrogen is already being used today. So it's target 1, right? Come in there and produce green hydrogen and provide that to them. And we buy hydrogen. We also buy hydrogen. So for me, that would be target 1. Make hydrogen locally, 100% renewables, and stop buying hydrogen. That'd be that's the near-term goal.
Yeah, but my perspective, one of the great things about Louisville is this UPS hub, and it's a distribution center. And I was at the fuel cell seminar probably 4 or 5 years ago when Andy Marsh, the relation, who's the CEO of Plug Power, started to describe the incredible adoption rate for the fuel cell powered forklifts at the distribution centers, and how Walmart had signed on, how Amazon had signed on, at Carrefour, all these different distribution centers. So I think one of the places, and by the way, the important calculus there, which sometimes gets lost, is it was an economic decision in many cases, because batteries had to be replaced. You couldn't use propane as seamlessly because these are indoor spaces, and the hydrogen fuel cells could be refilled quickly, didn't drain at the end of a shift. So it's important to look at the economic benefit, and I think this area in particular has got a lot of distribution that could benefit from the rollout of some of that hydrogen. I mean, the last thing I'll say is, again, to drive home the point that decarbonization is great, but ultimately I think it's an economic decision that's going to be driving a lot of these decisions. So for us, when we looked at ethanol as a feedstock, if we could take 2 gallons of ethanol and turn it into 1 kilo of hydrogen, those 2 gallons of ethanol take you about 35 miles. That 1 kilo of hydrogen in a car could take you about 80 miles. So the economic incentive is, hey, I would like to use ethanol, and a byproduct is, oh, and I'm actually reducing my CO2 signature. That's a great benefit. I think that's the early adoption and the message that we need to convey to both users and customers that would be prospective partners with the hydrogen industry.
Anybody else?
All right, I'll ask another general question. There have been a few mentions at the workshop today about the new bills, right? And one of them is this Inflation Reduction Act. I don't know if we've talked specifically about the credit for hydrogen, and I think it goes as high as $3 per kilogram for green hydrogen. So I'm curious from whether it's looking at individual business or as far afield as utilities, how do you think this changes the economics and people's willingness to take risk? Like, you talked a lot about the economic picture. Does that affect what you would look at, how you would look at it? To phrase it succinctly, how do you factor in this new IRA credit to your thinking about hydrogen?
So, and I'll just repeat what Secretary Goodman said this morning. Kentucky's going to do what makes sense for Kentucky. It's got to make sense. And I just mentioned the importance of low energy costs. We're not going to do anything that is going to harm our economic growth and our economic potential. When looking at hydrogen, of course we're going to look at the tax credits. If the federal government is incentivizing hydrogen research, as they are right now, that's why we've got millions and millions and millions of hydrogen research that we're doing right now with the University of Kentucky. Well, the University of Kentucky is doing, and we're supporting them on. It's because the federal government is funding it. If the federal government was not funding it, I'm not sure we would be making those same investments. So yeah, absolutely. If there are tax credits that incentivize it, then we're gonna jump in and do what makes sense for Kentucky. I do not, however, believe that the subsidization is yet to the point that it offsets the costs. I still do not believe that hydrogen is there. It's a tool in the toolbox, just like Secretary Goodman said, it's a tool in the toolbox, but it is not yet the least cost tool in the toolbox.
And I would add to that, I think I echo what Aaron is saying. I do think that it gets you a long way there, making it economically viable. But it's going to bridge the gap, I think, is the biggest thing. So as Huyen spoke earlier, there are advances in the technology, and the cost of the electrolysis is going to come down. Cost of storage is going to come down. So as it allows that time to happen. So these things at scale can drive the cost down, and in the meantime, that'll help make the economic story more realistic. Because as was mentioned earlier, the only place really fuel cells have taken a foothold is the material handling, and that's because it had a value proposition. So this helps give a value proposition to certain areas, and while the technology catches up.
I'll just add one thing from an entrepreneur's point of view, is that it makes it a lot easier to cultivate interest from investors to support the development of your plans. And then a shout out to Sydney. Don't forget that there are already lots of great programs. I mean, we would not be in the state of Kentucky if it weren't for the way the state welcomes entrepreneurs in terms of funding, like hard funding match on SBIRs, in terms of equity investment dollars from the various pools. So it's a sort of hand in glove with some of the other programs that already exist. And anybody who's interested should really reach out to Sydney or to the state more broadly and find their way, because there's a lot of opportunity to help support your business.
Well, thanks for the thunder, Tim. Yeah, I just want to add one quick thing, and that is that as a collaborator, that we still have the resources. I mean, any funding opportunity, any tax credit That's just another tool in our toolbox to create more opportunities for economic development and be able to bring all the appropriate stakeholders to the table.
All right, one last question for you guys before I open it up to the audience. How can a university like U of L or a facility looking at renewable energy research, like say the Conn Center, what are the main things that we can do to help facilitate the transition of this technology to industry?
I'll start. What I would say, and again, it kind of goes to my last point, is keeping all stakeholders apprised of the advancement in technology. At least from where I sit, a lot of times we have companies that come through that aren't aware of other technologies that defeat their technology or their business plan. So keeping us apprised so that we can continue to grow our knowledge so that we can better support industry already here and new industry coming to Kentucky is a great start.
And then from my perspective, our company was built on a technology that was developed at the National Energy Technology Lab. I mean, it's scientists that come up with innovative ideas. So I would say, one, encourage those scientists to look for the pain points that are being illuminated today, whether that's price. For me specifically, if you can get a pressure swing absorption machine to do better than 85% efficiency, that would be really helpful. And then the second thing is something that Mahendra touched on is, for us, for value creation, it's an ability to demonstrate our technology. So having a pilot plant, whether it's what NREL has been building or whether it's what Mahendra is talking about, that helps us to our stakeholders to say, look, this technology is real and it can reduce price in the way that you may not have thought possible.
All right. You want to take questions from the audience?
Sure. Who's got one?
Great.
Again, John McPherson from Electric Drive. Dave, if it's my understanding that you're legally mandated to produce electricity at the lowest cost, and aside from your R&D or whatever, could you talk just a little bit about that, because your other utilities in Rhode Island or wherever may be different. I'm not sure.
That's a good point. I'm happy to answer that. So, Kentucky state law on electricity generation and services, it doesn't actually require least cost. The law says fair, just, and reasonable. Now, what does fair, just, and reasonable mean? It has always been interpreted to mean least cost, with very few exceptions. Some exceptions that are made are, for example, in the R&D space, or some of the early moves we made with solar, for example. The Public Service Commission authorized it because they wanted the utilities to develop a little bit of experience with renewables. But yes, we are required, essentially by law, to provide least cost services. And if everyone isn't aware, say you have another utility. Let's say it's your phone or your cable plan. Does anybody sign up for the utility service and then 12 months later your bill doubles? Is it just me? And that's called deregulated. So they get you to sign up for whatever they get you to sign up for. We're regulated, which means that the state reviews decisions we make. They review the fuel we buy, everything we do. The state reviews and signs off that yes, that was the best decision for Kentucky. I like our model. I really, really like and I say this as a Kentuckian, I like this quasi-private public. It's almost like it's a hybrid sort of system, and I think it's really, really good. In other states, all states want low costs, but in Rhode Island, for example, they've got a decarbonization goal by 2035. That's like tomorrow. Decarbonize the gas business, decarbonize electricity. So yeah, there's a much different pace that we're going to move at in Rhode Island because we will comply with the law. LG and EKU doesn't set energy policy in Kentucky. You set energy policy in Kentucky. We comply with it. Kentucky has to decide what Kentucky wants to do. But yeah, you're right. In other territories, the state has decided that it will be decarbonized, decided it will be renewables, and so we're moving it with the state in the direction they want to go in.
So my question relates to the scale of the projects, which makes sense in terms of the hydrogen. So Tim mentioned that in many cases it's better to do the production on site at very local places. So my question is whether it really is large scale grid applications or maybe local production of hydrogen. What makes more sense? Economic.
I'll take a first stab at that. In the southeast, you saw the map that I put up with the nodes. Those nodes, we're calling them nodes, is where we'll have hydrogen distribution. Not every one of those is going to have production, but there will be production within about 200 miles of any of the nodes, so it won't be transported that far. And it also allows for, when the heavy-duty trucking market does take off with fuel cells, that there will be filling stations at a range that will allow the trucks to move through the southeast. I mean, there's a chicken and egg problem with that. So, I mean, the refueling stations want to know that the trucks are going to be there, and the trucks want to know that they're going to be refueling stations. So that's another thing I think this program will help facilitate.
Anyone else? Huyen.
Hi. Energy Justice 40 is a big part of the plan. I was wondering if you can comment on how you're implementing that or planning for that.
Well, I'm not directly involved in that in the application, but I am familiar. I think one of the advantages that our hub has is that the utilities are already working with the communities that they're involved in. They live in the communities that they're involved with, and so that'll help facilitate that. But that definitely is something that we're speaking with communities to try to understand what the needs are and implementing that.
That's above my pay grade because I'm not a big hub. But I can tell you that, you know, it's obviously all grants, they all are interested in the social economic impacts and, you know, other sort of non-profitable impacts of the project. I think one of the things that made us, was appealing about going after this ethanol market is we saw 45% of the 45% of the corn market potentially disappearing by 2050 if we go away from gasoline-powered engines to all battery, because 10% of all fuel, the renewable fuel standard. So, you know, the idea of keeping these farmers basically alive and healthy, it was something where you could use that ethanol effectively in a new use. You're not at cats and dogs with the oil refining industry, so that was something that we're trying to figure out how to include into these proposals to show that dynamic impact.
Anyone else?
Hey, Joe Estrada with Atre. Question for Vince and maybe Aaron. Once all the government funding has been announced, and you start doing phase 1 activities for the hydrogen hubs, do you guys have a vision for how you would collaborate with other hubs, or is there a vision at all? And also, happy early birthday to Aaron.
Well, that is definitely the long-term goal, is the connectivity across the country with the hubs. We haven't spoke with any other hubs about that specifically, but that's definitely in the plans. And I think one of the unique things about the Southeast Hub is it's not in just 1 or 2 locations. It is spread out among 6 states, so we're already sort of doing that. The idea is to learn from what the other nodes are doing and implement best practices, and I think that's going to be a big part of what DOE wants to see among all the hubs, is to understand what those best practices, what's working, what's not working, and that's how it's going to be successful.
Okay, how about a big round of applause for our panel? Aaron, Vince, Sydney, and Tim. And thank you, Josh. All right, that brings to a close our speaking portion of the program today and our live stream. So for those who are watching online, our program will start again tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock with our low carbon microgrid session, which is being chaired by Michael McIntyre. So if you are watching online, please come and are available, come down to Hilton Garden Inn, Louisville Airport on Crittenden Drive and watch it live and in person. We'll be going tomorrow from 9 until noon. If you are in person tomorrow, and we hope everyone will come back out, breakfast is at 8 and our session begins promptly at 9 o'clock. Today, we're going to adjourn from this room and head out to the hallway. We've got poster session set up with some of our promising research and from University of Louisville and University of Kentucky. We also have a bar and some hors d'oeuvres, so to kind of freshen things up and add fuel to your ability to converse. So thank you all very much for being here today and for the very insightful questions that you've had for our panelists and our speakers. Thank you all for helping to disseminate your knowledge through this workshop. Last point I'll make is on our agenda page, re3workshop.org/agenda. At the very bottom is a feedback form or button. Send us a message if there's something you feel like we could improve upon here, or you have something that you heard today that you were unable to connect with a speaker. Just reach out. I get the messages and I can put you in touch with folks for various answers to questions that you may have or ways that we might improve. Or if you really enjoyed it, let us know. Appreciate that too. So bar and poster session are open. Thank you all very much.